Okay, what's a good idea? Sui sat next to them unceremoniously. Zingin turned to look at him, pursed his lips and said, "In many ways. What about? For example, everyone here is equal." Sui couldn't help laughing and said, "It's just words, don't really believe it. There are many places of inequality. Everyone is an independent individual with different abilities. Absolute equality for everyone is impossible." He thought that this girl had read a bunch of random books at Blue Star in the past 2 days, which had really brainwashed her. Unexpectedly, the next moment he saw Zingin nodding and saying, "I know. But at least the mainstream concept is that everyone is equal. Even if you don't agree in your heart, you must admit it. And to a certain extent, compared to the magical world, everyone here is indeed equal. No, equality is only caused by the difference between power and capital. In this world, if a person has enough power and capital, even if he is from an ordinary background, he can achieve a very high status. But our world is different. In ours, bloodline determines everything. Everyone is destined to their status in that world from the moment they are born. Regardless of race, intelligent beings there are divided into nobles, commoners, untouchables, and bastards like me who can't even be considered untouchables." Having said this, Zingin sneered and looked at Sui. "Have you always thought that I have a high status in the magical world? Isn't it?" This time it was Sui's turn to be surprised. Although he had heard from Yu Ling before about the strict hierarchical lineage theory in the magical world. But this star mark is called the star prayer in the magic world, and he is one of the strongest beings among the various gods of magic and martial arts. How could such a person have a high status? So your world is very good, so good that you even think that you can get the corresponding status if you have strength. Zingin shrugged. Those nobles who are proud of their bloodline will of course maintain a certain level of respect on the surface when they are in front of me, but most of the time, they don't even bother to appear in front of me, and will even deliberately avoid me. Even if they sometimes have to discuss something with me, after the discussion, they will look back and curse, "You despicable bastard. You are just lucky enough to have some blessings from the gods, but you dare to talk to me like this," and then quickly go and use it. Bathing in the most fragrant petals, it seems that there is some inherent stench in me that will stain their noble blood. Sui came closer and smelled. "No, it smells pretty good." Zingin's pretty face froze, and she tilted her head unnaturally. "Princess Yuling said you are very lustful, and it is true." "Impossible, then Yuling must have misunderstood." Sui quickly changed the topic. "Everyone in your world can't be so exaggerated. Are you right, Yuling?" "Yuling." As he said that, he looked at Yuling on the other side, but found that her expression was a little unnatural. "No, you did it too?" Princess Yuling is one of the few nobles among the nobles, so she asked Princess Weiwei of the Xiang Empire to bring me a message before I came here. Zingin took the initiative to help her make up for it. "It's not that good." Yuling sighed and said, "When I was an elf princess, I did think that I was inherently superior to others. My kindness to you hybrids of humans and elves was just out of pity. I didn't think it was unfair at the time. It was only later that the elf kingdom fell and I thought about it a lot when I was in exile. Plus, when I came to Blue Star and saw the way humans get along here, I realized my mistake at that time. I'm sorry. You have apologized many times, princess, there is no need." Zingin smiled helplessly. "For whatever purpose, at least compared to others, you are good enough to us abandoned people. Social environment does affect people's outlook on life. In that environment, it's normal to have wrong ideas." Sui also expressed relief. "This is actually the truth. Society operates because of people, and people will also change due to the operation of society. It is normal for different views on the same thing to occur in different social environments. Just be able to make corresponding changes in a timely manner according to the social environment you are in. Individuals must adapt to the general environment, rather than asking the general environment to adapt to the individual. The world view of the magical world is just that, and it is normal for Yuling to follow the crowd. We cannot expect everyone to inexplicably come up with the idea of overturning the world's mainstream thinking and creating their own school of thought. But then again, as a Blue Star person, he felt outrageous about the magical world's outrageous lineage theory. Zingin is already a demigod, and he can only gain superficial respect because of his bloodline. No matter how small the nobles are, or even those low-status untouchables, they don't bother to associate with him. Even if she used her hands to tie up these people, they wouldn't be enough for her to fight alone, and it would still be the case. This gives people the feeling that a Kyushu man, with millions of soldiers at his disposal, drove the Star Destroyer to the door of Ozu's house. Those white-skinned nobility randomly sent a white-headed old man to guard the door and told him, "Loli Yazhu monkey, are you worthy of talking to me?" The main thing is to explode the three views. It is hard to imagine that such a thing really exists, but the facts are in front of us. The two parties from the magic world think so there is no need to say more. So have you decided? After the few people talked for a while, Sui asked the question that really concerned him. I have decided. Zingin nodded and said, next time you go to trade, I will give you my token, and with it, you can ask Wei from the magic world to summon my people here. You need time to accumulate points to bring life to this world through the trading platform, right? Don't worry, just take your time. Okay, I'll tell you when I have enough points to bring a batch here. Sui agreed immediately. This was his original purpose, and now it seems to be a win-win situation. As the sky gradually darkened, as the sun gradually fell into the sea level, the three of them did not rush back to Jusu, but instead had an outdoor barbecue on the beach. Zingin, who had been silent and melancholy before, always expressionless like a robot, seemed to have untied some knots in his heart, and he was visibly more talkative. Sui was on vacation, so he was not in a hurry to go back. It was 3 days before he returned to Jusu. As soon as he returned, Tinsha brought him bad news. You mean the Ozu Alliance is ready to start trouble? Not really. Tinsha replied unhurriedly. After they obtained the water of life, they stopped keeping the agreement between you secret. They tried to gradually guide public opinion to pave the way for this matter and prepare to announce it. However, the entire Ozu Alliance has long been infiltrated into a sieve by the Bald Eagle. The top secret agreement that only a few people know has just been relaxed a little, and the news was immediately known to the Bald Eagle. Then it was revealed that the senior officials of the Ozu Alliance Council had sold the island to you at a very low price for their own selfish purposes, and it soon caused huge waves in the entire Ozu continent. Many Ozu people have taken to the streets with banners to protest, demanding to take back the island and to have the senior officials of the Ozu Alliance who passed this agreement step down. Based on the Ozu Alliance's past style of handling these matters, I think they probably won't be able to hold on for long, and will soon give in or take the blame and resign. As for whether those who come to power will still abide by the agreement, I am pessimistic. After getting the benefits, take the blame, resign and run away, leaving the mess behind. Sui sneered. They are oversimplifying things. This is the benefit of a small government. They do not need to be responsible for the stupid decisions they made during their time in office, nor are they responsible for their partners during their time in office. It is not unusual for them to change their orders from day to day after resigning, letting the floods continue. Tinshu explained. This can be regarded as the biggest difference between the West and Kyushu. If you plan to deal with Kyushu people all the time with their way of thinking, I'm afraid you will suffer a lot. Tinshu. Sir, I'm here. Sui suddenly sneered and said, you made a mistake. Please enlighten me. I don't care what unspoken rules they have, what rules and regulations they have, whether you still need to be responsible after resigning. Sui said in a deep voice. When doing business with me, you must follow my rules. Do you really think everything will be fine if you resign and run away? Haha, then they are thinking too much. The water of life can not only prolong life, but also be a reminder for them. If you take advantage of me and don't do anything for me, there is no such good thing in the world. The way the system operates in the West is different from that in Kyushu, and Sui certainly knows that. The reason why he knew he wanted to play this way was because he wanted to take advantage of this group of people's mentality of making a fortune and running away, and then get the island. Once the agreement is signed, no matter who comes up in the future, don't even think about relying on him. As for those who take the benefits and do nothing, and want to run away as soon as they get the water of life, don't expect any good things like extending their lifespan. Sui would make them unable to even live their original lifespan. Sir, you are right. When you have absolute power, you don't need to care about who makes the rules. Tinshu was silent for a while and then agreed. I will add this important data to the computational model in the future to avoid getting wrong results again. That's not necessary. Sui rejected its proposal. You only need to calculate according to the rules. It is best not to use special means outside the rules. Once you encounter a problem and rely on brute force to break the situation, the order will gradually collapse and the entire system will tend to chaos. The whole world will be plunged into extreme chaos, which is not good for anyone. Although he recently likes to use the power of the wizarding world's supermodels to solve problems outside the rules, but he has always remained sober. Most of the time, he will use power outside the rules to solve problems when the power within the existing rules cannot solve the problem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to do any business, and would just let Yu Ling and Xinghen burn, kill, loot, and become the richest man in the world in a matter of minutes. But if this kind of thing is done too much, it will soon lead to the collapse of world order. What followed was that the whole world fell into chaos. At that time, everyone will have a hard time, and they may even be fried by mushrooms, which is not worth the gain. That's it, let me know the latest news as soon as possible. After explaining to Tianchu, Su Yizheng wanted to ask Yuling what to eat tonight. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up and took 2 steps, Tianchu brought new news. Sir, Bald Eagle has just made an announcement. Su Yi paused. What announcement? There has been a long-term military alliance agreement between the Bald Eagle and the Ozhu Alliance. Just now, the Bald Eagle issued an announcement on the island transaction between the Ozhu Alliance and your island in the name of this agreement organization. The content of the notice is probably that this agreement is illegal and not recognized by the military agreement organization. Your landing on the island with Tianxia Group is an act of invasion. You are ordered to evacuate all Tianxia Group employees who have landed on the island within 3 days, otherwise as stipulated in the agreement. Bald Eagle and the military forces of the participating countries have the responsibility to launch military operations against you to recapture the islands that originally belonged to the Ozhu Alliance. Military Agreement Organization. Sui was stunned for a moment, then thought of the infamous Northern Ocean Convention, and sneered. They will take advantage of it. What do the Ozhu Alliance say? Tianchu immediately replied. 3 of the Ozhu Alliance's top parliamentarians who reached an agreement with you have resigned due to pressure. The speaker's current attitude is very ambiguous and there seems to be a tendency to tear up the agreement. And the Bald Eagle's statement is actually not something that the Ozhu Alliance can control. Since the Second World War, most of the military power of the Ozhu Alliance has been in the hands of the Bald Eagle. The Bald Eagle used the Northern Ocean Convention to protect the flag of the Ozhu Alliance as launching a military operation against you, and they don't have the ability to stop it even if they want to. The Northern Ocean Convention has actually demilitarized the entire Ozhu continent. Among the many countries in the Ozhu Alliance, there are only 1 or 2 that can be autonomous militarily. If the Bald Eagle is going to die, it is really not their control whether to initiate military action. Ozhu Alliance? It's just a dog with a broken spine. It's pitiful. Sui shook his head and then asked Tianchu, how do you think it should be handled within the rules? Tianchu thought for a moment and then gave the answer. According to calculations and within the rules, the best strategy at present is to use our information advantage on the internet to forcibly change the perception of all people in the Western world about this island transaction. Through the pressure brought by the people, we will force the Bald Eagle to give up this operation. The public can be fooled. When the amount of information is enough, their attention will be attracted. Compared with direct force-feeding, people believe in the answers they infer, and through some general, vague, and broad descriptions, I can guide them to the answers they want, and ultimately use public opinion to my advantage, and I just have this ability on this planet. Tianchu's method is very simple, that is, direct information bombardment to change the perception of Western people. Then use the Western voting mechanism to force the Bald Eagle and the countries of the Ozhu Alliance to abandon military actions and accept the deal. As for how to legalize an originally illegal transaction and let the vast majority of people agree with its legitimacy, this is not a difficult task. As long as you have the ability to control online public opinion, you can turn black into white and dead into alive under the massive information bombardment. Calling a deer a horse is not impossible in the modern internet environment. When people are in a group and when they are independent individuals, they cannot be generalized. It is difficult to change the 3 views of a certain person, but it is very simple to change the perception of a group. Sui had no doubt that Tianchu had such ability, but he still shook his head and said, apart from this method, use your own advantages to drag Juzhu into the water. Tianchu replied decisively. Now, apart from you, the only one in the world that has the ability to fight against the Bald Eagle and its allies is Juzhu. If you can use the importance of you and your industries to drag Juzhu into the water, there is a 50% chance that the Bald Eagle will give up the idea of military strikes, and a 30% chance that some friction will occur, and eventually the Bald Eagle will give up targeting you. There is a 15% chance that an abnormal local war will occur, because the location of the island is far away from Juzhu and the Bald Eagle's homeland, and the outcome is unpredictable. There is a 5% chance that a world war will be triggered and the whole world will be burned down. Suyi's mouth twitched. To be honest, the Juzhu government has been good to him. It would be better to let Tianxia brainwash others than to drag them into the water for nothing. Forget it. Sui waved his hand and said, it's really difficult for you to deal with this matter without using forces outside the rules. Let's just leave it alone. Even if they are really preparing to launch a military operation against the island, it will not be in the next 2 days. Don't worry about it for the time being. You should focus on the construction of the island. Obviously, you have prepared a better plan. It is really difficult for me to find a better answer besides your solution. Tianxu flattered silently again. The so-called better plan is the 5 power armors that Sui put on the island in advance. To put it bluntly, this is still using things outside the rules to solve the problem. However, the situation this time is a little different. The bald eagle directly wants to engage in military confrontation, but they are the first to break the rules. Of course, Sui doesn't have to stick to the rules. People are going to drive warships to fight you, and you are still talking to them. Isn't that stupid? The news about the deal between Tinyu Group and Ozhu Alliance, the disturbance in Ozhu and the reaction of Bald Eagle and NATO were spread to Jushu on the same day. The next day, it became popular on the internet without Tianxu's intervention. Bald Eagle and NATO threatened to launch a military strike against the overseas base of a company in Jushu. This is too new. The people of Jushu, who have suffered from Bald Eagle for a long time, immediately stood up and supported Tinyu Group. But under the premise of supporting the general direction, there are naturally some people who think they are sober and sing the opposite tune. After browsing the major forums for a whole morning, I just feel that the people in this land have gone crazy and are completely hopeless. Brother, be careful with your words, you can't tell the truth here. Damn it, Brother Sober is here again, I'm so angry. So good to scold, these sword tombs deserve to be scolded. Others have been pushing their noses in faces but still put on the yin and yang, they are born to be traitors. Here they come again, accusing me again, haha. Have you, the indignant people, carefully read the statement of the Bald Eagle military spokesperson and the information disclosed in the relevant events? It was your Tinyu Group that privately bribed the senior officials of the Ozhu Alliance and reached an island lease agreement with them. Is this legal? The content of the agreement has been announced, it is in black and white, tell me why it is not legal. Just because there is an agreement is legal? Go ask the Jushu officials, is the usury contract legal? Did the people of the Ozhu Alliance agree to the sale of islands? If the agreement reached privately by shady means is also legal, then there is nothing illegal in this world. It is illegal if there are people who oppose it? Then when the previous dynasty signed the unequal contract, did the people not oppose it? Why do those white people have the right to tyrannize over a bunch of leased lands? You are making a sophistry, the times have changed. Bullshit. When your Western father was strong, it was legal to be a robber. We have worked hard for generations to accumulate wealth. Now the offensive and defensive situation has changed. You come out and say that the times have changed. This is not legal? I'll fuck you. In less than a day, the internet was in an uproar. Most people think that the Bald Eagle is too much. The contract signed by Tinyu Group and Ozhu Alliance in black and white, these people now want to default on the debt, which is simply intolerable. However, a small number of people think that the island lease agreement reached by Tinyu Group through improper means was wrong in the first place. Even if it encountered military strikes from the Bald Eagle and the North Pacific Treaty Organization overseas, it deserved it. In essence, there is no right or wrong in this matter, whether it is Tinyu Group, Ozhu Alliance, or Bald Eagle. In fact, they are all based on their own interests. The contract signed by Tinyu Group in black and white, and the content of the contract also clearly states what obligations and what to do after Tinyu Group takes over the island. Although there are many seemingly loopholes in the contract, which allow Tinyu Group to easily exploit these loopholes and not fulfill these obligations in the later stage, these things are indeed written on it. Just looking at the surface of the contract, this is not an unequal agreement. So of course he has reason to refuse to return it. As for the people of the Ozhu Alliance, they are definitely unwilling to recognize the agreement reached by Sui bribing their senior management. The Bald Eagle and the Northern Ocean Convention have the obligation to safeguard the territory and interests of the Ozhu Alliance, and it is reasonable and legal to interfere. Everyone has something to say. In this case, the debate about this matter on the Jushu internet, thousands of miles away, is actually not a question of right or wrong. It is a question of position. Standing in different positions, of course, different right and wrong will be drawn. Internet public opinion is of little significance to Sui. He is not an official, so he does not need to care about what outsiders think about whether this matter is right or wrong. As the saying goes, this is how you begin, and this is how you will perish. Tinyu Group does not rely on these messy things to survive, so it naturally doesn't care much about external public opinion. Although the incident on the island is fierce, Sui estimates that with the efficiency of the West, the trouble will not be resolved in less than 10 days and half a month. If a military strike is really needed, it will not happen in the next few days, so there is no need to worry about it for the time being. What's more, he has deployed 5 power armors on the island, which is completely enough to deal with most emergencies. After returning to Jiangxing, while the outside world was arguing about the future of Tinyu Group, he, the rightful owner, took some time off. After several days of doing nothing, Ting Yu heard that the first batch of magical crops grown on his farm had reached harvest time. Except for some that needed to be kept as seeds, the rest could be sold. These magic crops are quick varieties and do not contain much magic power. In fact, they are not as good as the finished products that Sui imported directly from Wei. Magic crops sound fancy, but in fact they are not much different from the principles of growing ordinary crops. The taste of ripened crops will definitely not be as good as normal growth. This is also true. But even so, these magic crops that mature quickly in the magic circle are definitely much more nutritious and delicious than ordinary crops. Although the magic power contained in it is small, it depends on who is compared with it. Compared with ordinary crops on Blue Star, this is still a great supplement. Since Yu Ling suggested selling it, Sui certainly had no reason to be reluctant to part with it. Anyway, it was impossible for him to lack the magic crops he ate. With so many other magic crops grown on the farm, it was only a matter of time before they were sold. He called Huang Lin directly. Sui didn't forget that he had promised Huang Lin to take him to Fly. Doesn't his restaurant just want to become a chain brand? With the supply of these magic crops, it will definitely be able to soar into the sky. Of course, what Sui was talking about was not magic food. In order to convince Huang Lin, he was talking about a new type of crops cultivated in the ecological farm. Not only did they taste very special when used, they were also very nutritious. There are many benefits after eating it. It can not only strengthen the body, but also nourish yin and yang. No, buddy, did you grow the elixir on the farm? This was the first answer Huang Lin gave after hearing the description. Of course, one size fits all, and his body is still very honest. Immediately, he brought the chef from the store to Suyi's house. After tasting the magic ingredients cooked by the chef, he immediately said that once this thing is put on the market, it will definitely become popular all over the country. Let alone opening a chain of restaurants, he will definitely become a catering giant in the future. Everyone from Heidailau to Golden Arches is his younger brother. After hearing Suyi's suggestion that Tianyu Ecological Farm would provide him with ingredients, he only needed to purchase these special ingredients at normal prices. As long as he could eat them, all the magic ingredients produced in the farm could be processed by him. Huang Lin's attitude is quite simple. No. We are brothers, and business is business. You are currently the only one with no semicolon. Although the purchase price of special ingredients is not cheap, the price of the finished product is astronomical. You only make a profit by selling it. It's a waste of money for food. If you give me all the special ingredients on the farm, it means that this special ingredient is the only one in the catering industry, and the monopoly will always make huge profits. What I mean is that the conditions you proposed remain unchanged, but as for the restaurant issue, I will go back and discuss it with my old man. In the catering company, you will hold 50% of the shares and share the shares in the form of technical shares, and we will hold the rest. Let's discuss it with other partners. If they can accept it, they will accept it. If they can't accept it, they will quit. I will refund the money to them now. Of course, the reason for doing this must not be told to them now. When our store was first established, it was they have attracted a lot of investment from outsiders, and they have made a lot of money over the years, and they have also had a lot of conflicts. To be honest, the old man and I didn't really want to take them to play. It would be a good thing for us if we can take advantage of this opportunity to let them exit before the special ingredients listed company adds branches and expands its scale. Sui listened to his long talk and it took him a long time to figure out what he meant. The co-authorship is that the father and son have long been dissatisfied with some of their partners. Now that they know that the store will definitely take off after Sui gets the supply of magic ingredients, they are naturally unwilling to take advantage of other partners. He would rather give the extra shares to Sui after letting these people withdraw. I have a question. What's the problem? Huang Lin asked confused. Since there are many shareholders in this store who are dissatisfied with you, why not just get rid of this thing and open a new store? Sui shrugged. It's not a big worry to open a new store. Huang Lin sighed when he heard this. There is no longer a mess of shareholder worries, but there are more new worries. Our store has been open for a few years, and we have spent a lot of money to hire endorsements from many celebrities and internet celebrities. I am not afraid of making you laugh when I say this. In fact, it has a certain brand value. It would be too much to give up this brand and start over. What a pity. Celebrity internet celebrity endorsement. Sui twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at him as if he were a fool. No, what's your look like? Huang Lin said dissatisfied. Are you stupid? How many celebrities and internet celebrities are endorsing this thing for nothing? Sui pointed at Yu Ling who was sitting on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. Which celebrity and internet celebrity can be more popular than her? Huang Lin was stunned for a moment, then shook his head subconsciously and said, It seems not. Although Yuling doesn't even have a dugout social account, she has never appeared in any public place other than Tanya Group's product launch conference and said nothing. But with her incredible looks and temperament, she is now so popular on the internet that she can surpass all the top stars. Then do you think there is any internet celebrity that our Tanya Group cannot invite? Sui asked again. Huang Lin continued to shake his head. As Tanya Group is now, it has become a giant in the two domestic semiconductor and medical industries. Which internet celebrity with no eyes dare not give face to Tanya Group? That's enough. Sui patted his shoulder and said sincerely, "Why don't you say that I am a foster father and you are a big boy? My child, be bold and don't be so petty. Go back and organize it first, and hurry up and open it. Any brand accumulation is bullshit. When your new store opens, I will make you famous all over the internet in one day." How to deal with the magic crops grown on the farm is still a small problem. At most, it can only be regarded as a small episode in daily life. Regarding the issue of the island, although the so-called military strikes led by the Northern Ocean Convention led by the Bald Eagle have not come, some useless but disgusting tricks have come earlier than expected. On the 5th day after he left the island, he received news from Zhang Qingshan, the captain of the island's security force. In the early morning of the island time, hundreds of unidentified people claimed to be the indigenous people of the island and drove a motorboat to the island. Their reason is also very simple: this is their home, they want to move back. And there are more than these people coming, there are also many reporters accompanying them, and the whole incident is being broadcast live, and the whole world can see it. The momentum is very big. Seeing these people getting closer and closer to the island, Zhang Qingshan didn't know what to do for a while, and could only send a message to ask Sui how to deal with it. If the other party came to seize the island with weapons, or even drove a warship directly, it was not a difficult matter for Zhang Qingshan to deal with. Just use the power armor to kill him. But they were all unarmed civilians, so it was obviously difficult for him to open fire directly. Sui knew what he meant. He was not so crazy as to let people open fire directly on these ordinary people who were used as knives. That would be a big deal. After a little thought, he gave Zhang Qingshan an order. Now that things have developed to this point, it is time to give these white-skinned guys a little shock of the technology of the other world. Compared with supernatural powers such as magic that need to be hidden, Sui has never planned to hide the power armor. Not only does he want to use it, he also wants to show this powerful weapon from the other world to everyone when he takes it out for the first time, so that everyone will drop their eyes. Originally, it was thought that the power armor would be sacrificed on the Bald Eagle warship when it first appeared, but now it seems that it will not be able to wait until that time. However, with a large number of media present, the response may be even greater. After getting Sui's authorization, Zhang Qingshan immediately ordered the security forces on the island to move. Sanyang, the boundless sea. Dozens of small boats full of people moved forward rapidly like wolves on the sea, raising white waves behind them. On each small boat sat a dozen aboriginals with ragged clothes and dark skin. They drove the small boats towards their former home, but there was no excitement or indignation in their eyes. Instead, they were a little flustered. Obviously, although the aboriginals have a general level of education, it does not mean that they are stupid. Not long ago, they just took a large amount of resettlement funds from the Ozhu Alliance and left the island. They had not lived a good life for a few days, and a group of powerful masters came to them and asked them to find their home again in the name of regaining their home. They are the aboriginals on the island, not the primitive people on the island who can't surf the internet. These islanders are very clear about the disputes that have arisen over the island where they came from. There are even some knowledgeable people who think that this island may even cause a war between Kyushu and the Western camp. As people in the center of the vortex, the islanders themselves don't care about whether their homeland is home or not. Not everyone in the world has the same hometown complex as the people of Kyushu. As long as the money is enough, they don't care who the poor island is sold to, or whether they can go back in the future. Therefore, when the Ozhu Alliance offered a sky-high relocation fee, none of these islanders objected, and they happily moved away with the money. Now someone wants them to come back. Of course they don't want to. When the gods fight, the islanders are just mortals in the middle. They know that they are not good enough and don't want to get involved in this mess. But they have no choice. Many times, this is the case for powerless little people. Whether they moved off the island or protested on the island, they had no right to choose. Those big shots frowned and thought of an idea, and then they had to execute it, that's all. The difference is that when they moved away, in order to prevent subsequent troubles, Sui emphasized in the island transfer agreement that the compensation given to these islanders by the Ozhu Alliance must not be less than a penny, but must be more. That's why they were able to get a huge amount of moving expenses so smoothly. But now they were sent to seize the island, and the people who sent them were not as easy to talk to as Sui. All they were provided with were these small broken boats. Remuneration? Of course, there was not a penny. Their reason was very simple. You came to take back your home by yourself, and you still want me to give you money? Giving you some small boats and letting a group of reporters follow behind to support you is already a great mercy from the masters. What? You don't want your home, don't want to come back? Then I have to talk to you about the legality of the resettlement fee that the Ozu Alliance gave you before. Under such a shady operation, it would be strange if these islanders who were forced to come back to take back their homes were willing to do so. A few miles behind these small boats was a very luxurious yacht. On the yacht were reporters from well-known Western media. At this time, everyone was wearing casual beachwear, chatting in small groups on the deck, and tasting snacks. Long guns and short cannons have been set up on the deck directly in front. As soon as they enter the sea area where the island belongs, they will return to their jobs as soon as possible and take back the islanders who have been unfairly treated and left their homes. Reach to the world via live broadcast. Jack, are your drones watching? Where are those dirty islanders? The shirtless reporter approached a young man operating a drone. It's almost there. We are less than 20 nautical miles away from the island. We will soon enter the sea area where the island belongs. I think there should be some action over there. You'd better ask all reporters to turn on their machines. Get up, it's a good time to warm up. The young man known as Jack randomly controlled the drone and flew to the island. It seemed that he was not concerned about whether this would be a violation of airspace. Hearing this, the shirtless reporter immediately stood up, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and then loudly said, "It's almost there, it's almost here. Get busy. After we get back successfully this time, we'll have a party to celebrate." However, just when all the reporters were notified and returned to their posts, they had just turned on their machines and opened the live broadcast connection, ready to convey the feat to the world. Jack, who was controlling the drone, suddenly exclaimed, "WTF? Jack, what are you doing?" The shirtless reporter had just changed his clothes and looked back with dissatisfaction. "Drone, our drone has been knocked down," Jack said in horror. "I didn't even see what launched the attack. The drone was destroyed directly. It was most likely an anti-aircraft missile." Anti-aircraft missiles. The reporter who asked the question couldn't help but look solemn. Impossible. According to the information provided by the Northern Ocean Convention, the Tanya group should have transported a batch of weapons to the island, but there will definitely be no anti-aircraft missiles inside. They should only be small weapons. Just kidding, if there really were any airplanes or cannons on the island, they wouldn't dare come close. This island is now very controversial, and their behavior is no different from invading the territory of another country. Tanya group has every right to open fire directly. And even if it were to open fire, whether it was right or wrong to open fire in the end is as controversial as the current situation of the island itself. It would be better if the island was recaptured by the Western camp in the future. Those of them who died here could still be regarded as sacrificed freedom fighters. But what the hell would happen if this island is really acquired by Tanya Group in the future and recognized by various organizations, regions, and countries in the world? Then if they die here today, their death will be in vain. These reporters have access to a lot of information and see things much more thoroughly than ordinary people. If they hadn't known that there were only light weapons on the island, they wouldn't have come, so they would have given them more money. What a waste of money. What do we do now? Young Jack was at a loss. The leading reporter also had a headache for a while, but seeing that the Aboriginal fleet in front was very close to the island, he could only bite the bullet and said, "I can't worry about it anymore, just move on." Unless Tanya Group really doesn't care about the impact at all, I don't believe that he really dares to take action against us reporters and the Aborigines in front of us. But, if the issue of the ownership of the island is unclear, we are definitely trespassing illegally. Jack whispered, "Do you know that the law does not punish everyone? Even if they break in illegally, how dare they do anything to so many people?" The man glared at Jack, then turned to ask the captain in the cockpit of the yacht to speed up and not be caught in front of him. The boat fell too far. Jack opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't dare to say anything more. He picked up the camera and connected it to the yacht's communication equipment, sent a message to the news company behind it, and started the live broadcast. Soon, many world-renowned media's simultaneous live broadcast of the heroic islanders take back their homeland on various platforms such as Oil Tank and Twitter on the internet attracted the attention of many people. Even on Kyushu's internal network, notorious Western media such as BBD started live broadcasts. By using the streaming mechanism, many people quickly clicked into the live broadcast room. What else can I say about the heroic islanders retaking their homeland? The co-author is the Tanya Group's island. Haha, invading other people's homes. What's the difference between this and being an invader? I think the authorities should arrest the boss of Tianyu Group and confiscate the assets. Talk about NM's bullshit. Do you just believe what others say? This island was clearly purchased legally by Tianyu Group. That is, let me say that these islanders should not come to trouble Tianyu Group. If they have any dissatisfaction, they should go to the person who asked them to move out. If you speak for the capitalists like this, will they give you water of life? Stop talking nonsense. I am a normal person, I only care about who makes sense. Bullshit, retaking your homeland is clearly an invasion. I heard that the Tianyu Group has armed security forces on this island. My suggestion is to fight back directly and give them face. The ongoing controversy has once again reached a new climax after the emergence of these live broadcasts. Those who oppose the Tianyu Group have defined Sui as an evil invader and want him to be hanged. People who support the Tianyu Group now want to let Sui set up a few rocket launchers on the beach to kill all these people. As for those who do not support both sides and truly look at the issue objectively, well, they are scolded by both sides. The internet is like this, black and white, right or wrong. The result of rational consideration of issues and not taking sides is that both sides are not human beings. And if there are still different opinions on this matter in Kyushu, then the opinions of those watching the live broadcast on the external network are much more unified. They are all asking Tianyu Group to get off the island and return their homes to these islanders. But the abuse didn't last long. Less than 10 minutes after the reporters on the yacht started the live broadcast, all the voices of abuse and controversy were silenced. You have intruded into the waters of the islands under the jurisdiction of the Tianyu Group and seriously damaged the interests of the Tianyu Group. Now I will arrest you in accordance with the law. Please cooperate with the work. If you resist violently, we will not rule out using corresponding means to counterattack. System. No one on the ship paid attention to the warning that came over the radio. Whether they understand the Kyushu dialect or not remains aside. I understand that I don't have the heart to listen at this time, because a 2-meter-tall power armor, made entirely of metal and shining brightly in the sun, is floating right in front of the front deck of the yacht. Under the lens of all cameras, the 4 fluid-free engines behind this power armor spewed out light blue plasma streams, standing there silently, like a miracle. No, what the hell is this? Oh my god, Iron Man is out? According to him, this is something from Tianyu Group, right? I thought that Tianyu Group was awesome enough to come up with black technologies such as water of life and carbon-based crystals, but I didn't expect there were masters. Whose general is this? I was a little confused for a while. Can someone explain to me how this iron lump is suspended in the air? Don't ask, just ask that it's so powerful that bricks fly. Didn't you see the engine behind? No, that doesn't make sense. I see that the engines of fighter jets are all fucking loud, so why is the engine of this thing silent like a ghost? Who knows? Compared to an engine, I think the appearance of a power armor is more frightening. What does Tianyu Group mean now? Are they planning to detain all these people? The reporters at the scene quickly came to their senses after being stunned. I have to say that as reporters, these people are quite professional. After they reacted, they did not explain or ask anything. Instead, they raised their cameras and took pictures of the power armor cuckoo floating in the air. Boom! Powered armor fell on the deck of the yacht, making a heavy sound. Facing reporters who looked crazy and had forgotten what the situation was, they were frantically taking photos. Zhang Qingshan had obviously been prepared for this. The radio voice sounded again. Because you have broken into the waters of the islands under the jurisdiction of the Tianyu Group and seriously damaged the interests of the Tianyu Group. Now I will arrest you. Please cooperate with me. If you resist violently, we will not rule out using corresponding means. Counterattack. Before the broadcast ended, one of his hands had already landed on a camera not far from him. This camera worth hundreds of thousands didn't even have time to scream, and was crushed to pieces by the huge force of the power armor in an instant. No, you can't do this. This place is far more than 12 kilometers away from the island. It is high seas. You have no right to arrest us. Finally, a reporter came to his senses and quibbled loudly. Zhang Qingshan obviously had no intention of debating scripture with him and turned a deaf ear to it. He just looked at the cockpit of the yacht not far away and the bewildered captain, and raised his hand lightly. Poof! There was no sound of gunpowder exploding, no noise. A low, clear voice sounded from his wrist. What followed was that the entire bridge was completely destroyed. Even the captain in the bridge had a bloody streak on his face from the flying glass, and he knelt down without thinking. There are several young men with sharp eyes in suits and ties, and you can tell at a glance that they are not reporters. After seeing this, he subconsciously put his hands on his waist, as if he was about to take something out. But seeing the thick power armor, he was a little confused about whether to take out his weapons. That damn pistol doesn't look like it can break through these armors. However, just because they hesitated to take action does not mean that Zhang Qingshan will let them go. The combat assistance system of the powered armor immediately discovered their little movements. In Zhang Qingshan's field of vision, these people were instantly highlighted by a conspicuous red frame, with a note next to it. Armed personnel who have undergone strict military training are equipped with some type of pistol-type weapon, grenades, and a dagger. To prevent accidents, it is recommended to kill or arrest and disarm them so that they lose the ability to resist. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qingshan directly controlled the power installation machine and walked to several bodyguards in a few steps. He stretched out his hand with even the fingers covered with armor. Hand it over. Naturally, the few people were unwilling to hand over their guns. After hearing this, they began to act stupid, as if they didn't know why. Zhang Qingshan was also unmoved and just looked at them quietly. For a moment, the atmosphere on the ship seemed to suddenly become subtle. Although he had opened fire just now, after all, he only damaged some equipment on the ship and did not hurt anyone. No matter how you look at it, it sounds like a warning. To put it bluntly, there is still room for maneuver on this matter. But if someone is hurt, it will be difficult. Especially now that there are countless cameras nearby, transmitting this scene to the whole world. The tense atmosphere continues to spread, and this confrontation is actually a psychological game. The people on the opposite side were betting that Zhang Qingshan would not dare to use force against them in full view of the public. But they didn't know that Zhang Qingshan didn't care about using force at all. The reason why he repeatedly asked them to hand over their guns instead of subduing these people directly was purely because of the order given to him by Sui. Act big while the whole world is watching. Anyway, how can you express the awesomeness of power armor? He now wished that these people couldn't stand it anymore and took out their guns and pointed them at him to empty the magazines. But this group of people was obviously more cowardly than he thought. Although he didn't mean to hand over the gun, he didn't show any intention to fight back. He just stared at the power armor with his neck stiffened, as if he had some serious grievance. If you don't drink a toast, you will be fined. In this case, according to our Tanya Group safety and security regulations, you are suspected of carrying weapons and trying to sneak into the waters under the jurisdiction of our Tanya Group to launch a terrorist attack. As the Tanya Group's security team stationed on the island, Captain, you will be arrested according to the regulations. Once weapons are found on you, you will face more than 15 years in prison or the death penalty. Now, everyone squat down for me. Sure enough, when I heard about 15 years in prison or even the death penalty, several well-trained bodyguards almost stared out of their eyes. No, buddy, which country's laws are on your island? Is this still Blue Star? Why should I be shot if I have a gun? Sir, misunderstanding. We are the crew members protecting this ship, and our duty is to deal with pirates. The head bodyguard wanted to argue something else, but after he said a few words, he was slapped hard on the face by the power armor, and his whole body was sent flying away. After spinning around in the air, he hit the railing on the side and lost consciousness. Multiple warnings are ineffective and I will take coercive measures against you. The originally tense atmosphere was instantly ignited. These bodyguards are basically soldiers from the Northern Ocean Convention and have been on real battlefields. If you simply ask them to hand over their weapons and surrender, they will comply immediately if they persist. But this can easily lead to 15 years of imprisonment or even direct execution. Who can withstand this? As for whether this level of punishment is reasonable, that is not a question they can consider now. With the way Tanya Group does things, they might do something unreasonable. No one dares to bet their lives on whether others are crazy or not. If they don't fight back, they will be cowards. Bang, bang, bang. These people have excellent military literacy. After looking at each other, they rolled back almost at the same time, looking for cover nearby, and at the same time took out their pistols and loaded them at the speed of light. Then they fired directly at the power armor. After the smoke, the scene in front of them made them look a little desperate. After being hit by countless bullets, the power armor didn't even lose a bit of paint. Just standing there, motionless. Zhang Qingshan was not surprised at all. They have been training and studying the use of these power armors these days. The most critical one is how good the protective ability of this thing is. They used various weapons to test it. The conclusion is that the defensive ability of this thing is even more exaggerated than Sui mentioned roughly. Not to mention this small caliber pistol that is no different from a toy. Even if it is hit head-on by a single soldier rocket launcher, it will not cause any damage. So from beginning to end, Zhang Qingshan knew that these people were armed, but he did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing that the pistol bullets did not cause any damage to the power armor, without thinking, several bodyguards took out the grenades from behind the bunker, skillfully unplugged the pins, and calmed down. When the time was almost up, they shouted fire and threw it at the power armor without caring whether it would hurt the reporters around. Until this time, Zhang Qingshan, who had been motionless, made a move. But he just grabbed the grenade and threw it into the air beside. Boom! The grenade exploded in the air outside the ship's side, and the fragments hit the power armor like raindrops, making a ding-dong sound. As for the shock wave generated by the close-range air explosion, it couldn't even make the power armor shake. Several bodyguards showed despair in their eyes. Not to mention that they didn't bring any weapons for this special mission today. Even if they did bring them, they didn't think that the individual weapons they could bring could threaten this steel monster. Have you had enough of the trouble? Zhang Qingshan's calm voice came from the power armor, and the bodyguards who were hiding behind their respective bunkers to change magazines suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Without waiting for them to load the bullets again, Zhang Qingshan, who felt that he had almost loaded them, finally moved. The 4 fluidless engines behind him flashed, and the seemingly heavy power armor instantly sprinted 10 meters like a spring, grabbing a bodyguard's throat like a chicken and lifting him up. Then he flashed behind another bodyguard again and did the same. One in each hand, he immediately lifted 2 people. And the first bodyguard he caught didn't even need him to use any other means. The extreme load brought by the sudden acceleration of the power armor instantly made this person unconscious. In less than 10 seconds, including the man who was knocked unconscious just now, a total of 7 bodyguards were subdued. While Zhang Qingshan was showing his power here, dozens of speedboats on the other side were also stopped. In front of the speedboat group, a power armor was quietly suspended in the air, looking down at the ants on the ship like a god. This is the island waters under the jurisdiction of Tianyu Group. If you continue to move forward, it will be equivalent to invading the territorial waters of the dead. I will open fire directly. As he spoke, the seal on the shoulder of the power armor was opened, revealing rows of micro-missiles inside. At the same time, a set of fully automatic Gatling machine guns installed behind the armor slowly turned their heads and aimed at the ships below under the operation of the motor. The powerful load-bearing capacity of the power armor and the many hooks on the back are very suitable for modification. The 2 drivers who chose this power armor were obviously in the late stage of firepower phobia. After asking Sui for permission to modify it, they directly installed a set of motor-controlled steering and aiming equipment and a 6-barrel Gatling gun on the back of the armor. Along with it was an ammunition box that could hold thousands of bullets. These things hung on the back of the power armor looked like the power armor was carrying a skull bag. In fact, it was not very coordinated, but it was surprisingly useful, and it performed outstandingly in normal training. When facing these ordinary people who had never seen power armor, the deterrent power was fully pulled. Under the pressure, these islanders who were reluctant to be forced to come here surrendered without a second thought. They didn't even think about running away. Damn, Tianyu Group has made Iron Man? To be honest, although this thing is very powerful, it is still not as awesome as Iron Man in the movie. The armor looks like a person wearing armor. The power armor of Tianyu Group looks much more bloated. The height is estimated to be about 2.2 to 2.3 meters. Normal people can't be so tall. It should be that the internal equipment takes up a certain amount of space, so the armor has to be made bigger. But the movie is fake, this thing is real. Yes, it's too outrageous. What kind of black technology is this at Sui at Tianyu Group? Boss, come and popularize it for us. This is not just a black technology, I feel that there are too many black technologies on it. Apart from other things, this thing looks like it must weigh at least 1 or 2 tons, but those small engines can make it float in the air, and the acceleration is even more outrageous, and the eyes can't see clearly. There are many other technologies, I don't understand at all. Let me do it. I'm in Kyushu, I just got off the plane, and I'm working illegally in a domestic aircraft engine research institute. I don't understand other things, but I still have some say about these engines. The engine on this power armor looks completely different from our current mainstream aircraft engines. There is no obvious spray mark when accelerating. It looks very much like a fluidless engine. It's just that I can't understand what kind of technology can make a fluidless engine so small and still guarantee such a large output power. According to my simple calculation, the weight of this power armor is assumed to be 1 ton. If you want the armor to achieve such a maneuverable effect, the thrust of these 4 engines combined is probably, to use a description that everyone understands but is not so rigorous, it should be no less than 100,000 horsepower. How much? These little things, you told me that the thrust is 100,000 horsepower? Wow, if this is installed on my car, according to the theory that a strong brick can fly, wouldn't my car be able to fly into the sky? If it really has 100,000 horsepower, theoretically it should be possible. Of course, it's easy to fly up, but I don't know how to get down. It is recommended to leave a few parachutes on the car when modifying it to prevent accidents. I I found a blind spot. There seems to be a device similar to a magnetic track on the arm of this power armor. In connection with the fact that he raised his hand and fired to destroy the cab before, but there was no gun in his hand. I guess this is most likely an electromagnetic weapon that has been miniaturized to the extreme. +1, I also noticed that the electromagnetic weapon has been miniaturized to this extent and can be used as a firearm. This technology can only be said to be a bit too awesome. Damn, why did I suddenly feel that the world's technology has advanced for 1,000 years but I didn't take it with me when I woke up? Damn, it turns out that I am not the only one who feels this way. What the hell, where are you going? Is this still Blue Star? If these reporters hadn't originally broadcast Live for the Black Sky Group, I wouldn't have believed that what they broadcast was true. I just checked the internet. Wow, those people on the internet are even more confused than us. They even talked about mechanical deification. Some people said that the Sky Group is a company favored by the god of technology and must not be provoked. Even so, there are still many people who really believe it. It's funny. I don't think it's impossible. Boss, the natives of Kongdao and all the reporters who followed them have been arrested. They are now on their way back to the island. What should we do next? In Jiang Qing's office, Sui listened to Zhang Qingshan's report and gave a blank answer. After surrendering their weapons, we will find a place to temporarily lock them up. Anyway, someone will come to redeem them soon. There is no need to come back specially. Be sure to keep a close eye on them. No one is allowed to leave the island before receiving my order. Okay. Zhang Qingshan's answer was simple and straightforward. He gave a few more instructions and asked him to arrange for someone to drive the power armor around the island around the clock in the near future, and then hung up the phone. After all, the island has limited facilities now, and even a radar has not been installed yet. Sui asked the power armor to patrol the surroundings around the clock, which is actually using this thing as a radar temporarily. After all, the radar system carried on the power armor has a detection range of more than 200 kilometers, and even the most advanced stealth fighters in the world today cannot hide within the range. In a sense, it is much more powerful than many current ground radar stations. The only problem is that the detection range is a bit small. So in addition to the power armor, Sui also let a landing craft float into space more than 1,000 kilometers above the ground, using the radar on it to monitor the safety issues around the island at all times. Landing craft is originally the equipment used by the army of another world to forcibly land on other planets. There is naturally a ground detection radar on it. These radars are extremely accurate and have an extremely exaggerated detection range. The landing craft is monitoring the area within a radius of 5,000 kilometers around the island. Some weapons on the boat that are specially designed to attack ground targets are turned on all day long. Once Sui feels that something is wrong and even the power armor may not be able to withstand it, it is the time for the landing craft in the sky to directly transform into the Rod of God and start calling the roll. 2 landing crafts, one is floating in the sky over the island, and the other is now floating over Jiangqing. No one in the world realizes that there are 2 swords of Damocles floating above everyone's head. Sir, the people on the internet seem to be very interested in your power armor. I think if you want to use this equipment for strategic deterrence, you can release some parameters appropriately. What do you think? Tianshu's voice suddenly sounded. Sui agreed without thinking. In fact, even if Tianshu didn't say it, he was ready to do so. Sui is essentially a person who is very afraid of trouble, so many times when others offend him, he kills the whole family to avoid trouble from all the aunts and uncles in the future. This time, he deliberately exposed the good thing of power armor, mainly to avoid a little trouble in the future. Otherwise, for this little thing at the moment, he has at least 10 ways to deal with it without exposing any black technology. But if that's the case, if it's handled now, there will only be more and bigger troubles waiting for him in the future. For example, the Western Camp or the North Pacific Treaty Organization will directly go to war on this ground. So since the original purpose is to deter, then it is natural to deter to the end. Show people where his confidence comes from. WTF. I need to know what these iron lumps are. In a spacious office in the capital of a small country in the north of the Ozhu Alliance, an old man in military uniform smashed the tablet in his hand to pieces. This is the headquarters of the North Ocean Treaty Organization, and it is also the bridgehead for the Bald Eagle to control the Ozhu Alliance militarily. This action against the Tianyu group was also planned from here. The old man who was furious at this time was named John Kretsch, a 4-star general of the Bald Eagle Empire. He is also the current head of the North Ocean Treaty Organization. According to the original plan, once this group of people successfully landed on the island today, they would be able to greatly damage the development of the Tianyu group on that island, and they would be able to manipulate the Ozhu Alliance to threaten the Tianyu group to return the island. If the landing failed, these people were driven away or intercepted. The North Ocean Treaty Organization can use this as an excuse to launch a military operation under the banner of justice to recapture the island. Of course, they don't care about an island at all. The purpose of the Bald Eagle from the beginning was to discuss the Tianya Group and prove something to the Tianya Group. That is, unless Sui and Tianya Group intend to stay in Juzhu for the rest of their lives, they will have to bow to them and obediently offer the good things of Tianya Group as a token of their loyalty. As long as Tianya Group is willing to bow, what does an island mean? Compared with the inestimable value of the water of life and the trillion-dollar market of carbon-based crystal technology, let alone this small island of dozens of square kilometers. As long as Sui is willing to throw himself into the arms of their western camp now, they can find a reason to give Sui a territory in a minute by pointing to any area on the world map except the territories of the western camp and the powerful countries such as Juzhu Big Bear. According to their idea, after taking back the island that Sui easily got, they will see Sui's idea of having a territory overseas and ask him to exchange it with technology. Sui will most likely not refuse again. However, the appearance of these two power armors has completely disrupted all their preparations and plans. The person has been detained by Tianya Group, and was detained in front of countless people around the world during a live broadcast. If they still follow the previous plan, they should hold a press conference now to severely condemn Tianya Group and Sui. Then use the media resources at hand to promote Tianya Group as an evil company like the Umbrella Company and Resident Evil, and finally announce that the Great Bald Eagle Empire and the Great North Pacific Treaty Organization will never tolerate the existence of such an evil company. For the sake of world peace, send troops. Then naturally, the fleet will be dispatched and the troops will be at the gates of the city. Let Sui, a yellow-haired boy, see the strength of the old empire. Ideals are full, but reality is cruel. They have no idea about the performance of these two power armors. And from the pictures sent back, they also got a very terrifying message. That is, the engine thrust of these power armors is terrifyingly large. If the internal structure design of the power armor does not have fatal flaws, once this thing is released to fly, the speed is probably a bit scary. At least the air defense systems on their warships that haven't been updated for more than a decade probably can't stop it. This is a big problem. Letting an outsider enter the warship is nothing. But if this person is supersonic, and even the armor mounted can resist any individual weapon, that would be a big problem. It is no exaggeration to say that once such an individual gets on board, he can easily kill all the living people on the ship and directly seize the warship. As the world's #1 power, John dared not imagine what it would be like if the warship was seized on the battlefield. So after getting angry, he still admitted his mistake decisively. The follow-up of the plan was directly cancelled. What? Those reporters were arrested, and those islanders were also repatriated? Why are you looking at me? It has nothing to do with our North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I didn't arrest them. Send troops? There is no such thing. Anyway, before their warships actually arrive in that area, they can distance themselves from this matter and pretend that nothing happened. The disgusting tricks of the Bald Eagle have ceased. It is estimated that they will not have any inappropriate thoughts after they figure out the parameters of the power armor. But Sui's actions on the island have just begun. That night, Sui entered the trading space again. It has been more than 10 days since the last transaction with Bailu. In the middle, Sui and Wei Wei completed a weekly fixed transaction, but because Bailu has no fixed transactions for the time being, they just traded some intelligent security robots. The function of this thing is actually quite limited, so there is no picture. But last time, because a batch of magic crops on the farm matured, he directly gave Bailu 1,000 tons of magic ingredients. In addition to these useless robots, Sui also ordered a big guy from Bailu, which was highly recommended by Bailu. Sui also found it very useful after reading the parameters solid planet mining machine. This thing is used by people in Bailu's world for planetary mining operations. The function is extremely powerful and comprehensive. It is said that if you dig at all costs, you can dig the entire planet into pits and pits in 10 years at most, completely changing the topography of a planet. It's awesome. The most important thing is that this thing can not only mine, but also mine. It can even synthesize various finished products with the ore dug in according to needs. For example, if you want to build a house now, you need items such as steel bars and cement, and the underground deposits here are rich in these things. That would be great. While the mining machine is digging in front, you can follow behind to get the raw materials and start building. If you have another machine large building construction module, then the speed will become extremely terrifying. In Bailu's words, they encountered a new planet over there. Even if this planet is not very habitable, as long as the conditions are not so extreme, throwing these two sets of things on it can create a large habitable area on the planet in just 10 years. Sui's current need is just to quickly transform the island. and then completely transform the island into what he wants, and become the real headquarters of Tanyu Group. With these two things, it is naturally not a problem. The 1,000 tons of magic crops were mainly exchanged for these two machines. These things are not difficult to get in their world. The cost of interstellar voyages is extremely high. Most of the time, these large machines are disposable. Many people who discover new planets will purchase these equipment, either for mining or for transforming the entire planet. After they are done, they are directly thrown on the planet because of transportation costs. New ones need to be bought, but don't buy too many second-hand ones. Not to mention the far ones. There is a planetary mining machine and a set of large building manufacturing modules on another planet called Molten Iron Star not far from the Kingya star where Bailu is. It is said that a resource-based giant company spent a lot of money to buy it. It was thought that there were a large number of precious metals on the lava star that could be collected and it could make a lot of money. As a result, it was discovered halfway through that there was not much metal on the planet before, and it was mined out in a few days. Other metals are very rich, but they are all copper, iron, silver, aluminum and other things. Using this equipment to mine these most basic metal materials is a big loss. Therefore, the company directly sealed the planetary mining machine and threw it on the molten iron planet. The large-scale building manufacturing module that was prepared to build a city for workers to live in for a long time was also thrown on it. This matter was quite a big deal in the galaxy where Bailu was at that time, and it was a well-known lost case. Before, Sui had been worrying about how to quickly enlarge the small island through land reclamation, how to quickly change the situation on the island, and turn the island into the core headquarters of Tanyu Group. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of any good way. It is feasible to use the sand-blowing ships on Blue Star to slowly fill it up, but if he wants to meet his requirements, the construction period will be 3 to 5 years, and there will probably be constant harassment from various forces in the middle. After the land reclamation is completed, a large city will be built on the island according to his idea, and it will not be enough for a few years. If you want to achieve your goal, if you use other black technology, it will be a major project of more than 10 years if you only rely on the existing technology of Blue Star. So he mentioned this to Bailu and asked her if she had any such equipment that could solve the problem. Sui didn't have high expectations. After all, they have entered the interstellar era. Why would they spend so much effort on land reclamation? But he didn't expect that after asking, there was actually a planetary mining machine that could meet his needs. Of course, if the people in their world knew that someone used a planetary mining machine to reclaim land, they would probably scold him for being arrogant and wasting resources. Have you brought everything? Sui asked impatiently as soon as they met. Of course I brought it. Don't you see who I am? Bailu patted his chest, which was of astonishing size, and said proudly, "You will never imagine that I have an unexpected discovery this time. In the abandoned mine of Molten Iron Star, I not only found the planetary mining machine and a whole set of sealed large-scale building manufacturing modules, but also found a whole X7674 special alloy production line. X7674 special alloy is the alloy used for the armor used for defense in those power armors given to you. While the strength and toughness are more than 10 times that of normal steel, the weight of X7674 special alloy is less than 1/5 of steel. Even in our world, it is a high-quality alloy with a wide range of uses. Of course, on the way there, I studied the industries that this giant company was planning on the Molten Iron Star at that time. They are mainly trying to mine a metal substance called superconducting metal on the molten iron planet. This superconducting metal is very special. Although it is not as widely used as the X7674 special alloy, it is widely used in various machinery. The core part of the prosthesis is more than 100 times worth the same weight as the X7674 special alloy. Superconducting metal ore is different from ordinary iron ore. Most of the time, it can only exist under the surface of the Earth, because long-term exposure to various electromagnetic storms in the universe will cause the superconducting metal to lose its properties and become a pile of scrap iron. And because where the superconducting metal itself exists, there will be an extremely strong magnetic field, and almost any survey equipment is not easy to use, so collecting this metal basically depends on luck. The giant company that was interested in the Molten Iron Star at that time was called Galaxy Heavy Industries. After many investigations, they discovered that there were superconducting metal mines on the planet, and then invited many related experts. After nearly 20 years of research, survey, but never dared to directly purchase equipment for excavation. In the end, because the company had a big problem and was on the verge of bankruptcy, we had to give it a try and bet on the existence of a large amount of superconducting metal on the Molten Iron Star. The final result, as I told you before, is of course not good. After the planetary mining machine was sent to the Molten Iron Star, it only worked for less than a year and mined out all the superconducting metal on it. The money earned from superconducting metal was not even enough to repay the capital. Galaxy Heavy Industries declared bankruptcy and reorganization overnight. As a result, the mining work of molten iron star was directly suspended indefinitely, and all the workers above were laid off. Gone. That is, the planetary mining machine and large-scale building manufacturing modules were too large and difficult to transport, so they were directly sealed on the planet after that, and no one has touched them again. Unless a new ore-rich planet is discovered nearby, or there is a planet with less extreme conditions that needs to be transformed, the fate of these two machines is to mold on the molten iron star and eventually become one with the molten iron star. Bai Lu shrugged. This X7674 special alloy production line should be a byproduct of Galaxy Heavy Industries' mining of superconducting metals. After all, there are indeed many other types of metals on this planet. After all, it would be a bit of a waste to only mine superconducting metals and leave other metals alone. It would definitely be a loss to transport this kind of ordinary metal through interstellar routes. It's money, but if you process the original ordinary metal into X7674 special alloy directly on the molten iron star and sell it, although you won't make much, you will still make some money. The raw materials required for the X7674 special alloy are actually not complicated. They are probably made of aluminum, iron, and some rarer metals in special proportions. The raw materials are available all over the universe and are not difficult to find. You should not be able to find them. You can use it when you take it back. So this is a bonus. Sui half joked. Bela didn't like this thing, but it was too attractive to him. X7674 special alloy, in Bai Lu's words, can only be regarded as a relatively common alloy in their world, and its uses in all aspects are very similar to basic items such as steel. There's nothing particularly outstanding about it, but this also means that there are no obvious shortcomings. This thing is useful no matter what you do. Coincidentally, with Blue Star's current technological level, Sui really doesn't need that kind of alloy that is outstanding in certain aspects, but has very obvious shortcomings and has very limited uses. This kind of bucket alloy that can be used for any purpose is very suitable. So although he half-jokingly asked if this was a gift, that was all he said. He will definitely have no shortage of things that should be given to others. However, what he didn't expect was that Bai Lu actually listened to these words. After hearing this, she waved her hands indifferently and said, "Anyway, the trading space is infinite, so it's easy to bring these. Just give them to you. There's no point in keeping them. And the gifts don't stop there." In addition to the complete production line of X7674 special alloy, I also found a lot of finished products of various metals in the warehouse of their abandoned base. Among them, the X7674 special alloy alone contains no less than 5 million tons, which was excavated and refined. There are 1 billion tons of good steel, 2.3 billion tons of copper, and 3.1 billion tons of aluminum. I don't bother to report the other metals that don't exceed 1 billion tons. There are still a lot of them anyway. In addition, there are a huge amount of various industrial raw materials, such as sulfuric acid and nitric acid, which are countless. I don't know if this stuff is valuable to you. Anyway, I have gone there, and the trading space is still infinite. Yes, I brought them all to you. With that said, she handed a list to Sui. Here's the list. Take a look at it yourself. I guess this should be the last batch of mineral deposits dug out before the bankruptcy and reorganization of Galaxy Heavy Industries. Most of them have not been made into alloys through the X7674 special alloy assembly line. The 5 million tons of alloys are probably because the quantity is too small, and had no intention of transporting them away, so they were all thrown on top. Sui looked at the list and couldn't help but swallowed. The billion tons of steel almost blinded him. What is this concept? The annual steel production in Kyushu is only about 1 billion tons, which is already more than half of the world's steel production. He picked up so much for nothing at this time. It can be said that he made a lot of money. The 2.3 billion tons of copper and 3.1 billion tons of aluminum at the back are even more outrageous. The annual copper production of the entire Blue Star is only more than 20 million tons. He got 2.3 billion tons this time. This means that all the copper on Blue Star for the next 100 years will be in his hands. Not to mention aluminum, the production on Blue Star is not as good as copper. Not to mention a lot of other metals. Among them, there are 200 million tons of finished silver alone. In addition to being used as currency in ancient times and jewelry in modern times, this thing is also an extremely excellent industrial raw material and conductor. It is very valuable on Blue Star. It is no exaggeration to say that Sui can be rich enough to rival a country with these things alone. And this is just a gift from a transaction with Bai Lu. Look at Bai Lu's indifferent expression. Obviously, for them, these resources are nothing at all. It can only be said that they are worthy of being a civilization that can carry out interstellar navigation. Such basic resources are not taken seriously at all. The reason why Blue Star lacks these things is that it is trapped on a small planet and cannot leave. If they had mature interstellar mineral collection technology like their world, that would probably not take these resources seriously. Compared to a small planet, the vast universe is still too rich. Mr. Lin is a very busy man. How come you have time to come to see me again? After the transaction was completed, Sui, who had just returned to Blue Star, received a call from Mr. Lin. Old man Lin didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Boy, what do you want to do with that island? How? That's my territory. Of course I'll transform the island environment and develop it. Sui shrugged. He was too lazy to lie about this matter and directly stated his purpose. I plan to build a city here that belongs exclusively to Tanya Group, a big city that has never existed in human history. In the future, it will be distributed to employees of Tanya Group as employee benefits. Tisk. Old man Lin didn't know what his brain circuit was, but he was still amazed, and then couldn't help reminding. Although you have passed this level this time, the North Pacific Treaty Organization will definitely not give up, or the Bald Eagle Empire behind them will definitely not give up. This is just a test. There will be more and more tests like this in the future. Are you sure you are ready to deal with it? In addition, I have to remind you again that less than 400 nautical miles away from your island, there is an overseas base of the Bald Eagle, which is a base integrating the Navy, Army, and Air Force. It has more than 8,000 troops stationed there, and there are 3 Burke-class destroyers stationed there for a long time. There are even submarines docked inside, but the exact number is unknown. In addition, the base is also stationed with at least 80 F-35 fighters and an Army synthetic battalion. Once you completely break up with the Bald Eagle and the relationship deteriorates, their Air Force will be able to fly over your head within an hour, the Navy ships will be able to reach the coastline of your small broken island within a day, and the Army transported by amphibious assault ships will be able to land directly the next day. Are you sure you want to invest a lot of money in the transformation of that island now? Old man, I can tell you the truth, that place is not safe at all. Otherwise it will be a little bit changed and turned into a tourist destination. With your relationship with Tanya Group, as long as the price is reasonable and you do a good job of environmental protection and services, there will definitely be a lot of people who will go there for tourism in China, and you will still make a lot of money. Old man Lin's words are sincere. It is indeed an objective problem with Suyuxian's island. It is very close to the overseas base of the Bald Eagle, and Sui already knew it before. He is also very clear that this thing is a pit left for him by the Ozhu Alliance. This can be regarded as a traditional skill of the old Biden of the Ozhu Alliance. After the colonies were dismembered by the Bald Eagle and the Bear in the last century, the countries in the Ozhu Alliance that relied on their ancestors to burn, kill, and plunder and become rich only have the ability to disgust people. As time goes by, when doing anything, it has become the instinct of the old bitches of the Ozhu Alliance to disgust the transaction object or even a completely irrelevant third party. This is reflected vividly in the problem of this island. Of course, they have more and larger islands that are closer to the overseas base of the Bald Eagle. Using this kind of island can definitely exchange more water of life from Sui. But they just don't do this, that is, they want to sell an island that is only a few hundred nautical miles away from the important overseas base of the Bald Eagle to Sui. The main point is not only to disgust Sui, but also to disgust a wave of Bald Eagles. Although the military of the Ozhu Alliance was controlled by the Bald Eagle, the two were not of the same mind at all. It was not surprising to make trouble for each other. And Sui, who was disgusted. To put it bluntly, he didn't care about this at all. 400 nautical miles apart? No hurry, it will only be a few hundred nautical miles apart in a few days. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I know all this and have already prepared for it. Since people kindly made suggestions, Sui would not say something like I knew it a long time ago and I still need you to remind me. Are you referring to those iron lumps? Old man Lin finally said the purpose of calling. Boy, tell me honestly, what the hell is that? Power armor, the latest product developed by Artania Technology, but it has not been mass-produced yet, and it seems to be quite effective at present. Sui didn't mean to lie to him. Anyway, if you ask me, I will answer you. Even if you dare to ask me what the parameters of this thing are, I dare to answer you. But if you want a finished product, I'm sorry, I can't give you a little. It's not that Sui is stingy. He only has 10 power armors, which are not enough for himself, so how can he sell more? What effect can this thing have? As expected, Old Man Lin continued to ask questions. He obviously came with a mission. The effect is just average. It can only withstand 155 howitzers, and the flight speed exceeds 6 times the speed of sound. It can go up to the sky and into the water. It can even fly directly into space. Sui said casually. Hiss. The sound of Old Man Lin sucking in a breath of cold air came from the other end of the phone, followed by the old man's questioning. What about the endurance? How long can the endurance last? Is the power source a fluid-free engine? Where does the energy come from? Is it some kind of new battery? Sui knew that such a professional question could not be asked by this old man, and he was speechless. I say, old man, you might as well let the people next to you ask these things. You can't understand them even if I tell you. Okay, then I'll let him ask. This is a senior researcher at the Juzhu Weaponry Institute, named Jinghua, who is only a few years older than you. You young people should be able to get along well. Old Man Lin quickly handed over the phone. Mr. Su, it's an honor to talk to you. To be honest, after watching the relevant video that day, our Weaponry Institute has always been very interested in the power armor displayed by your company, and we have some speculations, but because we haven't dealt with each other before and are not familiar with each other, I took the liberty to ask Mr. Lin to come to you for verification. Please don't mind. The young man named Jinghua spoke very politely, without any arrogance of being in a high position. Well, about those questions, what I can tell you is that the 4 engines are all fluid-free engines. As for the energy source and the endurance, it's not easy to reveal what the energy source is. The endurance, under continuous normal use, does not need to be replenished for at least a year. Isn't it some kind of battery? No, it's impossible for a battery to have such a high energy density. Could it be that? Experts see the doorway, while laymen see the excitement. If it was Old Man Lin, he probably just listened to what Sui said and didn't know what it meant. But Jinghua, as a senior researcher at the Weaponry Research Institute, is obviously a top boss in the industry. He guessed something in an instant, hesitated a little and said cautiously, nuclear. I guess so, but it's probably a little different from what you guessed. Nuclear energy is also divided into nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. But if it's nuclear fission, it's hard for Jinghua to imagine what kind of technology can compress the reactor to such a small size while ensuring that radiation does not leak out. You can't just ignore the radiation, right? Then this powered armor driver has to be disposable. So, it can only be nuclear fusion? Thinking of this, he was stunned for a moment. This is wrong. Damn Blue Star. The mainstream countries and organizations that are currently researching nuclear fusion have not even managed to commercialize normal nuclear fusion. Are you already able to use nuclear fusion as a small palm-sized battery? No matter how you look at it, this doesn't make sense. In most fields, making things big is not a skill, making things small is real skill. This is true for wafer manufacturing processes, and of course it is also true for nuclear power reactors. In this era when even small fission reactors are larger than a house, the sudden appearance of a fusion reactor that can be used as a battery is still a bit too advanced. So much so that Jinghua, as a senior researcher at Kyushu Ordnance Research Institute, has truly access to the most cutting-edge technology and is well informed. After realizing that this was a fusion reactor, they were stunned for a while, and then said, Mr. Su, are you really kidding? The power armor uses a miniature fusion reactor. I didn't say anything about the fusion reactor. Su-yi chuckled and said, Professor Zheng, please stop talking nonsense. However, this thing does have something to do with nuclear energy. It was accidentally created by researchers from our TNU Science and Technology Research Institute. Some of the more significant things derived from it are not mature yet. We will wait until we understand the technology thoroughly. Once you understand it, it's time to announce it. Sui never mentioned nuclear fusion from beginning to end, but what he was talking about was already obvious to Jinghua. Jinghua immediately said excitedly, Is it true? Your company has really overcome the problem of commercializing nuclear fusion? Nuclear fusion has been developed for decades, and some technologies are actually relatively mature. It's completely controllable. After all, that uncontrollable thing is called a hydrogen bomb. But controllability does not mean success. Whether something can be commercialized depends on input and output. Current controllable nuclear fusion technology requires more energy to operate than it produces. Such nuclear fusion has no universal significance at all. At least the output energy must be higher than the input energy to achieve controllable commercial nuclear fusion. Being able to enter the market will allow all mankind to have inexhaustible clean energy. Blue Star is currently stuck at this last hurdle. I'd like to reiterate, I didn't say, these are all made up in your head. Sui replied calmly, but by the look on his face, Jinghua was already convinced of his guess. In fact, Sui didn't want to hide the good things on purpose. The main reason is that he has no real nuclear fusion technology. Even the fusion reactor in the power armor is built into the armor. Even what I said just now was just that since Balo had such a thing, they would be able to master the nuclear fusion technology sooner or later. It's completely impossible to determine the time. Of course, it's not easy to boast about when it will be in Haikau now. Seeing this, he decisively changed the subject. By the way, I have a good thing here. I want to ask if the official is interested. Oh, what? Jinghua's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally discovered that anything that Suyudo calls good is definitely a real good. The latest product developed by our Tianyu Group is X7674 Special Alloy. You may not think that the name sounds ordinary, but in fact this is a real black technology. We can develop the power armor, and it plays a huge role. Want to hear the details? Jinghua suddenly became interested. A special alloy whose strength and toughness are more than 10 times that of normal steel, but its weight is less than 1/5 of the same volume of steel. Sui briefly talked about the most basic data of the X7674 special alloy, and then asked, I wonder if the official is not interested. Of course interested. Jinghua was so anxious that he almost slapped his thigh. The strength and toughness are more than 10 times that of steel, and the weight is light. What kind of Zenith Star technology is this? If the price is right and the output is sufficient, it is no exaggeration to say that this alloy alone will be enough to completely change many current industries. If the car uses this special alloy, the strength of the car body will be extremely high. If there is any car accident in the future, the death rate will be greatly reduced. If steel bars made of this alloy are used to replace ordinary steel bars when building houses, the safety and lifespan of the house will be greatly improved. If used in the military, it would be even more awesome. Assuming that the original curb weight of a main battle tank is 50 tons, then after using this special alloy and ignoring the weight of some internal facilities, the weight can be reduced to 10 without reducing the defense power but increasing it. Ton. What is the concept of a main battle tank with only 10 tons? Meaning it's lighter. Bah, that's bullshit. This means that many places that main battle tanks could not go before can now go after reducing the weight. The most typical ones are areas such as mountains and wetlands. Because of its own exaggerated weight, the main battle tank can actually be used in very limited places. The basic application scenario can only be on the plains. If you want to fight in the mountains or other environments with complex terrain, you need to design some other light tanks separately. If used in the Air Force, then the takeoff weight of the fighter will be greatly reduced under the condition of unchanged engine thrust, which will undoubtedly greatly increase the endurance and speed. The speed is too fast and the pilot can't bear it? It's not a big problem, just use a drone. It actually has the same effect when used on naval ships. Enhance defense and reduce weight. This can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of almost all modern weapons and equipment. After Jinghua briefly reviewed the uses of the X7674 special alloy in his mind, he decisively said, yes, as long as this alloy is as good as you said. No, it doesn't even need to be as good as you said, as long as it has half the effect, and the price is not too exaggerated, we will take it. How much X7674 special alloy can Mr. Su sell, and what is the approximate price? If it is convenient to tell me, I can also apply to my superiors for a proposal on bulk purchase of X7674 special alloy. As long as the samples you provide are verified, I guarantee that the proposal will be passed as quickly as possible. Price and quantity. Sui thought for a moment and laughed directly. You guys should send someone to talk to our manager about the price, so I can't disclose it here. As for the quantity, I can only say that I have as much as you want. Of course, it is an exaggeration to say that we can have as much as we want. The actual situation is that the smelting method of X7674 special alloy is very complicated, and many relatively rare elements need to be added. These things are not lacking on Blue Star, all of them are available. He can gather the raw materials through procurement. Even the most important and most consumed iron, he still has 1 billion tons here, and he can go to Bailu to get some after using it up. For Bailu, this thing is probably not worth much at all. But the presence of other materials on Blue Star does not mean that there is no shortage. What is lacking is still lacking. He also needs to purchase to gather the raw materials needed for manufacturing. This is the key to limiting production. As for production efficiency, if there is no shortage of raw materials, the output of the X7674 special alloy production line that Bailu gave him can reach more than 100,000 tons per day. If it is from the perspective of pure steel, this should not be considered particularly exaggerated, but if it is from the perspective of producing this special alloy, that's too fast. This is even the normal production speed. If the efficiency can be maximized, this production line alone can produce more than 500,000 tons of X7674 special alloy a day. Of course, the energy consumption will also be very high, and the small fusion reactor that powers the production line may not last long. However, he estimated that even the Jushu officials could not afford all of this, so he said that he would give them as much as they wanted. After hanging up the phone, Jinghua was still thinking about these alloys. He didn't care about the occasion and asked Old Man Lin to lend him his study. He turned on the computer and started editing files. First, the news about the X7674 special alloy was passed up layer by layer. Then he recorded the conversation with Sui tonight word for word, and sent the audio file of the call and the recording device to the higher relevant departments. But Sui didn't think about these. Compared with these gadgets such as special alloys, he was more interested in the planetary mining machine and large building manufacturing module that he had just received. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, close to the early morning, which was actually quite late. But after he got the two big toys, he didn't feel sleepy at all. After a little hesitation, he took Xingen and Yuling out. He found a remote and open place for the landing craft to turn on the stealth mode and land, then boarded the landing craft and headed straight for his island. "You pulled us out so late, did you trade for something good?" Yuling looked at the clouds that kept interweaving under his feet and the city that flashed by occasionally, and it was not difficult to guess that Sui had brought something good. "After you came here, although you knew that there were things like nuclear bombs in the technological system, and their power was extremely terrifying, you had never seen them, so you probably couldn't clearly understand what advantages technological civilization had in addition to being a little more advanced than you in humanities. Tonight I will let you see what the top technological creations are." This was not Suyi's conjecture. In fact, whether it is Yuling or Xinghen, their evaluation of Blue Star is basically that life here is much more convenient than in the magic world, and there are many new and novel gadgets. In terms of combat power, they only heard that there is a thing called Mushroom Egg, which is very powerful. If you throw one at random, even the god of magic will kneel down and shout awesome. But it is still difficult for people to imagine things they have never seen through their imagination. Therefore, for the advantages of technological civilization compared to their side, even Yuling, who has been here for so long, probably only thinks that under technological civilization, the gap between people is far less than that in the magic world. In addition, that's all. And now, Sui is ready to show them what really awesome technology looks like. The speed of the landing craft in the cloud layer is already very fast. With any acceleration, the flight speed exceeds 18 times the speed of sound. This is still the speed of flying in the atmosphere. If the flight distance is increased a little bit and goes to an area with thinner air, the speed will be even more exaggerated. At such an exaggerated speed, the landing craft took less than 5 minutes to reach Suyi's destination. It took nearly 2 minutes to accelerate and decelerate. It was quite fast. Because of the time difference, it was only dark on the island. Sui looked down at the island from the air. Zhang Qingshan and other security team members were guiding the Tianya group staff on the island to board and evacuate. As soon as he came out of the trading space, he told Tianchu all the items he got from the transaction. After Tianchu calculated, he suggested that he should quickly use the planetary mining machine and large-scale building manufacturing modules to quickly transform the island. Cook the rice. Let those people in the West have nothing to say. After all, when you sold the island to them a few days ago, the island was only 50 square kilometers. Overnight, it became a huge island of hundreds or even thousands of square kilometers. If you say that this thing is yours, it may be a bit too outrageous. That was why, before Sui arrived or even set off, Tianchu had already guessed his intention and ordered Zhang Qingshan and other security personnel and other employees stationed on the island to leave the island as soon as possible. That's why Sui saw the employees boarding the ship and waiting to leave when he first arrived. Of course, whether such means can be used to make those white people in the West stay quiet and stop making trouble, Sui doesn't really care. He rushed here so quickly, mainly to see what these two good things that even Bai Lu strongly recommended are, and how good the effect is. This is just like when boys were young, they all loved to watch excavators, and they would not feel bored even if they squatted and watched them for an afternoon. He was purely curious about the steel behemoths in the other world full of mechanical aesthetics. And these two things obviously would not disappoint him. Especially the planetary mining machine. After all the employees of Tianya Group on the island boarded the ship and left, Sui took out the planetary mining machine. The large-scale building manufacturing module is composed of countless fully automatic engineering machines, and a single machine is actually not that big. But the planetary mining machine is different. The planetary mining machine, which is more than 600 meters high and 2,700 meters long and 1,400 meters wide respectively, is a real steel behemoth. With a flash of light, this huge machine slowly appeared on the sea surface. Until the countless mechanical arms supporting the mining machine stood firm on the seabed, the water depth of more than 120 meters could not even wet the torso of the mining machine. The shape of the planetary mining machine is very special. The overall proportions look very flat, like a giant beetle. But the countless mechanical arms extending from the side make it look a bit like a big, flat but not that long centipede. Not only the posture, but also the way it works are very similar to some insects. The huge collection port is at the front end, and the buckets and gears like teeth are rotating rapidly in it. Wherever they pass, it is faster than insects chewing leaves. The main feature is to eat it all. One bite will create a huge gap that is thousands of meters wide and thousands of meters long. It can cause seawater to flow back in an instant, so that the originally calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent. Inside the mining machine is a very complex refining equipment, which can melt everything it eats into what it wants according to the basic settings. For example, ordinary sand can be quickly refined and recast into hard stone, and calcium-rich corals can be melted into lime cement and other items by adding other elements. Things that are difficult to refine because of insufficient raw materials will eventually be treated as waste slag and stored inside the mining machine. They will be spit out after reaching the designated area. In other words, during this short period of eating, digesting, and spitting, not only can the area of the island be expanded, but also a large amount of raw materials needed for construction can be refined. Facts have proved that the speed of mining by the planetary mining machine is indeed amazing. Originally a good island here, in less than half an hour, it was eaten up by the planetary mining machine, without even a hair left. Behind the planetary mining machine, the things eaten were basically refined into various stones, and spit out in the form of waste, and stacked in a very regular manner at the original place. Most of them are still underwater. After all, after refining, the useful things were left by the planetary mining machine, and the remaining ones obviously could not be stacked into an island as big as before. But this planet lacks everything, and the least lacking is the place where the planetary mining machine can dig. Considering that there is everything on the unknown planet, waterproofing is naturally the simplest thing for the mining machine. After eating the island, the planetary mining machine followed the original exploration records of this sea area and directly put its head into the sea and ate the seabed. This is not the edge of the continental shelf. There is no need to worry too much about doing this, except that it may cause disasters such as tsunamis because of the large movement. Sui doesn't even care about the tsunami. Anyway, the closest country to here is India. There are 1.4 billion people in the country, but only 100 million of them are considered human beings. The other 1.3 billion are not considered human beings by their own officials, and Sui certainly won't be considered human beings. It's none of his business whether it's love or death. Sir, according to the conclusion drawn by the planetary mining machine after exploring the surrounding environment and resources, it is most appropriate for this island to expand to 680 square kilometers at present. If it is more, there may not be so much material around for the planetary mining machine to devour. Teinshu's voice sounded in front of Sui at the right time. Well, 680 square kilometers should be enough for now. I have already dropped the large-scale building manufacturing module into the built part of the island, and I have also given you a part of the license. You can control it as you see fit. Thank you for your trust, sir. So what kind of buildings do you want? Based on our current technology and resources, as well as the situation on the island, what kind of building do you think can be built at the highest? Sui asked back. If you want, we can directly use the 5 million tons of X7674 special alloy to build a building. We can build a super high-rise building that is unprecedented on Blue Star and has a height of more than 6 kilometers. Of course, it is probably difficult to find supporting elevator equipment in this world. For such a high-rise building, going up and down is a problem. Even if you use the fastest elevator in the world, it will take at least several minutes to go up and down, and the efficiency will become very slow. It is not recommended that you do this. Teinshu gave a quick answer. There is really no way to deal with this thing. Sui couldn't just go to Bailu to trade for elevator technology. Although the technology content of this thing is not high, it can probably be done by letting some related companies on Blue Star do their own research, but he didn't want to wait. Forget it, how high can it be built within a reasonable range? 2,299 meters is the limit. Then build me a 2,222 meter building to be used as a landmark building on our island. Sui said immediately. In addition, around this building, build a city on the island that can accommodate millions or even tens of millions of people for long-term residence. Of course, this does not need to be completed now. The first phase only needs to be enough for 200,000 or 300,000 people to live in. You can decide how to do it, or you can list a few plans and let me choose. He is now very familiar with this intelligent brain with super high computing power. Compared to slowly worrying about some problems by himself, it is better to throw the problem to it directly, let it give a solution, and make the decision yourself. Many normal people would spend 10 years trying to figure out a problem without the help of a computer or other external equipment. With its incredible computing power, it can come up with a bunch of solutions in an instant. Just pick the one you like. It can't be wrong anyway. If a professional design team were to take charge of a large project like the one now, which is to build an entire city from scratch, it would probably take at least a year or two before even the first version of the plan could be produced. But for Tianshu, it would only take a moment. And Tianshu's plan is definitely more complete and more practical than any plan given by any design team. It would take into account details such as how to place the sockets in an ordinary room in the city for better use. A regular urban construction team would not be so careful. Even with the most sophisticated plan, there would definitely be problems in the later stage. This is the benefit of having a super AI around. While Tianshu was calculating, Sui looked at Yuling and Xinghen on the side and smiled. This is a planetary mining machine. How does it feel? As long as he is given enough time, at most a few years, he can dig this planet beyond recognition, and even make it completely unsuitable for human survival. Completely destroy a planet of life. Incredible. This kind of power can almost change the entire natural environment. Before today, I never thought that technological civilization could achieve this level. Yuling couldn't help but sigh. It is difficult for normal people to not sigh when seeing this terrifying mechanical behemoth. Sui was working on this big project in the middle of the night, but the neighbors next to him couldn't sit still. Woo! 400 nautical miles away, the bald eagle base on Gortegea Island sounded a piercing siren in the middle of the night. The whistling sound caused all the bald eagle soldiers who had just fallen asleep in the entire base to get up in panic. When they put on their equipment and walked out of the barracks, they discovered that the tsunami had hit them at some point. Fortunately, the scale of the tsunami was not that big, and it was not enough to completely destroy their base. But the warships parked in the baseport were in dire straits. Without even a chance to escape, he was washed ashore by the sea in the tsunami without warning and stranded on the island. The base command room was in chaos at this time. A large amount of information was gathered here, and a conclusion was finally drawn. The source of the earthquake was found 400 nautical miles southeast. The magnitude exceeded 4, and the depth was on the seabed. The data from the seismic monitoring agency set up nearby by the Bald Eagle Empire caused question marks to appear on the heads of the entire base. The source of the vibration is on the seabed? What the hell? Tell them to investigate the situation and report it. If they report the data indiscriminately, I will ask them to go to a military court. The person in charge of the base suddenly became furious. The communications staff quickly followed suit and told the testing agency exactly what the person in charge said. But a moment later, news came from the other side. General, they confirmed that there is nothing wrong with the data they gave. They said that if you question their professionalism, you should send a few helicopters to check it yourself. Asshole, if there's an earthquake, let our military look at the source. What's the use of them? The person in charge of the base suddenly became furious. But after calming down, he still asked patiently, what else did their information say? Is there a reason for the earthquake? How long will the earthquake last? Hearing this, the communications soldier quickly replied, report to the general, the cause of the earthquake is unknown. The duration is also unknown. In fact, the shaking has not stopped since the seismic waves appeared in the area. The suggestion given to us by the Seismological Monitoring Bureau is to quickly move all kinds of equipment to higher places. As for the ship, we can only let it run aground and repair it later. Fortunately, the magnitude of the earthquake has not increased and has remained at about the same frequency. The intensity of the tsunami is not large, and it will generally be fine if we stay away from the coast. By the way, they also said that they had contacted NASA and tried to ask NASA to mobilize satellites to observe the implementation of the earthquake source. However, they didn't know if there was a volcanic eruption there. NASA mobilized commercial satellites to go there, but they found that the sky was filled with smoke and dust, and they couldn't see at all. Find out what happened inside. The Northern Ocean Command and the Ministry of National Defense received news not long ago, hoping that our base can send military aircraft to check the situation. This time it was not the Earthquake Monitoring Bureau who sent the plane to see it, but the real boss. Why send a plane to see if there is an earthquake? The earthquake point is under the sea. Is it possible that the fighter planes in our base can still dive? The person in charge of the base was very dissatisfied, thinking that this was because the people above were too busy to do anything. However, 2 helicopters were dispatched to fly directly to the earthquake area. After sending the plane out, the general looked at the map and realized something was wrong. He pulled the messenger over and said, "Did you just say that the earthquake source was 400 nautical miles southeast?" The messenger nodded in confusion. "Yes, sir. Isn't this the island that the Kyushu monkey bought?" The person in charge of the base compared the distance on the map with his fingers solemnly. As a professional military personnel, he is well aware of the situation around the military base on Gortegaya Island. Not to mention that the army was prepared to land on the captured island the day before. He knew it all too well. The earthquake source level is not high, but it continues continuously. Thinking of this, the person in charge suddenly felt a shock on his forehead. No wonder the Northern Ocean Command and the Ministry of National Defense noticed this little thing even though they were thousands of kilometers apart. If you think about it carefully, this doesn't look like a natural earthquake at all. These bitches aren't going to conduct nuclear explosion experiments on the island, are they? Thinking of this, the person in charge couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on his forehead. Without thinking, he quickly pushed the orderer away and said loudly, "Quick! Inform everyone. If the equipment cannot be moved, forget it. Open the underground bunker of the base and move everyone to the underground bunker quickly." Using his imagination, combined with the data from the Seismological Monitoring Bureau, all he could imagine was continuous nuclear explosion experiments. But what he couldn't figure out was why those damn Kyushu people would go to such a place where birds don't shit to conduct nuclear tests. Isn't this fucking sick? However, as the military director of a base, he has an advantage, that is, he usually doesn't think about things that he can't figure out. Instead of thinking so much, it's better to be practical. For example, now, it seems like running away, but actually it has a deeper meaning. All soldiers were immediately withdrawn into underground bunkers. As for the equipment outside that was about to be submerged by a tsunami that was stronger than the last wave, if it's flooded, then it's flooded. The congressmen have plenty of money, and the base also has plenty of accounts to balance. It's not easy to encounter such a natural and man-made disaster. It would be really stupid to save all the equipment. Once the water flooded, he no longer had to pay tens of thousands of dollars for a cup. Wouldn't it be nice to settle all the bad debts at once? As for whether there will be a nuclear attack, it is not important. It is enough to have this risk. And he always feels that there are real nuclear explosion experiments there, and they may drop one on this base at any time. You only get so little money a month, why risk your life? As for the crew members and special forces on the planes sent out, I can only wish them good luck. Sui didn't know that he could make such a big commotion by repairing his own island, and the soldiers in the Bald Eagle base next door were scared and hid in the nuclear bunker. However, he was prepared for the noise here to be discovered. The high altitude has long been taken over by Tianshu, and no one can see what happened on the island through satellites. As for the sea and low altitude, after letting the security team on the island escort the personnel away, the 5 power armors have all taken off to detect the surrounding situation. Not to mention the military aircraft that came to check the situation, not even a bird can fly in at this time. Although the detection range of the radar on the power armor is quite limited in this vast ocean, there is still a landing craft in the sky watching, and any movement around cannot escape its eyes. The helicopters in the Bald Eagle base had just taken off when they were spotted by the radar of the landing craft. Sui was sitting on the landing craft watching the planetary mining machine recasting the island below. After receiving the news, he sent an order to the patrolling power armor team around. "Drive these flies away. If they don't want to leave, they don't have to leave." WTF? What's going on here? It's amazing, it's like the end of the world is coming. 2 helicopters flew at high speed 100 meters above the sea, heading towards the source of the earthquake. Looking at the sea below that was trembling like boiling water, everyone on the plane looked shocked. They took photos frantically and sent them back to the headquarters, while sighing and continuing to the destination. However, when they were less than 100 nautical miles away from their destination, the 2 helicopters suddenly began to slow down and finally hovered slowly. Boom! Thunder and lightning flashed, and in the air directly in front of the helicopter, a piece of powered armor was quietly suspended there. The armored hand also carried a device similar to a longbow lens, which was used to amplify its own radar reflection area. There is no way. With the size and technology of the power armor, if you don't have this thing in your hand, even if you stand in front of the radar will not detect the power armor. Ahead is the sea and airspace belonging to Tanya Group's private island. This is not the place you should come. An emotionless voice came from the public channel. Those who can participate in this kind of mission are the elite among the elite in Bald Eagle's base, and there is naturally no shortage of people who can understand Kyushu dialect. Wen Yin quickly translated the message to the team commander in charge of the operation. Upon hearing this, the commander subconsciously looked at the map and was not necessarily dumbfounded. Not buddy. The last time those islanders rushed to the island, you intercepted them at least 20 nautical miles away. It is already very close to the 12 nautical mile territorial waters, barely tolerable. It's still over 100 fucking miles away now, and it's about to reach your territorial waters and airspace? What kind of conceptual airspace can it grow automatically? He immediately said. Tell him that this is the high seas and free airspace, and we have every right to fly and navigate freely. The translator immediately relayed the news over the radio on the helicopter. Hearing this, the person driving the power armor had no intention of talking nonsense with them. He raised his left hand lightly, with a looming blue light on it, and gave an ultimatum. Back off, or fall. The team leader didn't know what kind of weapon it was, but his intuition told him that it was best not to try to deal with this monster in the sky with this broken helicopter. Otherwise, he will definitely die miserably. Being shot down and falling into the sea was the next best thing. The key is that the nearby tsunami is still continuing at this moment. Even if you survive the disaster after falling into the sea, you may not be able to wait for any rescue. After only a moment, he quickly said to the crew, "Withdraw. Let the base send warships. This thing is simply not something we can deal with." F***K, what kind of freaks did the Kyushu people create? Amidst the curses, the two helicopters still turned around and flew back very well. No intention of lingering at all. The task of checking the source of the earthquake was ridiculous enough, but halfway there, we actually encountered the Tianya group's powered armor. It's not worth risking your life by fighting for such a ridiculous mission. Sure enough, as soon as the news came back to the base commander not only did not blame them for canceling the mission without authorization, but instead praised them for their good job in adapting to changes and praised them generously. Just kidding, the commander speculated that the Kyushu people might be conducting some kind of nuclear test on the island. At this moment, he wished he could bury his head in the ground so as not to attract the other party's attention. If it weren't for the fact that the orders from above were difficult to disobey, he wouldn't even want to send these two helicopters there. After all, if one person may have angered the other party, it is difficult to say about other places. His base may really be eating mushrooms. Who knows if this underground bunker is a shoddy project and whether it can handle a few large mushrooms. Now I was stopped mid-flight. I didn't see anything I shouldn't have seen and there was no conflict. I also had an explanation to the superiors. After getting through this incident safely, the base, which was mostly flooded, was able to settle the previous bad debts. This is not too cool. What else do you need a bicycle for? As for what the people of Kyushu were doing on that island, it was none of his business. Anyway, his term as commander is about to expire in 3 months at most. When he leaves, he will donate some money to the charity foundation of the big shot above, and he will be promoted and rich in minutes. What a desperate effort. Boy, our seismic network found that there is an earthquake source with a very strange frequency on your island. What are you doing? Hearing what Old Man Lin said, Sui was surprised and said, "No, it must be tens of thousands of kilometers away from Kyushu, right? Can you detect this? Then what else? Why do you think that no matter where in the world someone conducts a nuclear test, they are immediately detected? Do you really think that Wu Dasan, a member of the League of Nations, is a vegetarian?" Old Man Lin said angrily. "What on earth are you doing? This whole thing is bigger than a nuclear explosion experiment. More than a dozen countries, including the Bald Eagle, have made representations and inquiries to our Foreign Education Department overnight. They all think that you and the Tianya group are the white gloves of our Kyushu official. They stay up late at night and go crazy at sea, using nuclear bombs as firecrackers." Sui glanced at the planetary mining machine below. The noise caused by the movement of this thing is indeed terrifying, and it is normal for people to mistake it for continuous nuclear tests. What do you care about them? Just push the matter onto me and let them come to me. That's it. Old Man Lin rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly, "Why do you think I got up and called you in the middle of the night? Brother, didn't you realize that besides me, no one from Kyushu officials can contact you?" "Oh, that's it." Sui forgot. Because he was worried about being harassed by various phone calls, he directly asked Tinsha to set up a firewall for him. Except for Old Man Lin and a few people, only his relatives and friends could contact him directly. If outsiders want to contact him, they must first make an appointment with Tinshu. When Tinsha sees that Sui is free, he will report to him who has made an appointment to call, and then Sui will decide whether to contact the other party. That's right, just tell them that I discovered some strange natural phenomena on the island I just bought. As for the specific situation, they will know tomorrow. It's not a nuclear test anyway. How can we law-abiding citizens have such things? Ah. Sui made some jokes, which made old Lin feel a little headache. What the hell is this nonsense? Natural phenomena are okay. You, forget it, do whatever you want, no one can care about you anyway. Old man Lin simply didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore, and hung up the phone directly after saying that. As for how to deal with those who try to put pressure on Kyushu to figure out what happened on the island through negotiation methods, deal with chicken feathers. Kyushu officials themselves do not know what is going on. The sun rises. When it was already noon in Jusu time, the sea area where Sui was located finally welcomed the sunrise. The hustle and bustle of last night had subsided, and after a night of settling down. Previously, the island was only 50 square kilometers in size, and the buildings on it were limited to the indigenous wooden houses. After a night of construction, it has completely changed. A large island with a length of 50 kilometers and a width of more than 12 kilometers appeared on the sea surface silently. The area of the island has also increased from the original 50 square kilometers to the current more than 600 square kilometers. The planet mining machine had long been collected by Sui into the space of the trading platform. The earthquake, tsunami, and smoke that lasted for most of the night have dissipated. The various countries that were paying attention to the situation here also mobilized satellites. After discovering the changes in the island, they were all confused. There are countless countries trying to contact Jusu, but Jusu itself did not understand the situation and did not care at all. Some people also tried to bypass Jusu and contact Tianyu Group directly, but the only response they got after contacting was, "Mr. Sui, the chairman of the group, is busy with work. If you want to meet him, please make an appointment in advance and wait for Mr. Sui to be free before contacting him." This is no different from nonsense. Translated, it means want to contact our boss? Wait in line. As for when the end of the wait? I don't know, it depends on when our boss is free. In short, the person involved refuses to contact you. But the big countries and organizations that are most concerned about this matter at this time are helpless. There is no way. Overnight, a small island of about 50 square kilometers has become a large island with an area of more than 600 square kilometers. No matter how you look at it, this matter is a bit too scary. If it weren't for modern society, everyone would talk about science. I'm afraid everyone would believe it if it was a miracle. Of course, compared to the anxious foreigners, Jusu officials are even more anxious. Building such a big island in one night, this is a miracle. As soon as he discovered the changes in the island, Old Man Lin tried to contact Sui again under the urging of the above. Tianchu answered the call this time, because Sui had already fallen asleep with Yu Ling in his arms. As for Tianchu's answer, it was also very simple. "Mr. Lin, our Chairman Su has said that it is difficult to tell you these things for the time being. But Chairman Su also said that if you call, he will give you 3 invitations, each of which can bring 100 people. One is for the Jusu official, and the other 2 are for you to give to anyone you want." Old Man Lin didn't know that it was AI who called him. When he heard a woman's voice, he thought it was Suyi's secretary, and asked quickly, "Invitation? What invitation?" "An invitation to celebrate the establishment of our Tianyu Group's global headquarters. The time is 3 days later and the location is on this island. By the way, our Chairman Su didn't like the difficult English name of this island before, so he changed it to Penglei Island." Wait a minute. Old Man Lin quickly found the satellite image that had just been sent to him. Looking at the bare island, he was confused for a while and then asked, "Isn't there nothing on your island?" "The establishment of Tianyu Group's global headquarters. You won't have a whole beach party, right?" Tianxia replied politely, "Don't bother with that. You can come here by plane at any time. The airport is ready. Don't worry about not having a place to land. By the way, Mr. Su also asked you to send a few planes to send some key members of our Tianyu Group here. They are all Tianyu Group's projects. The establishment of the company's headquarters is such a big thing, so it still has to come." Old Man Lin. He felt that he had never been so speechless in his life. It's outrageous that an island suddenly skyrocketed 10 times overnight. Now you want me to take a plane to this bare island? Even if there is an airport, it is probably a temporary battlefield airport. Ordinary commercial aircraft will definitely not be able to land. I'm afraid I have to ask the military to send a few transport planes. Commercial airliners have high requirements for runways, but transport planes are not so troublesome. The temporary field airport can still take off and land. But this invitation is a good thing. Although I didn't ask how the island grew up overnight, but the invitation Sui gave was very interesting. 3 invitations, 300 places, 100 of which are from Juzhu. As for the remaining 200, Sui gave the distribution rights to Juzhu officials. Aren't those people outside curious about what's going on the island now? Give them a chance to go up and see. Will you go? This is not an invitation, it's clearly a kind of capital. Old Man Lin immediately contacted his superiors to inform them of this matter. Although it sounds a bit too outrageous, the facts are here. The island did grow up overnight. You can't refuse to accept it. Juzhu officials also quickly adjusted their direction, from figuring out the truth about the island's enlargement to how to use the places given by Sui to control those Western countries and get some benefits. As for Sui, when I woke up, it was already noontime here. Before going to bed in the morning, he took back the planetary mining machine and threw all the large-scale building manufacturing modules onto the island. There is no shortage of building materials such as cement here. The planetary mining machine has dug hundreds of meters into the seabed within dozens of miles around. Not only has it collected enough materials for filling the island, but it has also collected enough building materials. As for the required metal materials such as steel bars, Sui has plenty of them here. Although both steel bars and cement are the most basic materials. But for large-scale building manufacturing modules, basic materials are easier to use. This set of building modules includes tens of thousands of robots with different functions, and there is no shortage of any equipment required for construction, and they are all fully automated operations. As long as Sui selects a plan and gives the materials, they will be built quickly. Swallowing basic materials such as steel bars and cement, what comes out later is a perfectly mixed reinforced concrete column, which is definitely higher in quality than the same column in any factory. There is no need to take care of anything else. Last night, Tinshu gave several island transformation plans based on the situation of the island after the planetary mining machine was laid. Finally, Sui chose a plan called 9-layered Sky Palace. After all are completed, the island will present a radial structure spreading from the center to the surroundings. In the middle is the landmark building that Sui specifically requested, with a total height of 2,222 meters, and the rest are decreasing in height, finally presenting a mountain shape. Of course, what Sui is most satisfied with is the architectural style on it. In the design of the 9-layered Palace of Heaven that Tinshu came up with, all the buildings are in the pure Kyushu style. Layers of buildings, terraces, carved railings and jade bricks. Anyway, judging from the renderings provided by Tinshu, after it is built, it will look like an ink painting from a distance, which is beautiful. After reading it, Sui chose this plan without any hesitation. Anyway, the plans that Tinshu can come up with are absolutely perfect plans, and there is no need to worry about whether such a design will be inconvenient at that time. He just needs to choose the style he likes. At this time, according to the original plan, the large-scale building manufacturing module has completed the construction of ports and airports, as well as most of the internal roads in the city. The first problem to be solved is the transportation inside and outside the island. The first thing to be completed is the airport. The specifications are extremely high, with a total of 8 runways. All the construction was completed within an hour. When Sui woke up at this moment, the airport was already busy. The large-scale building manufacturing module actually includes the function of interior decoration of the building, but compared with pure house building, the furniture and various materials needed for decoration obviously need to be purchased from outside. Fortunately, Tinshu was well prepared. Combined with the construction speed of the building manufacturing module, as soon as the airport was completed, a transport plane carrying goods had landed at the airport. The purchased goods came from all over the world, most of them were from Kyushu, and a small part was purchased nearby. Those that could be delivered so quickly were basically purchased from surrounding countries. They were all things with little technological content, mainly logs, or green plants to improve the green environment of the island. Many things were ordered by Tinshu last night when Sui confirmed the construction plan. The island was not built yet, and the special delivery plane was already in the sky. As for how to solve the flight route, it was not a big deal for Tinshu to hack into the background of the ICAO headquarters to coordinate the route. Even after hacking in, it also helped the ICAO's internal system fix several vulnerabilities that had hidden dangers. Although the pilots of those transport planes had never been to this place, there was no problem with the route, and the airport did not raise any objections. Of course, there was no opinion when all the procedures were normal. After all, they were driving a transport plane to deliver goods. They had been to many messy places around the world, and a Penglay island that they had never heard of was certainly not a problem. As for the sellers of the goods, why would they be so idle to care about logistics? Under the control of Tinshu, everything was carried out in an orderly manner in a way that seemed very absurd, but very reasonable. However, not many people could find the absurdity in it, at least now there were only 3 people, Sui, Yuling, and Xingen. If someone found the clues and investigated carefully, they would definitely be able to find the problem. But what if they found it out? Sui didn't care at all, and Tianxia didn't care even more. Originally, it was relatively law-abiding, but it couldn't stand having a master who was a lawless maniac with no taboos. In addition to the fact that the airport became the busiest airport in the world as soon as it was built, and various transport planes took off and landed without stopping, Tianxia also mobilized all the data of international ocean-going cargo ships not far from Penglai Island. If they find that the goods in the ship are useful to the island, they will immediately negotiate with both the buyer and the seller and buy the goods in the name of Tianyu Group. The freighter will change its route directly on the spot and head directly to the island. All kinds of materials and equipment sent to the island will be put into use as soon as possible, without wasting a single moment of time, and all the movable equipment will not be idle. Everything is carried out in an orderly manner. This is the power of AI with extremely high computing power and extremely powerful algorithms. If someone else were to do it, even if there were 2 artifacts, the planetary mining machine and the large-scale building manufacturing module, they would want to quickly complete the transformation project on the island and complete the first phase of the project within 3 days to meet the conditions for occupancy. That would be impossible. Let alone 3 days, on this island far away from the mainland and industrial base, it might not be possible to complete it in 3 months. Because even if you do it to the extreme, you can only coordinate the resources you have at hand. You can't know what resources you can use on the nearby freighter. Even if you purchase them immediately from the place of origin, shipping by sea is a long process and takes a lot of time. At the same time, no one can take over the entire ICAO background like Tianchu, control all routes, and squeeze out enough routes for the transport planes that deliver things to the island without affecting the normal routes. Tianchu can not only mobilize the world's resources at the macro level, but also control the operation of each device at the micro level to avoid the duplication of equipment functions and reduce efficiency. Compared with humans, its advantages are too great. I don't want any shitty island survey data, I want the reason. Why can a small island of 50 square kilometers exceed 600 square kilometers overnight? Just when Penglai Island was busy, the president was furious in the Black Palace of the Bald Eagle Empire thousands of miles away. A broken island grew more than 10 times out of thin air. When the first time he heard about this, the sleeping emperor thought he had heard a fairy tale. After repeated inquiries, he barely confirmed that this thing was actually true. This old man, who was over 80 years old, almost had his worldview torn apart at the first moment. Is this fucking scientific? Is it reasonable? He wanted to catch the secretary who reported the news and ask him to ask the people at NASA carefully whether there was something wrong with the satellite image. But before he could speak, the secretary repeatedly emphasized that there was absolutely no problem. Not only satellite data, but they also verified it through various means such as radar. Whether you believe it or not, this island has grown overnight. After calming down, he asked the people in the Black Palace to find a way to figure out the reason. This was of course a futile effort. They immediately tried to contact the current owner of the island, the Tianyu Group. It turned out that the people in the Tianyu Group had blocked the phone number of the Black Palace's external office. When they contacted them by other means, the other party hung up at the speed of light when they heard that they were from the Black Palace. The main point was to refuse to communicate. Want to contact Jushu to solve the problem. The people in Jushu were like loaches, and their answers were all repetitive. What? Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly. Those who understand know everything, and I can't say much about those who don't understand. This is the case. We will definitely find a way to solve your doubts, but this is not how things are done. The mysterious look of the riddle man made the staff of the Black Palace who was responsible for contacting Kyushu really think that they were going to hear some great secrets. After listening for a long time, they found that it was all nonsense and useless. Finally, after several hours of ineffective communication, the person in charge of contacting the Black Palace on the Kyushu side finally gave some practical information. We do have a few quotas for visiting the island in 3 days, but there are a lot of people going up, and we don't have enough quotas. Look at what this matter has caused. Name your price. I'm tired. 1 quota is $10 billion. Are you people from Jushu crazy about poverty? Don't worry. We can negotiate the price. If you don't have money, we have plenty of money in Bald Eagle. I like generous rich people like you. Then $10 billion will be happy. Not a penny less. Or let's talk about what to do if we don't have money. In the end, after exchanging enough benefits in other aspects, Jushu gave Bald Eagle 5 official quotas. 5 is not a small amount. He has to thank us. Afterwards, the diplomat in charge of this matter said this when facing a reporter interview. On Blue Star, the bald eagle is obviously not the only country interested in this island that suddenly grew up overnight. After Tianyu Group refused to communicate, representatives of many countries came to Juzhou. The 200 places in Juzhou's hands became popular for a while. Although it was not possible to sell a place at an outrageous price of $10 billion, it also gained a lot of benefits from other places. For example, the 5 places sold to the bald eagle were sold at the cost of the bald eagle cancelling some policies and tariffs that were only targeted at Juzhou companies. For example, the Ozhou Alliance just proposed to increase taxes on cars imported from Juzhou not long ago. After giving 10 places, this proposal was quickly shelved. A few places to visit the island are certainly not worth the price. They are willing to pay such a high price just to go up, mainly because the terrifying ability to change the entire sea area almost overnight is too outrageous, which shocked all the countries and forces in the world who are capable of discovering this matter. But under the absolute information suppression of Tianyu, they could not obtain any useful information, and had no idea how Tianyu Group did it. What kind of existence is the most terrifying? The answer is of course unknown. I once saw a very interesting question on the internet. Someone proposed if the technological civilization and the immortal civilization collide head-on, which side will win? Based on the concept of cultivation in modern entertainment works. Do you know what the best answer is? At home in Jiangqing, Sui looked at Yuling and asked with a smile. They just talked about this issue. Yuling didn't quite understand why these countries wanted to go to the island at a huge cost. What? Yuling asked curiously. On the other side, Xingin, who was learning the Kyushu tea ceremony, also turned his head. As a scientific civilization whose understanding of the world is based on science, if you think that the other party is cultivating immortals, then you have already lost. Sui shrugged. Many people have a big misunderstanding of science, thinking that science is physics, chemistry, biology, and other things. In fact, this is only a part of natural science. Science is a knowledge system that reflects the objective laws of nature, society, thinking, etc. It is to study things to gain knowledge, discover phenomena, explore principles, and summarize laws. If cultivating immortals really exists, from a scientific perspective, the first thing to do is to study why this phenomenon exists and why individuals can be so powerful. Instead of drawing a clear line with the other party, thinking that this is unscientific and does not conform to the laws of nature. Metaphysics is not scientific. This is religion. This is also the reason why you publicly announced magic power as the source of life at the Water of Life conference. I could make a lot of money with this thing, but I never mentioned it again. Speaking of this, he looked at Yuling and said seriously, although your world has a history of using magic power for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, once the Blue Star people discover the existence of magic power, they can use magic power more skillfully than you in hundreds of years or even decades, and develop more different forms of use. Your technical advantages in this regard will no longer exist. Do you believe it? The gap between systematic research and small-scale experience accumulation and dissemination is really too big. Juzhou was once deeply affected by it. Many things are not what you have discovered and can be used better a long time ago. If the method is not right, the previous accumulation will only be quickly caught up by others. Sui has been with Yuling and others these days, and has roughly figured out how the magic world uses and inherits magic power. Whether it is a magician who plays magic or a warrior who uses magic to temper his body, they basically adopt the mode of one-on-one teaching. Whatever they have researched, they will only pass it on to their descendants or closest disciples. If there is any breakthrough discovery, it usually takes a long time to spread to the whole world. Yuling thought about it carefully and felt that Suyi's statement seemed to be fine. If they follow the model of Blue Star, after discovering the existence of magic, they will invest a lot of manpower and material resources to jointly study and share the research results. I am afraid that they can soon surpass the technological advantages accumulated in magic in their world for millions of years. Wait, technological advantages. She was suddenly stunned and realized what Sui really wanted to express. Just now, she thought Sui had gone off topic while talking. Smart. Sui pinched her pretty face. Now do you understand why they want to come to the island so much? How we made the island what it is now is actually not important to them. It doesn't matter whether we use technology from another world or magic from another world. Because no matter whether it is future technology or magic that is obviously superior to the technology tree of Blue Star, they must regard it as a technological advantage. Compared to concepts such as metaphysics and cultivation of immortality that are completely unknown and incomprehensible without science, even if they can't understand how we did it, as long as they classify it as a technological gap, it does not prevent them from thinking that this technological gap can be eliminated. And the first step to eliminate it is to first figure out what technology we use. So, in order to get on the island and take a look, they are willing to pay a huge price. The unknown is always scary, and they are now trying to break the unknown. Yu Ling blinked. Then why did you still allow them to come up? The signs of construction on the island are very obvious. After their people came up, they could easily guess that this was the result of some kind of mechanical construction, right? Wouldn't it be better for them to remain in this unknown state and in awe? Because compared to the unknown when you can't see anything in the pitch black, the unknown existence that is visible and tangible is more frightening. Su-yi chuckled. It's impossible for them to know why we have such power to change nature even after they come. This will have a greater impact on them than just blindfolding them. When the technology gap is too big, no matter how scientific my stuff is, it is no different to them as completely unknown metaphysics. No matter how hard they brainwash themselves, telling themselves that this is just a technology gap, but when you can't find any clues no matter how hard you research, your mind will naturally classify these things into the mysterious and terrifying mysticism. So sometimes showing something properly can be more of a deterrent than hiding it. After this time, we should be able to live in peace for a while. Of course, this peace of mind shouldn't last long. It won't last long? Does anyone dare to jump out when faced with this completely unknown fear? Yu Ling was a little puzzled. Imagine encountering an opponent in the magical world that far exceeds the power of the god of magic and is so powerful that you can no longer understand it. She definitely doesn't have the courage to attack the other party. If it keeps like this, of course it won't happen, but it's obviously not possible. Su-yi shook his head. Destroying someone's wealth is like killing one's parents. This saying applies everywhere. When the core interests of these Western countries are truly touched, even if they are afraid of the unknown, they will definitely take risks. As for this core interest, it is naturally energy, or to put it more bluntly, it is oil. The West, headed by the bald eagle, uses powerful force to link the oil trade and draw a steady stream of blood from it. Why? To put it bluntly, mankind cannot do without oil and gas energy at present. And Sui is already asking Bela to grab, to find their complete set of nuclear fusion technology. Even if you can't find their world's most cutting-edge nuclear fusion technology, you can always find the older ones. And it's not too slow. Once nuclear fusion, an almost endless source of clean energy, becomes available, things like oil and natural gas will soon become normal industrial raw materials. Without the ability to bind energy, industrial raw materials will not be enough to support their use in pumping blood into the world. Once the Dole oil system collapses, the good days of the entire Western world will be considered to be over. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing one's parents. Sui is going to kill their parents. Obviously they will not sit still and wait for death. Taking risks is inevitable. Yu Ling nodded in understanding. Although she is smart and has obtained the world language pass card to quickly master all the languages on Blue Star, she is also very studious and often learns various knowledge. But the time to come to Blue Star was still too short. However, compared to the magical world where her hometown is located, although the human civilization of Blue Star has only appeared for a short time, it is so fun. The political situation here is far more complicated than in her hometown. In a short period of time, it was naturally difficult for her to understand why Suyi's creation of something like nuclear fusion would most likely trigger a world war. However, when listening to Sui talk about these things, the curiosity and admiration in his eyes cannot be faked. It can be regarded as providing him with emotional value. After all, who doesn't want to show off in front of a beautiful wife? But at this moment, a less harmonious voice suddenly sounded. "Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation. There is something I have to inform you." Tianxiu's voice suddenly rang from Suyi's cell phone. He picked up his phone and saw that Tianxiu had sent him several messages, but he was too engrossed in bragging that he didn't even notice. "What's up? We may be out of money." "No money." Sui was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect this kind of thing to happen to him. "Well, the investment in building the island is too large. Although the money is basically purchased for household items, according to your requirements, all the equipment and items we purchased are top-notch from Blue Star, and we also need to hire the cost of purchasing these items and transporting them by special plane are astronomical. According to my calculations, with the funds currently available in Tianya Group's account, if we want to complete the first phase of Penglay Island's construction project within 3 days, and make all buildings ready for move-in after delivery, the funding gap is between 20 billion and 26 billion. So much difference. Sui said, a little surprised. He also thought that the first phase of the project only required the construction of a small city large enough to accommodate 200,000 to 300,000 people, and it should not cost much. "Yes sir, the time is too tight without disrupting the normal trading behavior. This has already compressed the cost to the extreme. What suggestions do you have? Sui asked directly. It's too easy for Tianyu Group to make money. It's impossible for Tianxia not to have a solution. The reason why I came here to ask is probably because there are multiple plans, and if they want to implement these plans, they are all within the scope of Tianxia's permission. Outside. 2 options. Tianxiu immediately replied. Plan 1, sell part of Tianyu Medical's shares to Kyushu or Bald Eagle. With the financial resources of these 2 countries, they can quickly pass the plan and give you money. Option 2, if you want to keep the special medicine of water of life in your own hands and don't want to use option 1, then we can come up with another one that is not that important to us, but for Kyushu or Bald Eagle, a big country that can afford to use technology that is extremely important to them, create a new company, give them a certain share, and let them spend money. Sui frowned slightly when he heard this and couldn't help but ask, does X7674 special alloy count? I remember asking people from Kyushu to contact you to purchase this alloy, right? Is it possible that they don't want it? Forget it, and the importance has indeed been reached. Tianxia replied decisively. But if it's just about procurement, it's obviously impossible for Juzhu officials to make a decision so quickly. But if you recreate a company based on X7674 special alloy technology, and then let Juzhu officials join in to invest and obtain part of the shares, it is actually not in the interests of you and the company. That is to say, X7674 special alloy is too important to be sold, but the source cannot be given to others? Sui immediately understood what it meant, thought about it and said, so you think the technology one have now is not that important, but if you share it, will the Juzhu official pay for it without hesitation? No, Tianxia said lightly. Excuse me, sir, you pay too much attention to trading high-end products in your transactions with the technology world, and you don't pay enough attention to some products with high technical content but relatively basic. The technology you currently have from the technology world is too supermodel for the current Blue Star. Even if you give it to them, it will be difficult for them to fully understand it in a short period of time, and these technologies are also of great use to you, so they are not suitable for direct transactions in the technology zone. For example, do you have any good things to recommend? Sui was not annoyed and asked patiently. Tianxia was obviously well prepared and quickly gave an answer. As far as I know, there is a metal hydrogen battery in the technological world. The technology is very mature, and it can even be said to be very old. Its energy density is 900 times that of gasoline, and its safety is much higher than any battery on Blue Star today. Battery technology is not too supermodel for Blue Star at present, and it is extremely useful. If it can be traded, Juzhu will definitely agree to this cooperation. The most important thing is that for your trading partner, Miss Balo, it is very simple to find the full set of technology and some samples of metal hydrogen batteries. She can download them directly from the internet. To be honest, Sui hasn't experienced the feeling of being short of money for a long time, but sometimes things are so absurd. Although Tianyu Group makes a fortune from the sales of water of life and carbon-based crystals, it has accumulated too little time after all. The money earned in a short period of time really can't support such a super project. Lack of money has become a matter of course. Of course, with the strength of Tianyu Group, if Sui is willing, he can directly mortgage the technology to Juzhu for a loan, let alone a mere 20 or 30 billion. If the full set of carbon-based crystal technology is given out, he will ask for 1 trillion. Juzhu officials will probably not blink an eye, and will transfer the money to his account at the speed of light, for fear that he will not lend. Even after giving the money, Juzhu still hopes that he can't pay it back. After all, if he can't pay it back, then they will have to accept the technology. It's just a way to make money. But Sui is more resistant to loans. When he just graduated from school, he bought a car because it was inconvenient to get off work. After paying the down payment, he took out a loan for 3 years. Those 3 years can be said to be the darkest 3 years of his life. Although he only had to pay back 3,000 yuan a month, his salary was much higher than that. But the 3,000 yuan was like a death warrant, urging him to concentrate on his work all the time, not daring to slack off, let alone lose his job. Every time he opened his eyes, he thought about how many days were left before the next repayment date. In just 3 years, he had already developed loan PTSD. He didn't even dare to think about what kind of ruthless people those who took out loans for 30 years to buy houses were. Now he felt uncomfortable all over when he heard about loans. Since there was a better solution, he would definitely not be able to borrow money from others. Although he knew that this kind of loan was completely different from the one he had before, it didn't stop him from not wanting to touch it. Bai Lu has it, right? Then I'll go find her now. Sui stood up immediately. The invitations had been sent out, and the first phase of the project on the island must be completed within 3 days. In the trading space, after Sui sent a trading invitation to Bai Lu seemed to be idle at the moment and immediately appeared in front of him. It shouldn't be the transaction date we agreed on last time, right? Why are you looking for me so suddenly? Bai Lu sat casually in her seat. The perfect and exaggerated figure under the tights can even be placed directly on the table in front of her. Sui glanced at it and then looked away calmly and talked about business. Metal hydrogen battery? You also want such a backward thing? Bai Lu showed a look of surprise when he heard it, but soon nodded thoughtfully. That's right, your world focuses on psychic energy, and it's normal to lag behind in these scientific research. Do you think it's possible that our world's research on psychic energy is also backward? Sui twitched his lips and didn't respond. So can you get it? It's urgent. Of course, it couldn't be simpler. Bai Lu waved her hand and was about to go get it for Sui. After thinking for a while, she said, "Is there anything else you want? Why don't you finish it first?" No. Sui paused, and then seemed to think of another question, and asked quickly, "By the way, I have a question. Does the soldier in your world army have a set of power armor?" The Guards Corps of the Central Galaxy can make power armor as standard. As for our ragtag army in remote areas, how can we have such technology? Even the 10 most basic and old power armors I gave you are worth a lot of money. Any one of them can be equivalent to the pension of 100 ordinary soldiers. Bai Lu rolled her eyes at him, as if she didn't know why he had such an idea. Although she disliked the old style and no special features when she gave Sui those power armors, that was just her point of view. To be honest, the fusion furnace inside this thing can be sold at a sky-high price on the black market. As expected, Sui's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What equipment do you usually use?" Since power armor is not standard, your low Earth orbit airborne brigade is the first force to be deployed in ground combat. You can't let the soldiers sit in the landing craft and rush out with guns. Exoskeleton, what else can it be? It's a broken thing that has been eliminated for who knows how long. Why, are you interested? Bai Lu raised his eyebrows. This thing is simple in technology. The exoskeleton of our low Earth orbit airborne brigade is completely consumable. The higher-ups usually give us production lines and money directly, allowing us to purchase raw materials locally and make them ourselves. If you want, I can make you a few production lines. Production line, I guarantee that you can put together a light and heavy exoskeleton army. Although I have taken the money for purchasing materials and updating exoskeletons every time, which has led to the fact that our brigade's production lines have been used twice since they were delivered, they are still 99% new, but in terms of time, it is time to replace them. Give me a good price and I will pack them for you directly. Of course, if you are not in a hurry and are willing to wait for a while, I will go back and apply to my superiors to update the old exoskeleton production line, and when the new one is delivered, it will be no problem to sell it to you directly. Good guy, you are ready to sell it before the things are in your hands, right? Although Sui is indeed in a hurry to use it now, he still can't help but ask curiously, if your brigade's exoskeletons are not updated, how can you fight in peacetime? Why not update? Bai Lu rolled his eyes. Our orbital airborne brigade has 600,000 soldiers, and 20,000 actual soldiers. If the exoskeleton is broken, there are brand new ones in the warehouse that can be replaced. The reason why we don't open those production lines is that the inventory cannot be used up. Where did the remaining 580,000 people go? Of course I am eating the empty salary, could it be that I died? Bai Lu said impatiently. No, do you want it or not? Do you want the old one or the new one? Awesome. Sui gave him a thumbs up, and then said without thinking, didn't you say it was 99% new? I just need it urgently, then give it to me. Do you have guns, ammunition, airplanes, cannons, etc.? If you do, give me some. It would be best if you have a complete production line. We have millions of spare sets of individual weapons in the warehouse of the Orbital Airborne Brigade. If you want them, I can give them to you directly. If you want the whole of the production line, I can go to the black market to help you purchase it. It will take some time. As for cannons, we don't have such backward weapons. As for airplanes, we only have space fighters. This thing is only useful in space wars and has no ground attack capability. If you don't have an aerospace mothership, you have nowhere to park it, so it's useless to take it. Bai Lu obviously didn't care about these things at all. It can be said that she knew everything. In the end, after friendly negotiations, Sui got a complete set of metal hydrogen battery technology and an old battery production line from her, and several sets of 99 new exoskeleton production lines, from light to heavy, with various uses. It is said that doing business with Bai Lu is fun. She does not talk about those empty words. If there is, there is. If there is not, there is not. She does not care whether it is profitable or not. Anyway, she got all the things by robbery. She does not care how valuable these things are. As long as she thinks what Sui provides is okay, then this deal is done. A complete set of metal hydrogen battery technology, an old metal hydrogen battery production line, several production lines of exoskeletons of different specifications. As for the production line of firearms and weapons that Sui wants, she also said that it will be ready within 3 days and sent together with the things to be traded next week. In the end, she only asked Sui for 500 tons of magic crops and 100 tons of monster meat. And there is no need to settle the bill immediately. It is a futures contract. It can be settled after the next batch of crops and monsters in Sui's farm mature. Even if Sui does not wait for the goods from the Blue Star farm and goes directly to Waiwei for trading, the consumption is not too large. At most, it is a matter of tens of thousands of tons of ordinary food. After all, the situation on Waiwei's side is different from here. Mengchuan City is under siege, and there is a special magic circle in the city. But no matter how fast crops grow, they still need a certain period of time. If they planted ordinary crops or food in this magic circle, it would not be enough for the whole city. But before obtaining the trading platform, if she used the magic circle to plant magic crops, there was no place to sell them, and the yield of this thing was not high, and it was not enough for the whole city to eat. Before, she relied on the huge amount of food stored in the granary of Mengchuan City and the magic circle to plant ordinary crops to barely supply the whole city. As the food in the granary was about to be consumed, the food in the magic circle was not enough for the whole city. In fact, it was very embarrassing. Until Sui appeared. He could provide a lot of food, but he was interested in various magic crops and edible monsters. The two sides naturally hit it off. The magic circle in Mengchuan City is now full of various magic crops. Although the magic circle is the same magic circle, even Sui's intermediate magic circle is more advanced than the one in Waiwei City. But the people there are better at taking care of these crops and ripening them. But on Sui's side, only Yuling understands this thing. In addition, the number of seeds was not large at the beginning. As a result, the output of magic crops and livestock in Mengchuan City was much higher than that of Sui's farm. So even now, Sui has provided Mengchuan City with tens of thousands of tons of food, and Wei Wei's attitude towards food is still "I will take whatever you give me." There is no way, she is afraid of being hungry. She is now eager to fill up all the granaries in the city, expand hundreds of granaries, and fill the whole city with food. After all, she doesn't know when the war will be over. I have to get more magic food that Wei Wei ordered next week, and I have to make an appointment with her in advance. Sui thought that since he was here, he simply contacted Wei Wei. A moment later, Wei Wei came to the trading space. However, unlike her previous appearances, her appearance was not very good. She was covered in blood, and her gorgeous armor was obviously damaged in several places. Her long wavy red hair was stained with blood plasma on her white forehead, and she exuded a strong smell of blood. As soon as she came in, she sat down at her seat, took out a cowhide bag and poured it into her mouth. From the few drops that overflowed from the corners of her mouth, it was not difficult to see that she was drinking the water of life. And it was definitely much purer than the one she traded to Sui. Fighting, what's the matter? After drinking the water, Wei Wei took out a silk scarf from under her chest armor and wiped the blood on the longsword, and asked casually. Sui twitched his mouth. I always feel that these two trading partners seem to be unreliable. Of course, despite his thoughts, he still made his intention clear. Next week, when we trade, I hope you can provide more magic crops and edible monster meat. How much? 300 or 500 tons is fine, and I can also eat a few thousand tons. It's up to you. Got it. I'll give you an extra 1,000 tons next week. Anything else? Wei Wei stood up and made a gesture to leave. I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry. Sui waved his hand, and an exoskeleton sample given to him by Bailu appeared next to him. Different from the exoskeleton on Blue Star, which is basically just a skeleton, the exoskeleton given by Bailu is covered with armor. And because this exoskeleton does not need to consider various combat environments such as high altitude, underwater, and space like power armor, it only needs to fight on the ground. So the armor on the exoskeleton is even thicker than that on power armor. Of course, black technologies such as energy shields and wrist electromagnetic rifles like those on power armor are not available on these exoskeletons. After all, the energy source of the exoskeleton is not a miniature fusion furnace. If those things are installed, the energy will definitely not be enough. Is this a full body armor? Wei Wei paused, her eyes fell on the exoskeleton armor, and then shook her head. The design is not beautiful enough, and it is too heavy. It may be difficult for ordinary soldiers to fight when wearing it. It is estimated that only warriors can wear it. For warriors with low technology, wearing it will also affect their actions. However, this airtight armor may work well in some extreme cases. Can you give me 100 sets to try? She was not stupid. She could tell at a glance that this was definitely not something Sui prepared for her. Why don't you try it on first? Sui knocked on the exoskeleton. Is there any mystery? Wai Wei frowned, but did not refuse. However, she was still wearing armor at this time, and it was not easy to put on the exoskeleton. After a little hesitation, she did not act pretentiously and took off the armor in front of Sui. Inside was a set of pure white long shirt and trousers, but there was no erotic scene as imagined. On the contrary, the white clothes and trousers were mostly stained with blood at this time, which looked quite scary, and there was a pungent smell of blood. How many people did you kill? Sui couldn't help asking. Only a few hundred. Wai Wei paused halfway through her speech, then glanced at Sui and said unhappily, how can it be just a number of people killed? Can't this be the blood I shed during my heroic battle? Don't do that. You are a princess and the lord of Mengchuan City. When you go to the battlefield to fight, you can just use your invincible skills to bully the small fish. Why do you really fight to the death? This woman is very smart. The title of Dragon Slayer is all mixed up. Looking at her expression, you can tell that Mengchuan City is still a long way from being breached. How could she really go to a dangerous battlefield and put herself in danger? We've already gone to the battlefield, how could we not fight tooth and nail? Wai Wei rolled her eyes at him angrily, and then, as if to prove her words, she opened her clothes and exposed her flat belly. There was a bloody hole 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter on it, dripping with blood and bloody flesh. It corresponds to the damaged area of her armor. At this moment, it seems that he has been almost healed by the water of life, and there are no other symptoms except a little bleeding. But Sui estimated that when he was first injured, the internal organs inside could be seen in the wound. What happened? Wai Wei put down her clothes and said casually, the city-breaking crossbow and the magic armor-piercing arrows are the common way to deal with high-level warriors like me when the army is fighting. Then if I'm shot, I can't just nail it to the wall for you. Absolutely, it still hurts. Wai Wei shrugged, looking indifferent, then pointed at the exoskeleton and said, how to use this thing? Put this on, then stand in front of it, turn your back to it and press the button on it. Sui put a faint blue bracelet on her wrist. Wai Wei looked at the thing twice and then did it. As soon as I pressed the start button on the bracelet, the exoskeleton armor that had been standing there quietly suddenly came alive. Amidst the sounds of mechanical churning and friction, the exoskeleton actively covered her body. She was prepared, but she wasn't too panicked, but she felt quite surprised. It wasn't until the armor completely enveloped her and the internal operating system appeared in front of her eyes that she was a little surprised and said, what a magical armor. You'll see something even more amazing later, granting driver level 2 clearance. Yes. A cold electronic sound sounded inside the armor. Then Wai Wei heard again. It has been detected that the driver is in poor physical condition and has fatal injuries on his abdomen. He may go into shock within half an hour. Life-sustaining fluid is being injected. The life-sustaining fluid can stimulate nerve contraction at the wound to stop bleeding while keeping you awake. Please find the nearest location quickly. The field medical cabin self-rescue. A faint numbing sensation came from her wrist, and then Wai Wei felt a cold liquid being injected into her blood vessels. The effect is basically nothing, but that didn't stop her from knowing what the armor was doing. He couldn't help but be surprised and said, it's just a piece of armor, but it can actually heal injuries. Although the so-called life-sustaining fluid is far less effective than the water of life, and it is of no use to her at all, this is because her physique is too strong. If it were an ordinary soldier, it would definitely be useful. More than that, you can try punching. Hearing this, Wai Wei immediately stretched out her hand in front of her face and clenched her fist. Looking at the armor covering her palms, she couldn't help but marvel, and then lightly waved her fist. Immediately I felt something was wrong. This thing can also increase strength. A power-assisted device realized through technical means can indeed allow people to gain greater strength, faster speed, and stronger resistance to blows. Sui looked at the surprise on her little face and replied calmly, demo, isn't it awesome? Wai Wei clenched her fist, and then punched the air in front of her. The trading space suddenly resounded with the roar of fists tearing the air. Along with this, there was also a warning sound from the exoskeleton. Warning, warning. Right arm transmission system failure. Warning, warning. Waist drive system failure. Warning, warning. Back engine overload. Warning, warning. Power output overload. Looking at the sparkling exoskeleton, Sui's brows jumped. If Wai Wei were standing outside at this moment, It wouldn't be a big deal to destroy the exoskeleton with one punch. But she is inside. Is it reasonable to overload the exoskeleton with just one punch? Not bad. Ignoring the confused Sui, Wei walked casually for a few steps wearing an exoskeleton that weighed dozens of kilograms and had completely lost power. Then he inserted his fingers into the armor very violently and forcibly took it off his body. He looked at a pile of scrap metal and commented, "The defense, strength, and speed are similar to those of a third-level warrior. If I use the firearms and weapons you gave me before, the combat effectiveness should be even more powerful than that of a third-level warrior. And with long-range attacks, a soldier wearing this thing, there should be less fear of magicians than normal warriors." The voice that speaks from time to time inside can also help the warrior who wears it to improve his combat effectiveness. But there are also disadvantages. What's not yours is not yours after all. The armor on it is not fully covered and has many weaknesses. If you are approached by a real third-level warrior, it will be easy for someone to find the shortcomings. A serious warrior can still be injured if he is injured. Fight, if this thing is damaged, it will probably not be able to move. It weighs dozens of kilograms and will become a burden on the soldiers. Here's what she has to say about exoskeletons from the perspective of the wizarding world. It seems that he doesn't realize that the real advantage of this thing is not to fight with people or to shoot at the magician with a gun. Sui couldn't help but curious after hearing this. What is the general way of fighting in your world? It doesn't mean siege, but it is when the armies of both sides are about the same. There is nothing fancy about siege and cold weapon wars. It is just to fill the city with human lives. If the attackers have enough logistics and supplies, the safest way is to wear out the people in the city. Those fire and water attacks in entertainment works cannot be said to be completely useless, but it can only be said that there are almost no scenes where these operations can be used. This is of course of no reference value. How else can we fight? Of course, we should find a suitable battlefield to set up the battle formation and fight directly. Wei said as a matter of course, as if she didn't think there was anything wrong with this. No tactics or anything. Tactics? Do you mean to choose a battlefield that is beneficial to you? Is this a trivial tactic? No, your world has been developing for hundreds of thousands of years and is still playing with cold weapons. Don't you really have no tactics at all, and rely on head-on confrontation to fight? Sui thought about it and still felt that it was unlikely, so he asked carefully. For example, when the enemy is not paying attention, sneak into the warehouse where the enemy stores food and supplies, and burn all the food in the enemy's army with a fire. Do you have any tactics? When Wei heard this, she looked at him with surprise and said with disdain, "This is too despicable and not in line with the spirit of chivalry." Is this despicable? Sui was immediately unhappy, and immediately gave another example. Not only can you burn food and supplies, you can also pretend fight with subordinates, then let subordinates surrender to the other side, let the other side enter the city, and then close the city gate. This is called false surrender. Your battle is too rough. No wonder the other side has several times more military strength than you, and it takes several years to attack a city. It turns out to be so bad. I will be your military advisor. Those chickens and dogs outside Mengchuan City, watch me use a little trick to make them return in defeat. Listen, first you have to understand a concept. Warfare is the way of deception. After a while, Wei went back with a copy of The Art of War and a lot of fancy moves in her mind. Of course, since they were all traded, it would definitely not be just one book. Sui also gave her the 200 exoskeleton armors that Bai Lu had sent as samples. In addition to the extra 1,000 tons of magic crops that Wei had agreed to give, there was also a martial arts practice method that was not passed down by the royal family of the Xiang Empire. The magic crops were exchanged for exoskeleton armor. And a book like The Art of War couldn't be measured by objects? She must be asked to exchange it with technology of equal value. This technology, of course, is the knowledge inheritance of practicing magic or magic martial arts. In fact, Yuling and Xinghan also have these things. However, they practiced the magic and martial arts of the elves, which humans can also practice, but it is very difficult and slow. As a mixed race, Xinghan also has some magic and martial arts inheritance suitable for human practice. But the level is relatively low, so Sui doesn't think much of it. So sometimes, although he wanted to try to practice when he was free, he always suffered from the lack of a suitable practice method. Wei was a woman who would not do anything without profit. If there was no corresponding exchange, it was impossible to get the real treasure from her. This time, he inexplicably discovered that the war situation in their world was still so ancient. He could exchange the practice method of the empire that had been passed down for more than 100,000 years in the magic world by just looking for The Art of War on the bookshelf. It was a huge profit. Of course, he might have made a profit, but Wei certainly did not lose. The art of war was undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack on the battlefield in their world. Sui could even imagine the scene of her counterattacking from the city that had been besieged for 3 years after she studied the book. There was a reason why the war form in the magic world was so backward. These people relied too much on the combat effectiveness of individuals, believing that powerful warriors or magicians could completely determine the outcome of a war, and did not pay any attention to the legion composed of ordinary people and low-level warriors. It is normal that strategies and tactics cannot be developed. But in fact, can these high-end combat forces really completely determine the outcome of a war? Not necessarily. If the high-end combat forces in the magic world are really strong enough to ignore all low-end combat forces, and as long as they start killing, no matter how many people come, it will be useless, then there is no need for organizations like the army to exist. They will not develop an army. Sui made a special trip to ask Wai Wei about the situation of the war in their world. The conclusion he came to was similar to what he guessed. Whether it is a magician or a warrior in the magic world, they are usually divided into 9 levels. Every 3 stages are watersheds. Magicians of levels 1 to 3 are generally only called magic apprentices, and warriors are also called warriors, with prefixes for levels. The titles of levels 4 to 6 will change. Magicians can only be considered proper wizards at this stage, and warriors will be called knights. Levels 7 to 9 are already high-end combat forces in the magic world, and each stage has a different title. The 7th level magician is called the Great Magician, the 8th level is called the Mage, and the 9th level is the Great Mage. The corresponding warriors are the Starlight Knight, the Eclipse Knight, and the Blazing Sun Knight. Wai Wei is a magician and a martial artist, both of whom are 7th level. Yu Ling is double 8th level. When Sui asked Wai Wei how Yu Ling's strength compared to hers, this woman actually said that she was only a little stronger than her, which shows how thick-skinned and black-hearted she is. She doesn't even blush when she says such nonsense. Her 2 moves are not enough for Yu Ling to beat with one hand. Going up, above the 9th level, whether it is a magician or a warrior, they are collectively called legendary strongmen, just like Zingen, also called demigods. Above demigods are the god of law and the god of martial arts, the real gods in their world. According to Wai Wei, except for gods, there is no one in their world who can really mow down the grass with unparalleled skills. If there is no military support, even those so-called demigods, surrounded by millions of troops, will die if the enemy army is equipped with magic weapons. Some magic weapons in this world are much more powerful than the guns and cannons on Blue Star. For example, the siege crossbow and magic armor-piercing arrows that injured Wai Wei are standard equipment in the elite legions of their world. Even if a strong man like Wai Wei is at the double 7th level, being hit by an arrow from the front, although not fatal, it is still a serious injury. That is to say, she can act like nothing happened because of the water of life. And the weapons on Blue Star want to hurt Wai Wei like this when she is wearing magic armor. Sui estimated that a 155 howitzer would not work if it was hit from the front, and it would take a missile. And the missile is only good in terms of power. It is impossible to hit Wai Wei in a real battle, and the effect is definitely not as good as this magic armor-piercing arrow. Obviously, the development of the magic world for so many years is not in vain. Their army is good at using these magical weapons to deal with the strong. Therefore, the war in their world has the meaning of the army. The so-called high-end combat power can completely determine the direction of the battlefield. No matter how good the tactics are, it is useless. It is simply nonsense. In Wai Wei's current situation, as long as she can fully understand the art of war, she will definitely shine on the battlefield of their world in the future. And if one book of the art of war is not enough, he has a bunch of other military books here. The so-called tactics that he had discussed with Wai Wei before were something that even a 3-year-old child would know in Jutsu, and they were much more powerful. After returning to Blue Star with a lot of harvest, Suyi's first thing was to call Old Man Lin. "Isn't this Mr. Su? What do you want from me?" Judging from his tone, the old man must be in a good mood at the moment. Sui didn't waste any words and directly stated her purpose. "I want 30 billion. On the other side, Old Man Lin, who was drinking tea and chatting with his old friend, sprayed a mouthful of tea all over the other old man. He didn't even bother to apologize and immediately screamed, "No, do you think I'm a money printing machine? 30 billion is what you want. I have a battery technology that is absolutely epoch-making and subversive. I will use 10% of the shares of this technology in exchange for 30 billion. I need to transfer the money immediately. I need it urgently." Sui ignored her and directly stated her purpose. "What battery?" Old Man Lin asked cautiously after a moment of silence. "Metallic hydrogen. Never mind. You won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, the volume energy density of this thing is 900 times that of gasoline. You decide. Mr. Duo." It's not that Old Man Lin is surprised by what he has seen. Back then, the old man had been through wind and rain, fought on the battlefield, carried a gun, and crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. The main reason was that Sui had hidden any good things before, and never thought of sharing the benefits. And he also proved with facts that he was indeed capable of eating alone. This is the case with the water of life, and the same is true for carbon-based crystals. As for those power armors that even researchers at the Academy of Sciences can't understand, let alone, Sui doesn't even sell this thing. When he asked last time, Sui was vague and didn't even want to let people see it. Such a stingy person suddenly said that he wanted to find someone to cooperate with, and also wanted to give people shares in new technology. The first thing Old Man Lin thought was that this so-called new technology was probably just that, and 30 billion yuan might not be able to make a profit if it was really thrown in. Of course, he didn't intend to refuse, but he certainly didn't have the final say on this matter. If he wanted to report it, he had to at least understand what it was first. Unexpectedly, this question gave him a blow. What does it mean to have a battery with an energy density 900 times that of gasoline? Although Old Man Lin didn't read much, he had served in the army, so he still had some basic common sense. The energy density of TNT is only a few dozen times that of gasoline. If this battery is turned into a bomb, wouldn't it be more powerful than the mainstream bombs now? It's only 900 times, don't be surprised. Sui said immediately. What do you mean, 10% of the shares for 30 billion, give me a word. Okay, why not? But wait a minute, I have to contact my superiors, and then they will probably send someone to verify. It's not that I don't trust you, after all, we are official, even if it's a special case, there are procedures. Old Man Lin said quickly. If what Sui said is true, then this battery technology is definitely worth the money. This is a business that is sure to make money, and only fools would not do it. No, it doesn't even have to reach the 900 times that Sui said. The energy density can be 9 times that of gasoline. As long as the safety is not a problem, it is enough to sweep all the batteries currently on the market. If it is true, there will be more things that will be swept by this small battery. Gasoline, even bombs in the military field. All may be subverted by this small battery. A 30 billion sure win business. I need money in a hurry. Sui said lightly. It doesn't sound like borrowing money, but rather like debt collection. Old Man Lin heard the impatience in his words and said quickly. Don't worry, I'll call and tell the higher-ups. Isn't it easy to ask for money? We can pay the money first and then send someone to check. It's normal to handle special matters in a special way. We still trust your character. Even if Sui cheated and ran away, Tinyu Group also has a large amount of assets in Juzhou. Juzhou officials can't lose money. It doesn't matter whether it's paid early or late. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. By the way, I have a few other things here. When you call people to verify these batteries, you can also call a few military experts to take a look. Military. Old Man Lin was stunned. What kind of weapons have you made to sell? What weapons? It can't be the power armor you showed before, right? Sui couldn't help complaining after hearing this. Why do you always think about good things? But it does have something to do with that. You will know when your people come. What's the situation, Old Lin? Is it Mr. Su from Tinyu Group? At Old Man Lin's house, another old man who was drinking tea with him had just wiped the tea off his face. When he saw Old Man Lin stand up, he hurriedly asked, Old Joe, don't ask so many questions first. I have to call to report. Excuse me. After saying that, Old Man Lin didn't care about him and ran away in a hurry. Only the old man surnamed Joe was left there, thinking. The two of them were old comrades who fought side by side a long time ago, but they chose different directions after the war. Old Man Lin chose to continue his political career, while the man surnamed Joe chose to go into business. Both sides have almost reached their limits in their respective fields. There are only a few people in the whole Juzhou who have more power than Old Man Lin, and Old Man Joe is about the same. It is difficult to find someone richer than him, but many times, many things cannot be solved with money. For example, now, seeing that Old Man Lin, who is about the same age, suddenly became younger, he is still an old man who needs help to walk. The old comrades have not seen each other for several years, and they look like father and son when sitting together. Old Man Joe is naturally very anxious, but let's not talk about him. Now in the whole Juzhou, except for the little girl of the Shin family who accidentally obtained the water of life that can prolong life given by Sui, only Old Man Lin and the top few can get this treasure. Old Man Lin was lucky to trade over, and the others were given by Sui because he felt that they helped him a lot. Apart from this, no one in the world has ever used the water of life that can prolong life. As good brothers who have been through thick and thin together since they were young, I wouldn't say I'm jealous, but it would be a lie to say I'm not envious. After all, ordinary people have a hard life, and living too long might be a burden. But people like them are different, they enjoy life every day they live. Of course I want to live longer. Today he came to see Old Man Lin because he heard that Old Man Lin is now mainly responsible for the work of connecting the Jushu official and Sui, and he is the person who has the best relationship with Sui in the official system. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are close friends regardless of age. He thought about asking his old brother if he could ask him to ask Sui if he still has the water of life. If so, Sui can set any conditions. Unexpectedly, before he even said his purpose, the real owner took the initiative to call him. Then Old Man Lin ran away in a hurry. Tianyu Group seems to be short of money. Old Man Zhou is old, but his ears are surprisingly good. Although Old Man Lin didn't turn on the loudspeaker just now, he still heard some of Suyi's words. After looking at the direction where Old Man Lin left, Old Man Zhou hesitated for a long time, and finally stood up and picked up the phone. Go contact Tianyu Group and tell the person in charge of contacting other companies that I heard that President Su is short of money and wants to use 30 billion to buy the water of life that can prolong life. He had tried to contact Tianyu Group before, but he had never offered such a high price, and he was rejected every time, and he was not even given the opportunity to negotiate the price. But this time is different. He heard with his own ears that Tianyu Group is short of money now and took the initiative to offer a huge sum of 30 billion. He didn't believe that it would be rejected. Although doing so might be suspected of eavesdropping on secrets, he couldn't care anymore. Old Man Zhou knew very well that even if he and Old Man Lin were willing to say a few words for him, the chances of this thing being successful were very small. And now that he finally caught such an opportunity, he couldn't give it up. As for whether it would destroy the possible cooperation between the official and Sui, he couldn't control it now, and he would talk about it later. You mean, someone plans to spend 30 billion to buy water of life that can extend life? After hearing Tianchu's report, Sui didn't believe it for the first time. But if you think about it carefully, for those wealthy people, tens of billions can be exchanged for decades of life, which is simply worth it. Why did you come here at this pass, and it happened to be 30 billion? Sui had a playful look on his face, and then said to Tianchu, reject him. Extending lifespan is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation for upper-class individuals. Standing on a high floor, looking at the broader scenery. Whether you want to do more things to fulfill your ambitions, or you are greedy for glory and wealth and are reluctant to die, all require a longer lifespan. If Sui was willing, he could actually become the richest person on the planet just by selling life-extending water. But doing so will lead to unimaginable consequences. Death is the most equal thing in this world, it will not let anyone go. But if there is such a group of people who have a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary people, no matter what they think, the world will eventually be controlled by this group of immortal monsters. Their descendants will also have the most resources, and then continue to buy the water of life from Sui to extend their lifespan. Over time, this group of people will truly become an immortal species independent of all human beings today. The difference in lifespan will completely separate them from ordinary people. Eventually, it will be the same on Blue Star as in the wizarding world. The lineage theory forms a closed loop here. Become the most irrefutable truth. Regardless of whether these people are born to live longer than others, when it becomes an objective fact that they and their family members live longer, this sense of superiority tied to blood will gradually emerge. After all, Suyijin wants to open up the business of life-extending water. Now that all his own life water is imported, it is impossible to sell it cheaply. Only the upper class of society can afford it. In the early days, he used the life-extending water several times, mainly to accumulate capital for himself to start. Nowadays, he no longer has to rely on this to make money. As for the 5 ones given to foreign countries, to put it bluntly, he doesn't care what they will become outside Kyushu. He didn't want to supply Kyushu with this kind of water of life that was destined to only prolong the life of some people, and he simply didn't want his hometown to become a mess. He doesn't want to care about what's going on abroad. If a few powerful people from the Western world take the initiative to come and be a dog, it doesn't matter if they give him a few more. What's more, in fact, Sui wanted the 30 billion just because there was such a gap in the Penglei Island reconstruction project. In essence, he is not short of money at all. Now that Jushu has been asked to fill this gap, there is no need to raise additional money. Okay sir, through tracing the source on the internet, I found that the person who wants to conduct this transaction is at Mr. Lin's home at this time. Do I need to notify Mr. Lin about this? That's not necessary. Business cannot be done with righteousness. Mr. Lin discovered it by himself. If he didn't find it, it has nothing to do with us. This is called protecting customer privacy. As a commercial AI, why can you ask such a question? Sui complained casually. Unexpectedly, Tinch said seriously. Sir, since I followed you, except for the internal affairs of the company, most of the things you do have nothing to do with business, so I have to learn these things. Co-authored, or did I spoil it for you? To Sui, this kind of thing is nothing more than an episode worth mentioning. But the old man surnamed Zhou, who was at Old Man Lin's house at this time, couldn't help but sigh after receiving the reply. At this time, Old Lin, who had finished his work, just came back. Seeing his sad face, he didn't seem too surprised. He sat opposite him with a calm expression and said, "Don't sigh, this thing cannot be spread casually. Excluding the little girl from the Shen family in Jiangqing, I was able to get this thing by chance. The ones above were able to get it because that kid was afraid of trouble and worried that the company would not develop smoothly. In fact, before I got this water of life, the intention of those people is not to let this life-extending water spread freely, and they have no intention of causing trouble to the Tianya group. It's just that this kid is too cautious and insists on giving it away." "You know everything," the old man surnamed Zhou said in astonishment. "Where do you think I am? Now I am mainly responsible for the contact between the government and Sui. Every call made here will be monitored." Old Man Lin said helplessly. "Jianliu, forget it, when I tell you this, it seems like you are getting an advantage and acting like a good boy. I won't say it anymore." Old Man Lin originally wanted to persuade him, but when he thought that he was the beneficiary, he couldn't say anything anymore. When he was about to die, his grandson carried him to Sui for medical treatment. Only then did he successfully obtain the water of life and extend his life. Now that my old friend also wants to live a little longer, what position does he have to criticize others? Zhou Jianliu couldn't help but sigh. "Brother, you know me. When the enemy passed by my helmet on the battlefield, I didn't even blink. I really can't believe that at this age, I can't bear to look away and die. The main reason is that the descendants of my family are unfilial. If I die, I'm afraid the family will be broken up. It's my fault, too. After I retired, I was busy with business matters, and I didn't pay attention to my family and didn't educate my children well." Old Man Lin couldn't bear to see him like this. After thinking for a while, he said, "I have a way. It's hard to say whether it will work or not. You can try it." "Oh." Zhou Jianliu's eyes lit up immediately, and he said quickly, "Brother, you tell me, whether it works or not, I will accept your favor. I heard that your granddaughter seems to be very beautiful." Old Man Lin paused here and didn't say anything more. Zhou Jianliu immediately understood his implication and frowned. "You mean, Mou is indeed beautiful, but she can never compare to the girl named Yuling next to Sui. Is this reliable?" "How do I know if it's reliable? Let's give it a try." Old Man Lin spread his hands. "Don't worry about that girl. She doesn't seem to mind Sui having affairs with other women. Do you mean to let our Mou be a mistress?" Zhou Jianliu's eyes widened immediately. "Do you want her to be the first wife?" Old Man Lin said angrily. "What are you thinking about? Sui loves his daughter very much. He takes her with him everywhere. They are a legal couple. I did it for them. Whether she can be the mistress is another matter. Don't think about such an impossible thing. She doesn't need your Zhou family's resources. Why should she abandon her wife who has been with him for so long?" The two old men, who are almost 200 years old in total, don't have a deep concept of monogamy. This concept was not popular in their era. When discussing such things, there is naturally nothing to be embarrassed about. But this thing sounds unreliable. If it succeeds, it's fine. If it doesn't, how can our Mou live in the future? Zhou Jianliu looked tangled. "What do you mean by how to be a human being? What era is this? Can you not be a human being just because you are in love? I say you are an old man with backward ideas. Damn it, she is not your granddaughter, of course you are generous. Then wait for death. When the time comes, even if those unfilial descendants of your family are busy fighting for the family property and ignore you, I will definitely make you a glorious one." 3 days is very short. It was so short that Sui didn't feel anything at all. He just stayed at home and played games and passed away. But it can grow long enough to turn a small island that has been excavated and reconstructed by a planetary mining machine into a tropical island full of vitality. Is this the result of transformation? On the floating landing craft, Sui looked at the huge island covered with dense jungle below with an expression of wonder. "If you didn't tell me, no one would have imagined that this place was completely bare 3 days ago. It is even more impossible to imagine that 4 or 5 days ago, this was just a small island of less than 50 square kilometers. When designing large-scale building manufacturing modules, we have considered the transformation of the surrounding environment of the building. Therefore, there are robots that specialize in growing plants. These robots will use local materials based on the characteristics of the vegetation on the planet and combine them with our genetic technology to manufacture produce plant catalysts to allow these plants to grow quickly, Tianshu explained. We transplanted a total of 2 million tropical plants to the island and planted more than 10 million different plants. Needless to say about the seeds, most of these plants were seedlings when they were sent to the island and can be grown on the island. These robots have a lot to do with growing to its current scale in a short period of time. Plants that induce birth? Can those magic plants induce birth? Sui suddenly thought of something else. I'm afraid not. This kind of acceleration is actually not a good thing for plants. It is the result of genetic modification technology at all costs. After modification, the lifespan of the plant will be greatly reduced, and it is already considered an inferior gene in the corresponding group. In order to ensure that this inferior gene does not spread, going out to pollute the gene pool of normal plants will not only stimulate the growth of these plants, but also cut off their ability to reproduce. Most of the magic plants you have now are food. After being spawned using these methods, it is unknown whether they can grow up normally, and even if they can grow up, they will not be able to bear fruit. Tianshu's statement made Sui frown. Then what's the point of such a transformation? Doesn't it mean that in a few years at most, all the plants on the island will die? Theoretically, this is the case. Tianshu explained. After all, the original intention of this large-scale construction manufacturing module is to quickly allow explorers to gain a foothold on a new planet. All its construction logic is designed based on this. Some planets are actually not that suitable for human survival. At this time, it is necessary to quickly plant a large number of native plants to transform the environment. Don't underestimate plants. Even in the interstellar age, plants have functions that many technologies cannot. Instead, in that world, technology is already very advanced compared to Blue Star, but people cannot solve the problem of the desert through pure technology, but planting trees can. So there are various genetic modification procedures for plants and large-scale building manufacturing modules to ensure that these plants can adapt to any planet with harsh environments but sufficient sunlight, and at the same time give them the ability to grow rapidly. But these technologies will not take into account the problem of the reproduction of the plant itself and how long it can survive after modification is because it is only a temporary solution and it only needs to be done quickly. That's a shame. Sui is not the virgin, just some plants, they will die when they die. It's just a pity that this thing has serious side effects and cannot make those magic crops grow faster. Shaking his head, he threw these things behind, looked at the pleasant island below, and couldn't help but sigh. It's changing so fast. If I had known then, I shouldn't have gone back to being a salty fish. It would have been interesting to see it here for 3 days. Sir, I used a drone to film the entire island transformation process from high altitude. You can watch it at any time. Tianshu said thoughtfully. Sui heard the words and looked at the time. It was still early, and it would still be a while before the invited people arrived. He didn't refuse immediately and asked Tianshu to play it in the landing craft. You can't just sit here and watch this kind of video for 3 days. So in this video, which was only about half an hour long, Sui saw countless robots crawling around the island like ants. As soon as the 10,000-ton cruise ships docked into the port, many robots moved over and emptied the cargo carried on them. Then with a ding-ding-dong-dong sound, buildings rose from the ground on the bare island. Green plants also began to cover the island from scratch. The coverage area was small at first, but over time, green vegetation quickly covered the entire island. Green plants have not even completely spread on the island, and the first plants to be planted have grown into towering trees, forming dense gods. Watching the whole process, it's hard not to be amazed. Of course, this is without paying attention to the timestamp on the video. If you take another look at the time when the entire island was transformed, I am afraid no one will believe that this is true. 3 days. No, not even 3 days. With nearly 600 square kilometers of greening work, dozens of buildings, including the tallest 2,222-meter tall building, were built out of thin air. Let this island completely change. This almost miraculous phenomenon is completely unimaginable for ordinary people. It was to the extent that Mr. Tumu would faint on the spot and put on a ventilator. Sui didn't need to watch it to know what kind of shock it would cause if this video was released. But he still wanted to see it. Tianshu removed the timestamp in the video and posted online using our company's official account. In fact, many details in the video can show that all this was completed in a very short time. It doesn't matter whether the timestamp is removed or not. If it is removed, many people will be able to see it. It will cause some controversy on the internet, but it doesn't matter. Sui deliberately made them quarrel. By the way, it can also confuse the concept of time, so as not to scare the uninformed netizens with horror stories such as transforming an island in 3 days. Okay, sir, I have also completed the internet warm-up for the establishment of the group headquarters. It will indeed attract a lot of attention if the video of the headquarters is released at this time. By the way, should we also warm up the news that our exoskeleton armor will be launched in the event of the headquarters construction? A few days ago, when you asked the Tanya Group security department to try out the exoskeleton armor, I also used a drone to shoot some videos. Editing them together with the video of the island construction should attract more attention and also allow Tanya Group to establish the image of a technology company in people's minds. Tianxia suggested. If you think this is okay, then let's do it. Sui waved his hand. Tianxia is a professional in this kind of thing, and he doesn't want to interfere too much. Soon, a short film titled Rebirth was released on the official website of Tanya Group and the official accounts of various platforms. At the beginning of the video, there is a small island with some green plants, but it looks a bit bare from a distance. Some dilapidated wooden sheds can be vaguely seen on the island, and there are some small fishing boats on the beach. Obviously, this is what Pendlay Island looked like before. Then the picture turned, and the dilapidated island in the aerial photo disappeared, replaced by a large flat land like a desert in the sea, which suddenly appeared in the middle of the sea. Anyone with a little common sense can easily see that this bare island is now many times larger than the previous island. Then the picture flashed, and it was the process of large-scale building manufacturing modules rapidly transforming the island. The acceleration effect can be clearly seen in the video. Under this effect, the bare island quickly grew. Green plants began to grow from the coast and soon covered the entire island. At the same time, buildings have sprung up in the middle of the island like mushrooms after rain, even faster than the speed of green plants covering the island. Careful people can even clearly see from the aerial perspective that a large number of transport planes are constantly taking off and landing from the airport on the island, and countless giant ships are constantly entering, unloading, and leaving the multiple ports around the island. Everything highlights the ultimate efficiency. At the end of the short film, in front of a yard that has been built on the edge of the island and looks like a military facility, an army covered with exoskeletons is training in formation. After the camera gave a close-up of one of the exoskeletons, the whole video ended. The logo at the end is the two words Tianyu Pendlay in the ancient Kyushu font. The former is the trademark of Tanya Group, and the latter is naturally the name of the island. As soon as the video came out, Tianxia used a little trick to attract traffic, and then it didn't even need to do anything. Because of the overly explosive content in the video, it quickly became popular all over the internet and was on the hot list of various video websites. At the same time, it naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Is this the island of Tanya Group? Didn't the Aborigines come to the island a few days ago? Now you tell me that the island has been transformed and the area has been expanded so much? Damn, this efficiency, is it a fantasy movie? Are you stupid? Didn't you see the fast forward? This must have been transformed a long time ago, and it was edited in post-production. I guess the island transformation was about to be completed when those islanders tried to go to the island. That's true, I guess the island has been in the hands of Tanya Group a long time ago. Then why did those islanders come to make trouble at this time? Is there any need to think about it? They must have known that the island was too well treated by Tanya Group, so they regretted it. But then again, buying islands is legal in foreign countries, I know this. But is it really legal to reclaim land and expand the area of the purchased island? Will it not affect the shipping routes at sea? This question is really unpopular. I guess those countries that sell islands would never have thought that someone would reclaim land on the private islands they bought to expand the island area. If it does not affect the route, there should be no problem. To Tianxia's surprise, when the video was posted, the focus of netizens' attention was not the changes in the islands, but whether such expansion was legal. And because the popularity was so terrifying, legal bloggers who took advantage of the popularity soon came out to popularize the knowledge of netizens. Some said it was legal, and some said it was not. In short, each said it was reasonable. As for the legal basis, there was not a single one. After all, no country is really idle enough to legislate for such a niche matter. Fortunately, it didn't take long for someone to get the topic back on track. A small blogger with only a few hundred fans made a video with a very explosive title, "Call with this thing, you actually care whether what Tanya Group does is legal." As soon as the video came out, it was quickly promoted on the website and soon received millions of likes. Because the content is also very simple, mainly from the last part of the video released by Tianxia about the exoskeleton armor, and also cut in part of the video of the power armor intercepting the islanders and the fleet a few days ago, and the video is also accompanied by some copywriting. Have you all forgotten the power armor sent by TNU Group when the islanders attacked the island? Damn, although these at the end of this video look different from the previous two, aren't they also power armor? With so many of these things, what laws do they need to manage? Bald Eagle should also think twice before moving TNU Group, right? When netizens saw it, they immediately remembered the power armor that had just caused a heated discussion on the internet a few days ago. Looking at the nearly 100 exoskeleton armors lined up in a strict array on the full screen, they were immediately shocked. Wow, if these are all like the power armor that day, not only can they fly but also can withstand grenade explosions at close range, then it's really a bit too awesome, right? I dare not imagine how explosive it would be if our Jushu army was equipped with such a good thing. To be honest, it is no wonder that TNU Group dared to take this island even though they knew that those white people in the West had bad intentions, and dared to invest resources in transformation and development. It turns out that they have the confidence here. Amid the exclamations of "I discovered the truth" by many netizens, Tinsha directly logged into the TNU Group's main account and replied in the comment section of this video. These armors only appeared for less than 2 seconds. The blogger is very good to pay attention to them. Regarding the problems of these armors, I can give you some popular science. The ones that appeared to guard the island a few days ago are the latest power armor developed by our TNU Group. The full name is Tianbing 1 All-Terrain Multifunctional Power Armor. Its functions are very powerful. It can go up to the sky and into the sea, and even in the weightless environment of space, it can still guarantee combat effectiveness. And the ones that appeared in the video are the guard-type exoskeleton armor with quite mature technology in our group. There is a big gap between the two. Compared with power armor, exoskeleton armor has many limitations. Without modification, it can only support ground combat. Its serious popular science is not really intended to popularize the difference between power armor and exoskeleton armor. Of course, it is not for show-off. Tinshu is AI and does not need people to provide it with emotional value. The purpose of saying so much is just to warm up the exoskeleton armor. If we don't make the exoskeleton armor and power armor sound awesome, how can we sell them? Sure enough, as soon as I spoke under the official account of the website, I was noticed by many people who saw this video. It was quickly pushed up. Power armor and exoskeleton armor, why don't I understand any of them, brother? Please explain in detail. Why do I know every word, but I can't understand it when they are combined together? No, did I miss something important? This armor and that armor, why does it sound so weird? Is this still the 21st century? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Brothers, listen to my analysis carefully. These so-called humanoid armors are simply unreasonable designs. The demand for materials is too high. If there are such awesome materials, wouldn't it be much more awesome to build a tank than to build these armors? You can't build these weapons and equipment just to look cool, right? What official people? You are talking about the large mechas in anime and movies. That thing really has no practical significance, but what does it have to do with this exoskeleton armor? If these power armor and exoskeleton armor are really useful, then the people wearing them are super soldiers, and the improvement in the combat of the army is absolutely huge. No need for ifs. Didn't the power armor have been demonstrated in actual combat a few days ago? It can take bullets and resist grenades, and it's nothing. It has infinite strength and can fly. This is definitely a super soldier. If this exoskeleton technology is mature, it is very likely to completely change the form of modern warfare. This is definitely an epic-making invention. TNU Group dares to brag. You really dare to believe it? The Bald Eagle has not developed this technology. How can you have it? Don't think about it. Stop bragging, be pragmatic. The above is transferred to manual. For a while, there was a lot of discussion in the comment area. But in fact, most people still don't believe it. After all, whether it is power armor or exoskeleton armor, they are epic-making products, and they are still a bit too supermodel in the current blue star. This kind of thing is that if you put it in a science fiction movie, the audience will shout good job. But in reality, everyone will only think it's fake. Many people did watch the scene of the power armor in actual combat a few days ago. After all, not many people saw it through the live broadcast at the first time. Most people only knew about it after watching the live video slice. In addition, they wanted to send islanders to the island to discuss Sui, but failed and got slapped in the face. Western high-level officials chose the relevant news of this incident without any prior agreement, so that there was no report about the incident on the external network at all, which made many people think that this was simply fake news, and the video was also fake, and there was no such thing. So even if the official account of TNU Group came out to say these things now, there are still many people who don't believe it. However, Tinsha doesn't care about this kind of thing, and controversial topics are easy to spread. And it knows very well that Sui is a person with a very bad taste, especially likes to open a small account to settle accounts with those who made anti-Sky remarks and were hit by boomerangs afterwards. Now it is vague and deliberately not clear, just to provide its boss with materials for finding fun on the internet. Soon, the debate on whether the power armor and exoskeleton armor are real or fake has not been resolved. There are careful people over there who found something more explosive in the video posted by Tanshu. The video looks like it was edited in an accelerated manner, but in fact, it was shot in one shot from the beginning to the end of the island transformation, with only acceleration in the middle and no editing. When the blogger first mentioned this, there was a little cutie who was very puzzled and said that it was just not edited. What was there to talk about? Then the blogger pointed out the most critical part. Brothers, you are blind. The sky only got dark 3 times from the beginning to the end of the island transformation. Do you know what this means if there is no editing? It means that they completed the transformation of the entire island and the construction of the buildings on the island within 3 days. As expected, this person was scolded. The main reason is that they transformed such a large island within 3 days and built so many buildings, which is even more magical than those exoskeletons in power armor. The most important thing is that everyone can see that most of the plants were seedlings when they were first planted, and they all grew up by the end of the video. It is too counterintuitive to say that this can be done within 3 days. As for the question that the video content was not edited, although it is reasonable, most people think that it was definitely edited based on common sense, and that a very long construction and transformation process was edited and condensed into this short video. But soon, in addition to the first person to discover it, many people who are professional in video editing came out to mention this issue. Some people even analyzed the video frame by frame, proving that the video was definitely not edited, but only accelerated. For a time, many people changed their views again. Soon the internet was divided into 2 factions, those who believed that Tanya Group would complete the island transformation within 3 days and those who did not believe it. The 2 groups quarreled into a mess, and at the same time, the 2 different groups quarreled about the armor. It can only be said that Tanshu, as an AI, is worthy of being a master of playing the internet. A simple video brought the rhythm to fly, and directly confused the onlookers. But obviously its purpose was achieved. Where would the attention come from without quarrels? How to attract more people to the ceremony of the establishment of the Tanshu Group headquarters? How to spread the reputation of the exoskeleton armor to attract buyers? Everything is in Tanshu's plan. Of course, if he wants, he can completely use his own ability to hack into the backend of major websites, force himself to divert traffic, and increase attention. But that is a way of playing outside the rules. After following Sui, although it has almost become accustomed to being an outlaw, most of the time Tanshu is more disciplined than people. While Tanshu was frantically fanning the flames and setting the pace, the island of Tanshu Group finally welcomed the first batch of guests. As 5 of Jusu's latest transport planes slowly landed at the airport, Jusu's official delegation also landed on Pendlay Island. It is obviously a waste of natural resources to use transport planes to transport people, but there is no way. Who made no one come here before today? Jusu thought that the airport Sui mentioned was a temporary battlefield airport, so naturally they did not dare to find a few civil airliners to fly over directly. The leader of the delegation was of course Old Man Lin. He not only had a good relationship with Sui, but also had sufficient status and qualifications to represent Jusu. In order to promote the product, Sui gave enough face this time. Not only was the red carpet laid, but there was also a welcoming formation of 50 security soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor on both sides of the red carpet. Old Man Lin just got off the plane and saw Sui. He was about to complain to him about why he didn't say so earlier when the airport was so good. Before he could say anything, he couldn't walk when he saw these exoskeleton armor. These exoskeleton armors seem different from the ones you gave us 2 days ago. Is this the kind of power armor your company has developed? Old Man Lin's eyes fell on those armors and he couldn't move his eyes away. When Sui gave part of the shares of metal hydrogen batteries to Jushu officials 2 days ago, he had the intention of selling exoskeleton armor to them. I showed them a sample and asked them to take it back. Of course, the most important technology in this exoskeleton is materials and energy, and it is impossible for them to reverse engineer it when they take it back. The generation difference is too big. This thing is no longer much different from magic in Blue Star. So after the Kyushu military experts took it back, no news came out at all in the past few days. No, our company doesn't have many powered armors, and they all have mission arrangements. This is another exoskeleton armor. Sui waved his hand. Let's go, we have already arranged a place for you in the venue. No, there's no rush. Old Man Lin said quickly. Isn't it the point yet? How about we talk about this exoskeleton armor again? I think we have a lot of room for cooperation in this aspect. He had tested it before and knew very well that Sui could not sell that kind of power armor with incredible combat effectiveness, but there was definitely room for trading in these exoskeletons. Didn't I already give you a set? Do you understand the research and do you want to purchase it? Sui said with a half smile. Then it must be purchased. What the military means is that we will purchase 100,000 sets of the exoskeleton armor you gave us in advance, and we are already talking to people from your company. At this point, Old Man Lin said with emotion, I don't know how you made such a thing. A lightweight exoskeleton with a thin layer of frontal armor can actually withstand a 30mm cannon. After we dismantled it and looked at it, we couldn't help but marvel at the structure inside. It's simply a genius design. The sample Sui gave to the Kyushu military was actually just the most basic of the exoskeletons he got. The tentative name is Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor. It is also the lightest among the different exoskeletons he has. The thickness of the chest armor is only 5mm, although it also uses X7674 special alloy as armor. According to the direct data of X7674 special alloy, it is impossible to withstand the 30mm cannon armor-piercing projectiles from the front. This effect is mainly due to its very sophisticated internal design, which can reduce the kinetic energy of bullets to a certain extent, allowing the armor to withstand smaller impacts. This is just like the reason why a tank using sloped armor has a much stronger defense than a tank using vertical armor under the premise of the same material and thickness. Only with excellent materials and excellent design can the role of materials be maximized. There are so many outlaws in Bela's world, and the frequency of wars is much higher than that of Blue Star. There is certainly merit in weapon design. By the way, there's also the metal hydrogen battery you put in the exoskeleton as a power source. Isn't this a bit outrageous? It's so big, I guess it only weighs 1 or 2 kilograms, but it can actually support the exoskeleton's high-intensity combat if it's stuffed in a week. How on earth did you do this? The old academics at the Academy of Sciences didn't have much hair left, and now they are really going to be bald. Old Man Lin complained as he walked. To tell you the truth, I came here with a lot of tasks. The first one is to help them ask you how to deal with these things. If there were no laws in this world, I think they would all want to. The scientific researchers of Tianya Group grabbed it and opened the head to see what was inside. He has seen the world. He has been in the army for more than 10 years. After retiring, most of the work he participated in was related to the army. I am very familiar with the development process of the army, and I also have a lot of experience in how various new weapons and equipment are invented and used. But the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton Sui gave him still had a huge impact on him, mainly because this thing is a bit outrageous and over the top. After a soldier wears it, after a period of training, the marching speed can easily reach more than 100 kilometers per hour, and the normal load-bearing capacity exceeds 1 ton. Under extreme circumstances, it can carry up to 1.8 tons of weight in a short period of time. If the damage to the armor is not considered, even it's not impossible to carry 2 tons. The battery life is even more incredible. With a small battery inserted, if you do nothing but use the exoskeleton for emergency marching, it can run close to 15,000 kilometers under ideal conditions. Even if we put aside factors such as the energy loss caused by different terrains and the driver's own intolerance, it can run at least 10,000 kilometers without interruption. And even if the power is cut off, you can keep running by replacing the battery. Compared to this thing's load-bearing capacity of over 1 ton, a battery weighing less than 2 kilograms is just a drop in the bucket. That is to say, it is a relatively peaceful period now, and chaos will really break out in wartime. If Kyushu can equip a large number of this kind of armor, it will be a dimensionality-reducing blow to the armies of the current Blue Star countries. There is no need for airdrops, landings, etc. If you start directly from the mainland and run with 1 pair of legs, you can penetrate the Eurasian continent within a week. Although Sui had not carefully understood the parameters of these exoskeleton armors before, he was not surprised at all when he heard Old Man Lin boasting about them. This is the basic equipment used by interstellar civilizations for ground troops landing on planets. Apart from other things, the endurance is definitely full. In Bailu's words, wars involving the entire planet, even if the opponent's defense in space is completely solved, it is often difficult to attack the ground and establish a long-term base without a year or two. Because everyone has a variety of awesome weapons, facing a planet without any foundation, even if you have air superiority, it is difficult to gain a foothold on the surface. Orbital airborne brigades like hers are cannon fodder when they are really airdropped into the surface of a strange planet to fight. Their only role is to disrupt the enemy's ground deployment and clear a safe zone for subsequent troops to establish a base. They are also cannon fodder. Elites with power armor can rely on the powerful performance of the power armor to leave the surface of the planet and run away if they find that the situation is not right. Those wearing exoskeletons can only survive in the midst of thousands of troops. In this case, it is necessary to ensure that the exoskeleton has a long endurance. It's inhumane to throw people down as cannon fodder. The armor ran out of power after only 2 days of use. Who the hell would play with you? Old Man Lin praised the armor Sui gave him, and when he saw that it was almost done, he finally showed his true colors. Xiao Su, I see that the exoskeleton you have here is not the same as the one you sold to us. Can you give me a few more sets? Seeing that the old man finally revealed his purpose after preparing for a long time, Sui refused without thinking. Don't even think about it. To tell you the truth, the one sold to you is the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor, and the one you see now is our latest Sentinel-3 exoskeleton armor. It's not for sale, we keep it for our own use. Although Old Man Lin had guessed it a long time ago, he was still disappointed. What a pity, this thing looks stronger than the exoskeleton you gave us. Sentinel-3 is classified as heavy exoskeleton armor in our exoskeleton sequence. I won't tell you the specific data. Simply put, it can tear apart the mainstream main battle tanks in the world. The so-called Sentinel series is simply a name Sui randomly picked after getting the production line. Bailu gave him a total of 3 production lines of different exoskeleton armors. Each one was designed and manufactured by a different arms dealer in their world. They had nothing to do with each other, and the design styles were also very different. The only difference is that these exoskeletons all share the exoskeleton rating standards of their world, the Interstellar Federation. The 3 types of armor represent 3 different models: light, medium, and heavy. The medium-sized exoskeleton armor named Sentinel-3 by Sui, even in Bailu's world, is the leader in mass-produced exoskeleton armor. Aside from those purpose-built exoskeletons, there aren't many that are as powerful as this one. The power armors Bailu gave him could only be regarded as light power armors in their world. Compared with this heavy-duty exoskeleton, they were not necessarily ahead in all aspects. Heavy exoskeletons have many parameters that are even more exaggerated than power armor. Therefore, Sui was destined to be unable to sell this thing. So you still have medium-sized exoskeletons? Can you sell them? Old Lin's eyes lit up. Sui glanced at him and said nothing more. But sometimes, not saying it is already saying it. If you don't refuse, of course it's okay. In fact, in Sui's case, the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton is positioned so that anyone in the world can buy it, and he will sell it to anyone who dares to buy it. As for the medium-sized exoskeleton Sentinel-2 with stronger combat capabilities, there is a certain purchase threshold. Currently, he plans to sell it to the Kyushu family. It remains to be seen whether he will sell it to others later. As for the Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton and power armor, they are not for sale, at least for now. He had originally planned to sell the medium-sized exoskeleton to Jusu, so of course he would not refuse it directly. But even selling this kind of thing is not that simple. It is impossible to just collect money. There is still room for negotiation as to how to sell it, how much to sell it for, and what price Jusu needs to pay. Don't rush this moment. Old Man Lin obviously understood what he meant and did not continue to ask any more questions. Instead, he began to evaluate the situation on the island. Did you really get these things done in 3 days? Although he had seen the satellite pictures before coming here, Old Man Lin was still a little unbelievable after arriving on the island. The tall buildings and the greenery on the surrounding ground. It doesn't look like it grew out in 3 days. Jusu has always been known as an infrastructure madman, but in the face of the efficiency of Taenyu Group, it can only be defeated. The main reason is that this thing is not scientific at all. It was completed in 3 days, but there are many disadvantages. Most of the things on the island can only be seen now. There is still a lot of work to be done in the future. Sui replied simply. It's unbelievable. Old Lin couldn't help but marvel. There are a lot of unbelievable things, so calm down. I can't afford to scare you at your age on my island. What are you talking about? Old man, I have seen a lot of things in the world, right? Old Man Lin dismissed these words. Although he was amazed again and again along the way, with his psychological quality, the most he could do was sigh. How could he be frightened? Just as the two were talking, a landing craft suddenly swooped down from high altitude and landed directly next to the Kyushu transport plane. When it was less than 10 meters above the ground, it corrected its flying attitude, finally hovering completely less than 1 meter above the ground, and then slowly landed. Old Man Lin, who had just said that he had seen the world, was stunned and stood there with his mouth open. After a while, he pointed at the landing craft and said, This, what is this? Oh, this is our company's self-developed aircraft, isn't it pretty good? Sui said with a smile. With a carrying capacity of 1,000 tons, it can go to the sky or the sea without any problem. You mean, this thing can still go into space? Old Man Lin swallowed, his eyes shining as he looked at the landing craft. Not to mention going to space, its speed can completely escape the gravity of the blue star, and it can even go to the moon. Sui looked at the old man's expression of wanting to climb up and kiss them, and said with some humor, "Not for sale, don't think about it. It's a pity, it's a pity." He said this, but Old Man Lin never moved his eyes from the landing craft. Halfway through, he pointed at the obvious weapon mounting points and the movable cabin at the bottom of the landing craft. Doorway. What is this? A weapons system. Well, it's mainly used for ground strikes. It has a carrying capacity of 1,000 tons, can go into space, and can also hit the ground. Old Man Lin couldn't help but take a breath. Isn't this thing invincible? With the current technology of the Blue Star humans, it is difficult to deal with ultra-high altitude units tens of kilometers above the ground, not to mention higher positions. Hearing Suyi's words, Old Man Lin couldn't help but imagine driving this aircraft to space hundreds of kilometers above the ground, throwing all kinds of messy things down, and the opponent could only stare blankly. Hearing him say this, Sui was not modest, and said generously, "As far as the current human technology is concerned, it is indeed invincible. Okay, there are our specially prepared reception staff in the back, let's talk later." After that, he walked directly to the landing craft that had just opened the hatch. The people who could let him send a landing craft to pick up were naturally his parents. As soon as he walked forward, he saw Yuling helping his mother Li Yi walk down, and his father looked around with curiosity. Before, Sui told his family that he made a little money from doing business. Later, as the scale of Tianya Group grew, he simply stopped pretending and told his family that he was the boss of Tianya Group and had countless wealth. He hid it at first because he was not strong enough and had many concerns. He was also afraid of scaring his parents. Later, as his strength grew stronger, he no longer had those concerns, and during this period, he constantly raised the threshold for his parents to increase their acceptance. Naturally, there was nothing inconvenient to say. There was no other reason for bringing my parents here. They just wanted to come and see for themselves. Before they came, they knew that today was a big day for Tianya Group, so they didn't stay for long. After talking to Sui for a few words, they urged him to get busy. Then Yuling took him to visit the island that belonged to her son. Yuling was obviously very willing to do this. Including picking up Suyi's parents, it was Yuling who took the initiative. Although it was the first time they met, it was not difficult to see that she had already gained enough favorability in front of the two elders. So much so that after knowing the relationship between the two, Suyi's mother took him aside and quietly asked him when he and Yuling would get married, and she couldn't let such a good girl be snatched away by others. Sui couldn't do it. He really wanted to say that the last person who dared to flirt with Yuling, now the whole family's grave is almost overgrown with grass, and he and Yuling had already obtained the marriage certificate. But this matter is not easy to say. If I really say that, my mother is probably thinking about when he will go home to get the household registration booklet. Sui gave Juzhu a quota, except for 100 for Juzhu itself. The other 200 were evenly distributed among Juzhu. Many countries sent representatives here. Because the quota is limited, there are naturally no media from other countries here. Only a few official media from Juzhu are qualified to go to the island. This was sent after the Juzhu officials consulted Tianya Group in advance. If Tianya Group did not agree, there would be no media on the island now. There are few media, but it does not mean that the momentum of this completion ceremony is small. From the moment that several Juzhu media went to the island, the global simultaneous live broadcast has begun. The official media's cards, coupled with Tianya Group, a recent hot word on the internet, quickly attracted a large number of viewers. As to how long it took to build Penglay Island, the internet had already been in a mess a few days ago. Now that the live broadcast on the island has started, there will naturally be another round of debate in the live broadcast room. Although the official knew that the island was built by Tianya Group in 3 days, since Tianya Group did not say anything, they certainly would not bother to explain it and let the audience argue here. But as the live camera and reporters went deep into the island, this debate soon turned into various exclamations. Apart from anything else, the scenery on this island is really good. Indeed, the blue sky and white clouds, the clear sea water, and no pollution can be seen. If it can be opened for vacation, I want to go and see it. You want to eat shit? Didn't you see what the Tianya Group's official website said? This island will be one of the benefits of Tianya Group employees in the future, and it is not considered to be open to the public at present. I have a friend who works in Tianya Group. This is indeed the case. He also showed me the company's latest employee welfare table, which includes information about Penglay Island. All employees of Tanya Group can go to the island for vacation every year, for a period of 1 month, and can bring up to 3 relatives, with travel expenses and food and accommodation all included. Moreover, this is the headquarters of Tanya Group. Employees working at the headquarters can live there for a long time, and they will be allocated housing after a certain number of years of service. Have you seen other buildings on the island besides the headquarters building? Most of the buildings are residential buildings, which are allocated to employees. Schools, hospitals, and other facilities will be built later. It won't be long before this place becomes a city with complete facilities. It is not recommended that Tanya Group give benefits to employees in this way, because our company does not give benefits. Eating lemons, I am so sour. When Tanya Group was recruiting, I met all the conditions perfectly. I wanted to go there, but our boss came to talk to me and said that Tanya Group's benefits must be so good, and I really believed his lies. What boss? I'm going to work early. If you don't understand, just ask, is there any internal staff who can tell me when Tanya Group will recruit next time? I don't mean anything else, I just want to contribute to Tanya Group. If you want a luxury sea view room, just say it directly. Speaking of which, this island is rented by Tanya Group, so it is not our Kyushu territory, right? Isn't going there the same as leaving the country? Do I need a passport? I asked yesterday, and there is no passport for Penglay Island. I don't know, but I heard from my friends who work in their company that it seems that they don't need passports at all, and they flew directly there with military transport planes. To be honest, if passports, visas and any other additional certificates are not required, then except for the distance, going to Penglay Island is really more convenient than going to some places in China, right? It's hard to say, anyway, it doesn't seem to be necessary at present. The official and Tanya Group have tacitly agreed that employees can enter and exit at will without any documents. There are too many points that can be discussed in Tanya Group, and it is also the live broadcast room of the official media. Soon the number of people in several different live broadcast rooms exceeded 5 million. As time went by, the completion ceremony of the Tanya Group headquarters finally reached the stage of being about to begin. The live broadcast perspective also shifted from various areas on the island to the main building of the Tanya Group headquarters, which is a landmark. The building is more than 2,000 meters high, and you can hardly see the end when you look up from the ground. The lowest of the other high-rise buildings around the building is more than 1,500 meters. Being in it, it seems that you have instantly entered a first-tier metropolis composed of steel forests from a pleasant island. In particular, the photographer responsible for this perspective also specially provided an upward viewing angle from the ground. The audience watching the live broadcast was amazed. At this moment, in the sky between a group of high-rise buildings, a very sci-fi aircraft suddenly appeared and floated in the air. For a moment, the photographers were stunned. The landing craft just appeared at the airport and did not stay for long. It left after dropping off the people. Therefore, not many people saw it. Even the photographers on the scene were like this, not to mention the audience watching the live broadcast online. The already dense barrage seemed to be cut off by some mysterious force the moment the landing craft appeared in the camera. There was a large blank space on the entire screen. After a moment, more dense barrages than before floated out, instantly filling the entire live broadcast room. Most of them were exclamations such as "fuck" and "what is this thing?" This fanatical barrage reached its climax as the landing craft slowly lowered its altitude in a stable posture and finally landed steadily at the door of the building. Especially when they saw the hatch open, 6 power armors and dozens of Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeletons trotting out and lining up on both sides of the road. Finally, when Sui walked out of the landing craft holding Yuling's hand, the audience's amazement reached its climax. Such a cool way of appearance was obviously Sui's own idea. The effect was also very significant. Even Old Man Lin, who had seen the landing craft before, was now open-mouthed and completely confused. He was so awesome in his heart. Tanya Group had such a big show today, and he knew in advance that unlike the previous press conferences hosted by Yuling, Sui would appear in person this time. Naturally, he was curious about how he would appear in public for the first time in such an occasion. Never expected that he would do such a ruthless thing. Previously, everyone was still curious about why there was such a large open space at the entrance of the main building. Now we know that it was Sui who left it there to show off. The spacecraft entered the venue, the power armor led the way, and the heavy exoskeletons lined up on both sides. This kind of scene was directly full of coolness. Old Man Lin couldn't help but slap his grandson on the head. See? Learn from him. This is called the innate pretentious body. If you had 1/3 of Sui's pretentiousness, would you still be single? Lin Yulong, who had no intention of watching Sui pretending, was slapped by his own grandfather for no reason. He didn't react for a while. When he heard him talking about Sui, he subconsciously said, Grandpa, don't worry about the pretentiousness for now. Aren't you on good terms with Sui? Can you help me get a set of this power armor? Pa! Another slap hit the back of his head, and Old Man Lin said unhappily, "What good things are you thinking? Even if you get it, I have to taste it myself and try whether this treasure works. Is it your turn?" Grandpa, this is high technology. You are over 90 years old and you don't understand it. Hey kid, I asked you to learn something, but you are still teaching me? What's wrong with me being over 90 years old? Can you beat me? Old Man Lin was immediately unhappy. Lin Yulong didn't dare to be stubborn anymore after hearing this. Although the old man is 90 years old, after drinking the water of life, his physical condition should be maintained at about 40 years old, even healthier and stronger than most middle-aged people in their 40s. In addition, he really went to the battlefield and fought for his life when he was young, and he has rich combat experience. If he really wants to fight, Lin Yulong, a young man, really can't beat the old man. What's more, he is a grandson, and he dares not to beat him even if he can beat him. He could only point to the front and say, "No, no, no, let's do business. I'm awesome, there are masters." A large number of audiences and people watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room also exclaimed with him. Sui and Yuling walked to the middle of the venue under the building together. Under the attention of the crowd, Yuling glanced at the bare environment around her and then waved her hand gently. In the flower bed under the building, which was originally empty, tender shoots suddenly emerged from the soil. Then these tender shoots grew and spread rapidly, and finally bloomed. Almost in an instant, countless fragrant flowers covered the empty space at the bottom of the building, and even the ground in the aisle was covered with a layer of vines with flowers of various colors on the vines. And there were not only flowers emerging from the flower bed, but also many trees. These trees, like those flowering vines, grew rapidly and eventually bloomed with gorgeous flowers. For a time, the entire street in front of the building was filled with refreshing fragrance, and the scene was so dreamy that it seemed unreal. No, is this scientific? I finally know how Tanya Group planted trees on the bare island in 3 days. They can do magic. This is ridiculous. Stop talking nonsense. What magic? They obviously did it with some video technology. In my opinion, including the spaceship entering the venue, it was probably synthesized by AI or some other means. Don't disbelieve me, I am a professional AI player. No one here knows more than me. Brother Dong, are you here? I laughed to death. So many audiences were confused. How could this be fake? You laughed at me. There were only a few hundred people at the scene. It only took Tanya Group a word to make them laugh or cry? Who dared not to cooperate? They found a few actors to act, and you made a mess. You believed it even if it was fake. You are really brainless. Do you know who the people there are? Actors? You invited the generals of the Kyushu military to be actors? And the old white man sitting in the right corner, that's Bald Eagle's 4-star general, and next to him is Bald Eagle's Black Palace spokesperson and the president's secretary. Are these people actors? Are you crazy or is this world crazy? Let's analyze it briefly. This is definitely not magic. I guess it's some kind of technological means to stimulate the rapid growth of plants. Then I would rather believe that this is the holographic projection technology developed by the company, and a projection that looks real was created on the scene. Why can't it be some kind of optical stealth technology? These flowers and trees were originally here, and then she waved her hand and gradually cancelled the projection, allowing them to appear under the camera. They didn't appear suddenly, they have a growth process. Okay, optical hair. Damn, you're just starting to guess, right? Looking at these messed up things you guessed, I feel that they are not as reliable as magic. Don't argue, just watch it. How to do it will naturally be told by others. Why rush? This set of actions is smooth and flowing, and it immediately fills up the style. Sui looked at the surprised expressions of the guests below and was naturally very satisfied. If you have the conditions but don't show off, what's the difference between you and salted fish? As for whether you will expose your trump card and secrets because of showing off? In fact, for him, there is only one biggest trump card and secret, that is the trading platform. Even if the rest of the things are exposed, the most serious consequence is probably to randomly scare a group of passersby. Other than that, it's all benefits. As the saying goes, a man is innocent but guilty of holding a jade. The things he is carrying now are undoubtedly the exquisite jade. If he doesn't show a certain strength, sooner or later someone will have a bad idea. Power armor and exoskeleton are indeed awesome and have enough deterrence. But in the face of absolute interests, it is not ruled out that someone will take risks. Even though there is almost nothing on this planet except nuclear bombs that can threaten him, if anyone dares to have a bad idea about him, he is fully capable of striking back. But after all, he is not completely invincible. If a conflict really happens, who knows what will happen if it really gets to the head? If things go wrong, the entire Blue Star Online might have to be relaunched. A completely destroyed world is not in his interest. So there is no need to hide all the good stuff and conduct phishing enforcement. It can save a lot of trouble to release some of the trump cards as a deterrent. The metal hydrogen battery sells a rectangular block shaped like a brick. At the same time, behind Sui, the headquarters building of Tianyu Group also turned into a huge screen. The objects on the display table were directly projected on the screen as a close-up view so that people at the scene could see clearly. What's this? The black block looks like it is made of some kind of plastic material. What does this have to do with those flying armors? No way. Some knowledgeable Kyushu people looked at this thing and naturally knew it was a metal hydrogen battery. But most foreigners thought that what Sui was going to show off today were those powered armors and exoskeletons, and it was hard to guess what they were at the first time. It wasn't until a researcher from the Bald Eagle Empire who came with the team wiped his eyes again and again, looked at the inconspicuous positive and negative electrodes on the battery, tentatively stood up and asked Sui, "Could it be that this is some kind of battery?" "Guessed it right, but unfortunately I didn't prepare a reward," Sui said with a smile. "This is the latest product of Tianyu Energy, a subsidiary of our Tianyu Group. It is made of a completely different structure and material from all batteries currently on the market. The current mainstream on the market should be lithium batteries, right? I can tell you clearly that it is completely different from lithium batteries. That's it, a metal hydrogen battery. I won't go into details about the specific principles with you. I guess no one is here to listen to my academic thesis. I'll give you a brief summary of its data. The first is the most important energy density issue of the battery. Within the same volume, the energy density of metal hydrogen batteries is 900 times that of gasoline. What? How many times? This is absolutely impossible. I absolutely don't believe it. Before Sui finished speaking, the entire exhibition site exploded. Of course, because most of the people present today are political figures from various countries and not many are actually engaged in scientific research, most people were confused when they heard this data. Only some knowledgeable people immediately tensed up after hearing this terrifying number. Can't live. There are only a dozen of these people in total. After all, the number of places in each country is limited. Many countries only have 1 or 2 people coming, and not many can bring their own scientific researchers with them. However, just the exclamations from these dozen people created quite a momentum. Sui had to stop blowing. However, he is not disgusted by this. If these people are not surprised, how can they highlight how awesome Tianyu Group's products are? What you want is this effect. Chapter 133 Hardcore Experiment. How many times more? 900 times that of gasoline? What are you bragging about? As expected of the boss of Tianyu Group, for a moment I couldn't tell whether he was talking nonsense or serious. At first glance, it's nonsense. I guess this guy doesn't understand technology at all and has no idea about the numbers coming out of his mouth. The energy of the same volume is 900 times that of gasoline, and it is also a controllable battery. Anyone with a little bit of relevant knowledge will not be able to say such outrageous things. It's over. Whoever wrote this manuscript may not be able to keep his job after today. Do you think it's possible that what he said is true? Is the energy density of this battery really 900 times that of gasoline? Damn it, if this were true, I would go downstairs and eat the green belt in the community. It's so fake. The idiot fans of Tianyu Group really don't have any brains when they go out. If you can believe this, what's the difference between walking on the road and being told that you were not born by your mother, but by a monkey, and you still believe it? The people above are making a fuss. Do you know what metallic hydrogen is? Just call it here? If it were a metal hydrogen battery, the energy density would probably be so high. The difficulty lies in how they made it into a battery. No, hydrogen, can this thing come into contact with metals? I haven't read much, but I still passed junior high school chemistry. Don't lie to me. Nothing is impossible. I have a feeling that Tianyu Group is really going to be big now. Just wait and see. I think so too. If this is true, the previous debate about what energy source power armor uses can also be explained. They really have black technology. Indeed, with such a battery with extremely high energy density, it is not impossible to create an exoskeleton armor using current technology. Wait a minute, if this battery is so awesome. No, I have to sell all the energy stocks in my hands quickly. Damn it, I just bought an electric car. The audience at the scene was stunned and in disbelief, and the people watching the live broadcast were certainly not much better. Moreover, there are more people in the live broadcast room, making it easier to think divergently. Some people think it is fake, And of course some people think it is true after seeing the unreasonable products released by TNU Group before. Before the two groups even had time to start a fight, someone immediately realized something was wrong. Especially those who play stocks and funds, their noses are sharper than the other, and they will immediately sense that something is wrong. No matter whether the metal hydrogen battery of TNU Group is real or fake, since it dares to announce it now, it may be difficult to prove it in a short time. If it cannot be falsified quickly, it will become inevitable that the relevant sections of the stock market will plummet. If you don't run away now before the news spreads, when will you? Sui didn't expect that this chain reaction would be triggered. Of course, the emergence of metal hydrogen batteries will inevitably affect related companies, but this is not within his consideration at all. In other words, whether it is TNU Group or Jushu officials, when facing such a technology that can completely subvert the entire industry, they will not consider what people who are crushed by this technology think. Although some of them are Jushu companies. But so what? It is natural for the old productivity to be replaced by new technology. Compared with their backward lithium battery technology, TNU Group's metal hydrogen battery is obviously more representative of the future. Ignoring the surprise of others in the audience, Sui continued to explain the characteristics of metal hydrogen batteries. I won't say much about how metal hydrogen batteries are made, but essentially this is a technology that converts hydrogen energy into electrical energy. Compared to lithium batteries on the market, metal hydrogen batteries that are mainly hydrogen will not produce any pollution even if they leak. Hearing this, a Western scientist suddenly raised his hand and said, "Mr. Su, if the energy density of this battery is really as high as you said, then once it leaks, people should probably not consider whether it will pollute the environment, right? As far as I know, even TNT explosives are not as high as its energy density." The implication is naturally to hint that the energy density Sui just mentioned is either false, or this is a walking bomb, the kind that is more powerful than TNT. Sui had anticipated this kind of problem, but he didn't care. He just smiled and said, "Your worry is not unreasonable, but since our research team dares to make a material with such a high energy density into a battery, of course there are corresponding safety solutions." As he said this, he waved his hand, and a power armor standing next to him as a mascot immediately came close. With a flick of his hand, he drew out the chainsaw sword. Then, in front of so many people, he chopped the battery with a sword. Swish! It was like a hot knife cutting butter. With almost no obstacles, the battery and the display stand below were cut in half. The imagined explosion naturally did not happen. After a few wisps of white smoke, the battery was completely silent. It was just that the metal-like solid object at the cut quickly melted after contacting the air, and soon the surface layer disappeared, revealing the black isolation plate inside. Sui bent down and picked up the cut battery and shook it, then put it together and put it in the instrument sent by the staff. Two technicians from TNU Group quickly connected the cut batteries together with a harness, and then used a wire connected to a light bulb to connect the positive and negative poles of the battery respectively. When the light bulb lit up, there were only two words left in everyone's mind. Awesome. I don't understand, but I am shocked. If it didn't explode when it was cut, I can still understand that TNU Group's technology is awesome, but this fucking battery that was cut into two halves was connected with a broken wire in the middle, and then the two ends were connected and it could still discharge stably. Is this fucking reasonable? Looking at the battery structure, I guess the battery should be divided into partitions. The partition that was cut by the knife will not affect the other partitions. As long as the cable inside the battery is connected, it can continue to be used. This is easier to explain. It was violently cut but did not explode, and there was not even a little fire. I really can't understand. If this battery really has such a high energy density, how did they release all the energy in the battery in such a short time? I see those dissipated blocky metal objects. They should be the so-called metallic hydrogen, right? There was no movement when it dissipated. I am a little doubtful whether the energy density is so high. Why doubt it? Didn't they say it? These things can be sold after the press conference. If they are really a scam, who will buy them? What's the point of cheating at this time? It seems to be right. A few times? 900 times that of gasoline? What a boast! As expected of the boss of TNU Group, I couldn't tell whether he was talking nonsense or serious. It's obvious that he's talking nonsense. I guess he doesn't understand technology at all and has no idea of the numbers he said. The energy of the same volume is 900 times that of gasoline, and it's a controllable battery. Anyone who has a little knowledge of related knowledge can't say such outrageous words. It's over. Whoever wrote this manuscript will probably lose his job after today. Do you think it's possible that what he said is true? Is the energy density of this battery really 900 times that of gasoline? Bullshit. If this is true, I will go downstairs and eat the green belt in the community. It's too fake. The brainless fans of Tanya Group really don't use their brains when they go out. They believe this, just like walking on the street and someone tells you that you were not born by your mother, but by a monkey, and you believe it. The people above are in a mess. Do you know what metal hydrogen is? They are calling it here? If it is a metal hydrogen battery, the energy density may be so high. The difficulty lies in how they make it into a battery. No, hydrogen. How can this thing be related to metal? I didn't study much, but I can still pass junior high school chemistry. Don't lie to me. Nothing is impossible. I have a hunch that Tanya Group is really going to be a big deal. Just wait and see. I think so too. If this is true, the previous debate about what energy source the power armor uses can also be explained. They really have black technology. Indeed, with this kind of battery with extremely high energy density, it is not impossible to make an exoskeleton armor with current technology. Wait a minute, if this battery is really that awesome. Oh no, I have to sell all the energy stocks in my hands. God damn, the electric car I just bought. The audience was stunned and unbelievable, and the people watching the live broadcast were certainly not much better. And there were more people in the live broadcast room, so it was easier to think divergently. Some people thought it was fake, and of course some people thought it was real after seeing the unreasonable products released by Tanya Group before. Before the two groups even had time to tear each other apart, someone immediately realized that something was wrong. Especially those who play stocks and funds, their noses are sharper than each other, and they immediately realized that something was wrong. Regardless of whether the metal hydrogen battery of Tanya Group is real or fake, now that it dares to be announced, it is probably difficult to disprove it in a short time. If it cannot be disproven quickly, then the relevant sectors in the stock market will inevitably fall. If you don't run away now before the news spreads, when will you? Sui didn't expect that this chain reaction would be triggered. Of course, it is inevitable that the emergence of metal hydrogen batteries will affect related companies, but this is not within his consideration at all. In other words, whether it is Tanya Group or Juzhu officials, when faced with such a technology that can completely subvert the entire industry, they will not consider what the people who are crushed by this technology think. Although some of them are Juzhu enterprises. But so what? It is natural for the old productivity to be replaced by new technology. Compared with their backward lithium battery technology, Tanya Group's metal hydrogen battery is obviously more representative of the future. Ignoring the surprise of others in the audience, Sui continued to explain the characteristics of metal hydrogen batteries. I won't say much about how metal hydrogen batteries are made, but essentially this is a technology that converts hydrogen energy into electrical energy. Compared to lithium batteries on the market, metal hydrogen batteries that are mainly hydrogen will not produce any pollution even if they leak. Hearing this, a Western scientist suddenly raised his hand and said, Mr. Su, if the energy density of this battery is really as high as you said, then once it leaks, people should probably not consider whether it will pollute the environment, right? As far as I know, even TNT explosives are not as high as its energy density. The implication is naturally to hint that the energy density Sui just mentioned is either false, or this is a walking bomb, the kind that is more powerful than TNT. Sui had anticipated this kind of problem, but he didn't care. He just smiled and said, Your worry is not unreasonable, but since our research team dares to make a material with such a high energy density into a battery, of course there are corresponding safety solutions. As he said this, he waved his hand, and a power armor standing next to him as a mascot immediately came close. With a flick of his hand, he drew out the chainsaw sword. Then, in front of so many people, he chopped the battery with a sword. Swish! It was like a hot knife cutting butter. With almost no obstacles, the battery and the display stand below were cut in half. The imagined explosion naturally did not happen. After a few wisps of white smoke, the battery was completely silent. It was just that the metal-like solid object at the cut quickly melted after contacting the air, and soon the surface layer disappeared, revealing the black isolation plate inside. Sui bent down to pick up the cut battery and shook it, then put it together and put it in the instrument sent by the staff. Two technicians from Tanya Group quickly connected the cut batteries together with a harness, and then used a wire connected to a light bulb to connect the positive and negative poles of the battery respectively. When the light bulb lit up, there were only two words left in everyone's mind. Awesome. I don't understand, but I was shocked. I can understand that Tanya Group's technology is awesome if it didn't explode on the spot, but this fucking battery that was cut in half was connected with a broken wire in the middle, and then the two ends were connected to the wire and it could still discharge stably. Is this fucking reasonable? Looking at the battery structure, I guess the battery should be divided into partitions. The partition that was cut by the knife will not affect the other partitions. As long as the cable inside the battery is connected, it can continue to be used. This is easier to explain. It was violently cut but didn't explode, and there was not even a little fire. I really can't understand it. If this battery really has such a high energy density, how did they release all the energy in the battery in such a short time? I saw those dissipated blocky metal objects, which should be the so-called metallic hydrogen. There was no movement when it dissipated. I am a little skeptical about whether the energy density is so high. Doubt it, didn't they say it? These things can be sold after the press conference. If they are really a scam, who will buy them? What's the point of cheating people at this time? It seems to be true. A small battery shocked everyone present and didn't know what to say. Don't worry about the authenticity of the energy density. Even if it is fake, the fact that this thing can light up a light bulb when connected to a wire is enough to prove that it is indeed a battery. What kind of battery can be cut violently without catching fire, smoking, or exploding? There really isn't one on the market right now. This technology alone is worth thousands of dollars. Not to mention the energy density that Sui vowed to have within the same volume is 900 times that of gasoline. Once it is confirmed that this is true, it will definitely be a technology that can subvert an entire industry. The people there were fine. I am watching this through the live broadcast, and I happen to be in the battery-related industry, and I can't help but feel my anus tightening at this time. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Sui, who conducted a small experiment in public, continued. Regarding the issue of battery safety, our Tingyu Energy has a very complete solution, so you don't have to worry too much. Of course, for something with such a high energy density, I know some customers also want to develop its use on other tracks. Regarding this, we have thoughtfully considered it for you. Please watch the VCR. As he spoke, he pointed at the big screen behind him. The next moment, the picture on the screen switched to another perspective. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they realized that this was actually the perspective of the powered armor on the side. Then they saw the power armor directly pick up one of the severed batteries on the display stand and fly directly into the sky. In an instant, we arrived at the deserted seaside. From the first-person perspective, the driver of the power armor casually threw the half of the battery into the sea. Boom! Along with the fiery explosions coming from the screen, the audience at the scene soon heard explosions coming from far away. Also arriving with the explosion was the powered armor returning from dropping the bomb. Look, you can just use it as a bomb if you want. In principle, it's because there is a control system inside the battery that can monitor the battery status at all times and decide whether to let the battery release energy and how to release energy. In the vast majority of mass-produced batteries, we won't leave any backdoors. These batteries will never explode. As for some batteries supplied for special purposes, these batteries are not just batteries, they are also extremely powerful bombs. Of course, this kind of explosive battery will only be sold through Tingyu Military Industry, a subsidiary of Tingyu Group. Sell. You don't need to worry about someone breaking the safety program and turning a normal battery into an explosive battery. I can responsibly tell you that the possibility is zero. If anyone in the world buys a battery from me that explodes, Tingyu Group will compensate 10 times the damage caused. To put it simply, he not only wants to sell batteries, but also bombs. After all, Bai Lu had made it very clear when he gave this thing to him. Metal hydrogen, a thing with an absurdly high energy density, is one of its important uses as an explosive. Wouldn't it be a huge loss to just sell it as a battery? While talking, Sui shook half of the battery in his hand. The audience had just witnessed the power of the explosion of the other half of the battery, and they couldn't help but shrink their necks when they saw this. What's special? Don't look at it. After the battery is cut off, only the size of a palm is left. With the power of the half-battery explosion just now, knowledgeable people can probably estimate that it would take at least dozens of kilograms of TNT to produce that kind of effect. If this explodes in Sui's hands, he will not be the only one to be sent. The equivalent of tens of kilograms of TNT means that the explosion of such a gadget will not be much different from the explosion of a 155mm howitzer. Who is not afraid of this? However, Sui dared to hold such a dangerous thing in his hand as a toy, which also showed that Tingyu Group was absolutely confident in the safety of the battery. Otherwise, he wouldn't let his boss seek death like this. Some people who were originally skeptical now had to believe that this was true. After all, after Sui's operation, whether it was the outrageous energy density he mentioned or the incredible safety, he demonstrated everything on the spot. The evidence is so solid that you can't believe it even if you don't believe it. By the way, regarding how to sell metal hydrogen batteries, Tingyu Group currently has only one sales plan, and that is to sell them by weight. The value of metallic hydrogen itself is fixed. You can understand it as a kind of gasoline. The price of the shell that controls the storage of metallic hydrogen is uncertain and depends on different styles. It means we can make whatever kind of battery you want, but the more complex and sophisticated the battery casing is, the more expensive it will be. I won't go into the specifics. Friends who are interested in buying can go directly. Contact TNU Energy Consulting. With that said, Sui casually threw the half of the battery onto the display stand aside. At the same time, the ground on the other side was opened, and a Sentinel-1 light exoskeleton was slowly brought to the booth. This is another new product that TNU Group is preparing to release. But before he could speak, he saw a dark-skinned man wearing very ordinary clothes and suddenly stood up and said, "Mr. Su, you said earlier that the explosive metallic hydrogen would be sold by TNU Military Industry. Can it now be sold together with metallic hydrogen batteries? Can anyone place an order directly?" Sui glanced at this man. "Well, I have no impression, I don't know where it comes from." Immediately he said, "I don't know if this friend is." "Sorry Mr. Su, I was so shocked by your company's technological strength that I forgot to introduce myself," the man said quickly. "I come from the HAS, a resistance organization in China and Pakistan, and am a logistics purchaser. I am honored to witness the completion of the TNU Group's headquarters. China and Pakistan, HAS." Sui was stunned for a moment, and then quickly remembered that this was the place where the war was still going on recently. This country of China and Pakistan was first occupied by doves, and now it was driven out and wiped out. It was quite miserable. He didn't expect that someone would come to the scene in a place like this, but after thinking about it, Sui guessed that this was probably Jusu's handiwork. After all, the quota is allocated by Kyushu. After pondering for a moment, he said nonchalantly, "I have said before, as long as it complies with the laws and regulations of your region, of course we will not restrict purchases." "No." Unexpectedly, before Sui finished speaking, he was interrupted by a sharp voice. He turned around and saw a white man dressed appropriately and cleanly. Before he could ask, the man said, "Mr. Su, HAS is an internationally renowned terrorist organization. TNU Group conducts arms trade with them. Is it possible that they want to stand on the opposite side of the international community?" This guy seemed very excited, his face turned red and his neck thickened when he spoke. Giligula said a lot. Sui had the universal language transmission card, so of course he could understand what he was saying, but after the other party finished speaking, he still said calmly, "I don't understand what you are saying." The man was stunned for a moment, thinking that Sui really didn't understand, but then he thought about it and felt something was wrong. What the hell? Sui was communicating with the purchasing staff of the HAS organization without any barriers just now. He was clearly using the same language as that person, so how come he couldn't understand her when he came here? Holding down the translator who was ready to help, the man immediately stood up and said, "Mr. Su, I know you can understand what I say. Regarding my suggestions, you'd better take them seriously. The HAS organization is the enemy of our people of the gods. If you openly sell such powerful weapons to them, it will be equivalent to being an enemy of our gods." However, Sui ignored him at all. Instead, he looked at the old man from China and Pakistan who wanted to buy a metal hydrogen battery bomb before, and said enthusiastically in their language, "We at TNU Group are fair and equitable to any customer. Of course you can purchase our metal hydrogen batteries. But if you plan to put it into battlefield use, I suggest you not to place an order in a hurry. It is best to watch our new product launch conference before making a decision. Because of the products I will launch later, you may be more interested." As he spoke, he took a step back, pointed at the exoskeleton that had just been brought up from the booth and said, "Sentinel-1 exoskeleton. This is the latest generation of exoskeleton armor developed by TNU Military Industry, a subsidiary of our TNU Group. It uses metal hydrogen batteries as energy source, has a load-bearing capacity of more than 500 kilograms, and can reach a top speed of 60 kilometers per hour. The external armor uses the X76-74 special alloy newly developed by our group. The chest armor is 5 mm thick, but because of its internal due to the special design structure and the characteristics of the X76-74 special alloy, its chest armor can withstand continuous fire from a 12.7 mm machine gun. Even the weakest part of its armor can easily withstand automatic rifle fire of all calibers on the market today." Sui told the armor data just like the name of the dish. It's not that he memorized the manuscript in advance, he simply didn't bother to memorize it. Tenshu was reciting into the headset, and he only had to follow the recitation. The various data of the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton reported from him were far inferior to those previously measured by Kyushu. This is of course not that he is being modest and deliberately falsely reporting parameters. But the exoskeleton he sold was indeed the Sentinel-1 type, but it was a castrated version after Tinch specially adjusted the production line and lowered the material standards. The ones given to Kyushu before were genuine. The parameters are of course not the same. After all, Kyushu is my hometown, and I still have to take care of it if I can. Of course, you have to make more money when doing business with outsiders. The most important thing is that this kind of exoskeleton armor is the most basic personal equipment of Balo. While its performance is quite satisfactory, its main purpose is to be durable and durable. Anyway, according to Bailu's description, the status of these exoskeletons in their world is equivalent to the status of AK-47 in Blue Star, and because the materials used in this thing are too awesome, they are much more durable than AK-47. With the intensity of most wars on Blue Star, this exoskeleton will probably last forever if someone buys it. If you buy something and it doesn't break, how will Sui make money later? Arms are never a one-and-done deal. So there was this castration plan. This is the data of the current castrated version of Sentinel-1. In the future, when Tanya Group believes that the market for this exoskeleton is almost saturated, then it can castrate the original version of Sentinel-1 by a few cuts and then continue to sell it. The carrying capacity is increased by 100 kilograms, the speed is increased by more than 10 kilometers per hour, the armor protection capability is raised a little higher, and the built-in auxiliary aiming module that has been castrated inside the armor is added. At that time, we will call it Sentinel-1 Plus, and then we will call it Sentinel-1 Super, Poor, Max, Ultra. Who dares to say that this is not a brand new generation product? What? You said that you already have the previous exoskeleton and it is enough now, so you don't want to buy a new one? Then I will give your opponent some of the latest models. For the same piece of equipment, start selling the castrated version, and then gradually increase the parameters and continue selling it. Draw others into the arms race. Only in this way can he make a lot of money as an arms dealer. No money? Who says resources are not money? Suyak didn't care where the resources came from, whether they were easy to exploit or not. As long as others dared to give them, he would dare to take them. Just like Pendlay Island. He doesn't care about the purpose of others giving this thing to him. Once the agreement is signed and the thing is given, then it is his thing. Following Su Yi's introduction, he seemed very angry at first and was about to ask the translator to translate his words into Kyushu dialect to prevent Su Yi from continuing to ignore him. He was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of confusion. The Tanya group has a type of powered armor that seems to be very powerful. This is no longer a secret among the top leaders of the Western camp. But they have used many methods these days, both overt and covert, not to mention getting the various parameters of the power armor. They couldn't even get to Pendlay Island, and they weren't even sure how many of these power armors Tanya Group had. So after a bunch of so-called military experts combined current technology and theory to make up their minds, they thought that this power armor was more likely to be a showpiece. Although it seemed very powerful from its several attacks, the time for each power armor to be deployed was too short. Therefore, Western military experts generally believed that this armor definitely had problems with endurance. Of course, if they were asked to guess now, they would definitely not think that there would be problems with the endurance of the power armor. After all, Sui had just announced the metal hydrogen battery. There was no need for a built-in micro-cold nuclear fusion reactor. Using metal hydrogen batteries as energy, the power armor was enough to cope with most of the possible situations on Blue Star. As for using nuclear fusion as a battery, if they knew about it, they would probably faint directly. In addition to the endurance problem, these Western military experts also raised many questions about Tanya Group's power armor. In short, the final conclusion is that this thing does have a lot of awesome technology, but it is definitely not practical, and it is very difficult to mass produce and cannot pose a threat. This has led to the fact that the military of Western countries is not as optimistic as these military experts, but they are far less concerned about power armor than before. Until now. After Sui reported the data of the castrated version of the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton that can be sold, which is far inferior to the power armor, those who thought they had some understanding of the personal armor of Tanya Group were all petrified on the spot. Okay, this is what the thing is. If I say too much, I guess everyone won't like it. Sui was too lazy to report the parameters after he finished, and changed the subject to move on to the next part. The participants from various countries who took out their notebooks and took notes frantically couldn't help but twitch their lips. They wanted to say, "Brother, please continue. I love to hear this." But before they could say it, they heard Sui report something more explosive than the parameters of the exoskeleton armor: the price. The current price offered by our Tanya Group for the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor is 100 W Jushu coins per unit. WTF? 100 W? Or Jushu coins? So cheap. Did I hear something wrong? As soon as this explosive price was released, the audience from other countries covered their mouths in amazement, and they couldn't believe it was true. In their opinion, although this thing is not as powerful as a tank, it is small and flexible. With a load of 500 kilograms and the ability to mount other weapons on it, there is a lot of room for improvement. It will be no problem to add a Gatling gun and an ammunition box on it. Isn't this much better than those armored infantry fighting vehicles that cost millions or even tens of millions? More importantly, this thing has such a high technological content that they think it should be sold at a higher price. After all, different equipment cannot be quantified and compared. This exoskeleton armor is obviously an epoch-making equipment that can change the current war mode of Blue Star. Even if the 100W Jushu coins are changed to Bald Eagle coins, they don't think there is any problem. However, this is the perspective of passers-by who eat melons. Sui and Tanya Group decided to set the price of exoskeleton armor at this price, which is certainly not unreasonable. First of all, the cost of this thing is low. The most important cost of high-tech products is actually the R/U0026D cost. This thing is a production line that he picked up for free, and the R/U0026D cost is almost equal to nothing, so naturally there is no need to consider the cost recovery in this regard. If we only look at the materials and production costs, the average production cost of each Sentinel-1 exoskeleton is less than 6,000 Jushu coins. Not to mention the light exoskeleton like Sentinel-1, even the heavy exoskeleton like Sentinel-3 has an average production cost of less than 10,000 Jushu coins. The cost is so low that it is outrageous, which is one of the reasons why it is sold at a low price. Another important reason is that the production line provided by Bailu is too easy to use. The production efficiency is simply better than the death assembly line, and it is a fully automatic production mode. As long as the materials are sufficient, the production line can complete the production and assembly of 50,000 exoskeleton armors in one day. If the power is fully pulled, up to 80,000 units can be completed in one day. Even for a large country like Jushu with a standing force of 2 to 3 million, if a production line is fully pulled, it can arm all the armies of Jushu in a month at most. Not to mention other countries. With this production efficiency, this thing must be sold in large quantities. If it is sold too expensively, it may be better to sell at a low profit and a large volume. Not to mention that this small profit but quick turnover is already nearly 200 times the profit. Another thing is that, at this price, let alone organizations like countries or companies, many individuals can afford this kind of armor. And Sui will not impose any restrictions on individuals buying this thing. As long as you can take it back, you can buy it. In this way, some relatively free places will not only have gunfights every day. Most civilian and even police firearms can't do anything about this thing. In order to deal with these possible safety hazards, it is not only the armies of various countries that want to buy exoskeleton armor from Tanya Group, but also the public security departments. What is this called? This is called expanding the market yourself if there is no market. If there is no demand, create demand for customers. Of course, most people present have not yet realized the truth of this, but are just lamenting that Tanya Group actually sells this high-tech so cheaply. Only Old Man Lin was familiar with both sides and knew a lot. After realizing that the parameters and prices of the exoskeleton armor sold by Sui to Jushu were completely different from those sold to foreign countries, he seemed to have guessed something. Now his eyes changed when he looked at Sui. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he would have said, "You look like a big-eyed guy, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel." After expressing his amazement at the price, the first person to realize that something was wrong was the Protoss representative. The more he heard Sui report those insane parameters, the more relieved he became. Such awesome things sound expensive. The underground oil in China and Pakistan is controlled by the Protoss. To put it bluntly, the Haas organization is just a group of poor ghosts. How can they afford such equipment? But after Sui reported the price, he immediately panicked. If it's 1 million yuan per unit, it seems that people really can't afford it. Regardless of how much to buy, 100 units should be no problem, right? The Protoss's encirclement of China and Pakistan has already fallen into the quagmire of street fighting, and it is difficult to make any progress. If these fearless Haas members were equipped with such exoskeleton armor, for a moment he didn't dare to think about how to fight this battle. Even with their bare hands, they would dare to use bombs to blow up their tanks. If they get this kind of exoskeleton, what's the point? The tanks of their Protoss must become mobile cans? After realizing something was wrong, the representative of the Protoss immediately stood up and said, "Mr. Su, are you sure this is the final price of the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor?" This time, he didn't even wait for Sui to roll his eyes, and quickly asked the translator on the side to repeat his words in Kyushu dialect. Yes, this is the final price of this exoskeleton armor. Is there any problem? Sui chuckled. He didn't need to think twice to guess that these B guys were trying to do something wrong again. I think your company's sale of this weapon at this price will greatly increase world turmoil, cause security risks, and affect the peace of many regions. The representative of the Protoss said with a solemn expression. I am putting forward these opinions to you very seriously. I hope you can also seriously consider changing the selling price of the armor. For example, changing the currency behind 100W to bald eagle coins. In this case, our Kingdom of God can directly order 1,000 units. Give your sincerity. Sui almost couldn't stand hearing his words and wanted to ask him if he was awake. It's really outrageous to tell an arms dealer that you want to love peace. He didn't even know where this guy got his confidence. If you order 1,000 units, even if you sell 1 million knives, 1,000 units will only cost 1 billion knives. What about sending beggars away? In this regard, Sui's answer was also very simple. Sorry, this is the most reasonable price our company has arrived at after serious discussions and cannot be changed. The representative of the Kingdom of God obviously expected Sui's answer and did not show any surprise. Then he said, since the price cannot be changed, I hope your company can refuse to sell armor to notorious terrorist organizations like Haas. They are the public enemy of mankind. I think any organization or individual with a little conscience should not support such a terrorist organization. No, buddy, how can you say the word conscience with such a flattering face? Do you have this thing yourself? Sui was speechless. He turned to look at the representative of the Haas organization who was obviously a little anxious and was about to stand up and speak. We at TNU Group naturally have our own opinions on what kind of organization they are, and I don't quite agree with your views. And didn't I say it? Anyone can purchase the equipment of TNU Group. Now you ask me not to sell it to them, so don't I have to take back what I just said? In this case, what credibility does TNU Group have? Who will compensate for the losses? Besides, you are still afraid that the Haas organization will not be able to beat them after purchasing our exoskeleton, so you can buy it. You can't. When Sui said this, Yu Ling in the audience coughed twice at the right time, as if to remind him of something. He immediately made a look of sudden enlightenment. Oh, sorry, my question. I didn't think much about it for a while, but I forgot that when the Bald Eagle Empire sanctioned our TNU Group, your Kingdom of God also followed suit, and was later included in our counter-sanction list. Although I said that anyone can buy it, it is really a pity that the organizations on the TNU Group's sanction list are not included. The Bald Eagle Empire and the official organizations and all enterprises of your Kingdom of God are not allowed to directly purchase the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor produced by our group. Sui smiled slightly, but his words were all traps. The official organizations of their country cannot buy it, and large enterprises cannot buy it, but individuals can buy it. You can let individuals come to buy it, and your official will collect it. At most, it will be transferred once or twice or 3 times, and it will cost more money than others. In fact, to put it bluntly, this is a disguised increase in their cost of purchasing exoskeleton armor. In this way, the sanctions are completed, and these white skins who came to disgust him first are severely disgusted, and the exoskeleton can be sold to them. It is hard not to be a win-win situation. Well, he won twice. No, you can't do that. Because of the language barrier, the Protoss representative obviously didn't realize the leeway in Sui's words, and thought Sui was really determined not to sell them a single hair. He immediately became anxious. He opened his mouth and kept talking like a string of cannons. That's a commercial act. We are only involved in the sanctions against the commercial products of TNU Group. What you are selling now is weapons for military use, which is completely different. If we prohibit our Protoss from purchasing this kind of exoskeleton armor, I have every reason to think that you are discriminating against us. We were targeted and slaughtered by the evil Shampur in the S2 season. I didn't expect that with the development of the times today, there are still organizations like you and TNU Group that still exclude and discriminate against our Protoss. Damn, what a smooth combo. Sui was shocked. He didn't expect this guy to be so good at talking. It's okay to talk about decades ago. You can shoot at others, but if others shoot at you, you are anti-human. Don't try to use this trick on me. It makes me sick. Don't try to morally blackmail me. I am a barbarian and have no morals. After complaining, Sui was too lazy to continue talking to him. This kind of double standard group is simply not smart. After all, they can be deed envoys with a Bible. It is difficult for normal people to follow their brain circuits. He is afraid of being infected if he talks too much. Perhaps he can't stand the sudden crazy behavior of his ally. The representative of the Bald Eagle Empire, who had been as steady as a rock and didn't speak before, finally stood up at this time. Mr. Su, I am a representative from the Bald Eagle Empire. My current position is Minister of National Security, a 4-star general. You can call me Mike. So Mr. Mike, what's your question? Sui asked leisurely. After all, compared to the representative of the Kingdom of God who was crazy from beginning to end, he didn't even know the other party's name now. This Mike looked more like a normal person, at least he looked like he could communicate. Mr. Su, what the Protoss representative said may be a bit extreme, but some of his words are not without reason. Have you ever considered that once such cheap but powerful weapons spread, they will further aggravate global turmoil and trigger another world war? Believe me, I am definitely not exaggerating. Mike had a serious expression on his face. Sui sneered. General Mike thinks a game can trigger a world war. Ordinary weapons can't, but your company's weapons increase the power of individuals too much. Once there are too many unrestrained individuals, the world situation will become more and more chaotic, and eventually lead to the outbreak of a war. Mike answered seriously. General Mike thinks that the current weapons compare with the S1 season? How about the S2 season? Sui did not answer her question, but instead asked another question. Of course, they are much stronger than the weapons at that time. Although he had guessed what Sui was going to say, Mike couldn't deny such a question, so he could only give a positive answer honestly. So will the war break out because of weapons? I don't think so. Sui smiled and said, you should think carefully about why other countries and people will trigger a world war after they have powerful weapons. Is it because some people took too much wealth that should have belonged to others, causing others to be unable to survive? As soon as these words came out, General Mike's face turned green. Sui was just short of saying that they were the bald eagles lying on the whole world and sucking blood. How can I respond to this? I can't respond. I can't say that I didn't suck blood, and they all gave me money and resources willingly, right? Anyone with a little bit of brains wouldn't believe this nonsense, okay? After realizing that Sui would never withdraw the idea of selling exoskeleton armor to the world, Mike quickly sorted out his thoughts, took a deep breath, and asked again. So Mr. Su is now sure that he will not sell this type of exoskeleton armor to our country's officials and enterprises during the sanctions period. He emphasized the words official and enterprise, and the meaning was very clear. Is he asking Sui whether he only prohibits their official and corporate purchases, or prohibits any exoskeleton armor from flowing into the Bald Eagle Empire? Sure. Sui immediately gave an affirmative answer. Just kidding, such a big market, why wouldn't he want it? Sanctions can make these people pay a higher price. Okay, thank you for your clarification. I am a soldier and don't understand the sanctions, but I will communicate with the relevant departments after I go back. Mike said some polite words and then sat back in his seat. If nothing else, these people have been maintaining their so-called gentlemanly demeanor at least on the surface. Even if he wanted to deprive those who were being sucked of their bones and marrow from the right to buy weapons to resist, he still maintained his demeanor. It perfectly illustrates what it means to be a dog in human form and a beast in human form. But no matter whether he is pretending or not, at least he is speaking human words now, and Sui will naturally not do anything to him. It was the representative of the Kingdom of God who tried to continue telling Sui how miserable the Protoss had been in the past and what kind of respect they should get. After not getting a response, his voice became louder and louder. Sui asked someone to invite him out directly. The reason was that he was suspected of having mental problems, and asked the Protoss to remember to send a normal person next time something like this happened. Of course, it's okay if he doesn't come. He can't stand dogs barking. Okay, the episode is over. Since no one has any objections, let's continue. Seeing that no one tried to ask questions, Sui continued to introduce the process of the exoskeleton. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast watched him scold people the whole time. The scene calmed down, but the storm on the internet had just begun. Since no one has any opinions. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. Those who have opinions were kicked out. Who dares to have opinions? You don't know, when I saw the representative of the God clan being kicked out, his white skin turned red. He said it was red. Tisk tisk, I'm proud of you. This Sui is the kind of person who can't listen to any opinions. Someone expressed a different opinion and he kicked people out directly. He also said in a sarcastic way that no one had any opinions. He is indeed a typical Juzhu person. No, there can be a reflection monster here? Stop scolding. As a Juzhu person, can't I reflect first? I will reflect on Su Dong for a while. He actually talked to that bee for so long. He should have kicked him out long ago. This guy was kicked out purely because he was against the will of heaven. If he could talk properly, would he be kicked out? Exactly, you see that Bald Eagle Mike, Tinya Group and Bald Eagle Empire have blocked each other, but he was not kicked out, right? To be honest, this guy doesn't look too good. Is he unhappy about something? It's hard to believe. He also put the hat of destroying the stability of the world on Tanya Group, but was directly said by Mr. Su in public that they are the ones who destroy world peace. Of course he is angry. Otherwise, he can be a 4-star general. I can't compare with this shameless man. If it were me, I'm afraid I would have to run away. The hat put on others was thrown back. The boomerang hit the face. Speaking of boomerangs, I declare that the fastest boomerang of this year has been born. It's true, I remember that Bald Eagle announced sanctions against Tanya Group, and it seemed that it was less than 2 weeks before Tanya Group counter-sanctioned. At that time, everyone thought the so-called counter-sanctions were a joke, but I didn't expect that the boomerang came so quickly. It directly hit Bald Eagle and his allies in the face. Is this exoskeleton really that awesome? You really can't not buy it? Some big guys have already written an article to analyze it. You really can't not buy it. Soon, an article titled Analyzing from the Perspective of Former Professional Military Personnel, What Impact Will the Sentinel-1 Exoskeleton Have on the Modern Battlefield was searched on various popular websites in Kyushu. It was even quickly translated and uploaded to the internet. It attracted the attention of many people. The content of the article is quite professional, analyzing from various angles how this kind of equipment that can greatly improve the strength, speed, and endurance of a single soldier will change the way of fighting. At the beginning, it directly gave the conclusion that super single soldiers may become the mainstream on the battlefield. In order to confirm this conclusion, the author of the article also listed the power armor, Sentinel-1 exoskeleton, and Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton that were exposed by Tanya Group at the press conference, which was a mascot but was obviously different from Sentinel-1. And the case of the power armor arriving at the yacht alone under the camera of the whole world, and then easily subduing the armed security personnel on it and detaining the entire yacht was released. The evaluation was also quite explosive. I think that it is not just this ordinary yacht. Even if it is replaced by an aircraft carrier armed to the teeth and carrying thousands of combat personnel, once this power armor is boarded, as long as the power armor itself has enough energy, the final result will not be any different from this yacht. This is an obvious point, but most non-professionals have not noticed it before. In the case of being completely immune to individual weapons, once the environment of the ship is invaded by the power armor, the outcome is absolutely catastrophic. Being penetrated by a single person is an inevitable result. The article extends from this to a wider battlefield. Jungle warfare and street fighting are almost all battlefields where this kind of personal exoskeleton armor has advantages. If you count the monsters like power armor that are so fast that they are terrifying, even in air combat, those fighters may not be its opponents. The article even carefully analyzes the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton, which currently has the most complete data, and presets most of the possible combat scenarios in land battles. The conclusion is that even on land, tanks, which are more expensive, have thicker armor, and are faster. When facing the extremely flexible Sentinel exoskeleton, which has much greater strength and defense capabilities than ordinary infantry, they have almost no ability to fight back. The castrated exoskeleton with a speed of 60 km per hour can find a little shelter in any large plain without any obstacles. It is difficult for a tank to hit an individual with such a fast speed and such a small size. The key is that if there is only one person, even if the person cannot be hit, the tank gun will hit the surrounding area of the person, and the shrapnel and explosion will be enough to kill the other party. But the exoskeleton has strong defense. As long as it is not an ultra-close explosion, the shells will hit the soldiers wearing the exoskeleton and will not cause any damage to them. In short, after such an analysis, the 3 personal armors currently revealed by Tanya Group have almost become invincible. The modern military equipment accumulated by the people of Blue Star for who knows how long has been developed. When facing the series of personal armors with amazing performance of Tanya Group, they have almost no ability to fight back. The final conclusion is, from the perspective of a former soldier, it is recommended that the Jushu military must vigorously purchase these armors and use the good relationship with Tanya Group to see if some technology can be introduced to a certain extent. Even if it cannot be introduced, it is best to introduce some advanced armors that are not available on the market. The reason is very simple. No matter how great the Tanya Group is, it is just a company after all. As long as they don't commit suicide, the possibility of them becoming Jushu's enemy is very small. In this case, Jushu does not need technology to be more advanced than the Tanya Group, it only needs to be more advanced than other countries. What this guy wrote really sounds like that. Is he from the Kyushu official? After the press conference, Sui saw this article immediately. Mainly because the description here is really too detailed. Without first-hand experience with these exoskeletons, it is absolutely impossible to write such a detailed article just by looking at what Sui said at the press conference. It is impossible to write something like this so quickly, it can only be written in advance. The data throughout the article are detailed and well-founded, making it hard not to be convinced. And less than an hour after it was released, it has already been on the hot search on major platforms, and the popularity even surpassed the launch of Tanya Group's two explosive products. This makes it difficult not to suspect that Kyushu officials are behind this. Why are the officials praising our company's products like this? Yu Ling handed over a peeled peach. Sui took it, took a bite, and said casually, "Well, modern countries are different from countries in your magical world. Many things need to be announced publicly, especially things that involve major changes in the military. We have a saying in Kyushu that the great affairs of the country lie in military service and sacrifice. The Kyushu army, which is developing steadily, is suddenly going to undergo an extremely important, all-round innovation from war thinking to equipment. The implications are huge and will affect the interests of many relevant groups. For example, changes in war thinking will most likely eliminate a large number of redundant officers and soldiers who are no longer needed in the new war model. Equipment changes will even put some military factories into a dilemma. Once these things are not handled well, or if someone in a certain link is dissatisfied with the handling plan, it may cause a lot of trouble. So it's important to set the tone for something beforehand. Throw the peach core into the trash can." Sui was about to take out paper to wipe his hands, but Yu Ling summoned a magic water ball to float in front of him. After being stunned for a moment, Sui finally understood what she meant. He put his hand into the water ball and washed it. Then when he pulled his hand out, all the water stains on the water ball and his hands disappeared. Seeing this, he couldn't help but praise. "Don't tell me, this is convenient. Just some little tricks, don't worry about him. What's next? What to do after setting the tone?" Yu Ling asked curiously. "When everyone, well, it doesn't have to be everyone, just a majority of people think it is necessary to make changes, then it will be very simple to implement one thing," Sui said lightly. "The official only needs to make arrangements for the ordinary people whose interests have been harmed in the reform process, so that they don't have their families destroyed. No matter how dissatisfied the top leaders of those interest groups are, they can't do anything in the end. Then it will harm the interests of some ordinary people no matter what. What if those ordinary people objected from the beginning?" Yu Ling frowned and said, she still didn't understand the way people in Kyushu dealt with things. Of course they will object at the beginning, but in the end, as long as they are given a way out, their opposition will not be too great. In addition, most people whose direct interests have not been harmed will agree. When a trend of thought becomes the mainstream, even if most of the people whose interests are harmed will eventually recognize the correctness of this trend of thought. When people are in a group, they will lose their so-called reason to a certain extent. This characteristic is regarded as ignorance by many people who claim to be sober, but in fact it may not be so. The development process of human society is a process of continuous change. During this period, no matter what, the old vested interests will be replaced by new ones. If human beings do not have this kind of, the characteristics of the rabble cannot be reduced to a certain extent through public opinion. If everyone holds their own interests and refuses to give in, any change in human history will eventually lead to war. The rabble is a code written into human genes during the evolution process that allows individuals to compromise with the group. Once a group reaches a common understanding, even if some individuals do not agree with it, it cannot stop the general trend. First occupying the great cause and gaining the approval of the vast majority of people, and then carrying out reforms, is the most upright and royal way. This is also the reason why Jizhu asked people to publish such an article. Yu listened in confusion. After a while, his brows suddenly relaxed and he said, I seem to suddenly understand why we, the Moon Elves, were usurped by the Dark Elves for the Elf throne. What do you say? Sui raised his eyebrows. He only knew that Yu Ling was the princess of the subjugated country, and he really didn't know much about the grievances and hatreds between the two different tribes of the Moon Elf and the Dark Elf in the Elf Kingdom of the magical world. Yu Ling rubbed her brows and said with a bit of a headache, about 10,000 years ago, the Dark Elves took the lead in a rebellion. But at that time, our Moon Elf royal family was much stronger than them and easily defeated the Dark Elf tribe. But the Elf King at that time originally planned to disperse this tribe, or completely eliminate them. But the leader of the Dark Elf tribe surrendered before our army broke through their last city, and claimed that they were guilty of serious crimes and were willing to kill them. The Elf King spared the Dark Elf clansmen out of consideration that they were both descendants of the Elf God. They voluntarily surrendered and moved out the Elf God. The Elf King at that time couldn't kill them all anymore. So he cut off the Dark Elf's noble title in the Elf Kingdom, killed the leader of the rebellion, and then let the Dark Elf go. Clan. For most of the past 10,000 years, the Dark Elves, who have a noble bloodline no less than our Moon Elves, have always been at the bottom of the Elven Kingdom. Of course, this is only in name. The actual situation is that because of their noble bloodline, no one except a few royal families dares to discriminate against them. But the Dark Elves seem to be really atonement for their past acts of rebellion. Since then, they have been extremely humble, even humble. They often mingle with those who have the lowest status and bloodline in the Elven Kingdom. The other top tribes with the bloodline of the Elven gods, including our Moon Elves, have always despised the Dark Elves for this reason, and generally believe that they have tarnished our noble bloodline and used this as a topic of conversation and joke. When the elves from several top tribes met the Dark Elves, they would speak ill of them and deliberately provoke them, but they had never shown any dissatisfaction or resistance before that. At that time, there was a general understanding among the high-level officials of the Elf Kingdom that the war 10,000 years ago had broken the backbone of the Dark Elves. Although they had noble blood flowing in their bodies, they had not inherited the noble spirit of their ancestors. Until that day. Yu Ling sighed. Except for us Moon Elves and several other top tribes, almost all the elf forces, under the call of the Dark Elves, took up arms and rushed into our capital with them. Yu Ling had already mentioned the structure of the Elf Kingdom. In addition to the Moon Elf tribe, which had been the royal family for a long time, there were 5 other extremely high-status tribes, including the Dark Elves. These tribes all have one characteristic. Their ancestors are all the elven gods, the ancestors of the elves. They are the descendants of the 5 direct bloodlines of the elves and gods. In a magical world full of bloodline theories, those who are born are the noblest beings. From what Yu Ling said this time, Sui could probably figure out the causes and consequences of the destruction of the Elf Kingdom. Then he couldn't help but call him defying heaven. Especially in a world where blood is paramount, if an ordinary tribe rebels, you will let it go in order to show your tolerance after defeating it. Because these low-blooded tribes inherently have no legitimacy in that world, they cannot achieve anything. But facing an opponent who has the same level of legal principles as you and can tolerate his ambitions, after the opponent openly rebels and gives such a good reason, if you defeat the opponent without killing them all, it is a pure and unnatural operation. It's like the ancient princes of Kyushu competing for the heir. In order to show his kindness, the successful one humiliated the failed one and finally let it go. It doesn't matter whether the failed prince goes to have fun with the lower class and the people, or whether he goes to make friends with the middle class and win people's hearts. Do whatever you like. Not only do they ignore it, but they also mock the other party fiercely, mocking the middle and lower classes as well. It would be really damning if the Elf Kingdom is not overthrown by others. After all, their bloodline is no worse than yours, and they have the legal principles to replace it. But things have come to this point. Yu Ling, the princess of the elves this month, has been packaged and sold to another world, so what else can be said? I can't do anything else except sigh. It's okay, you are not the Elf King. This is purely because the Elf King is a fool. I don't blame you. Sui patted her shoulder to comfort her. The Elf King is my father. Yu Ling pinched his waist angrily. Oh, father-in-law, it's okay. Sui suddenly changed his face. I just said those dark elves are not good people, they are too cunning. Sui, who was on Blue Star, had just decided on the headquarters of his group, and everything was developing smoothly. The magical world is trapped in Mengchuan City. His Highness Weiwei Xiang, who has not been out for several years, is now having a very headache. In the spacious meeting hall, Weiwei couldn't help but rub her brows as she listened to the latest battle situation reported by her subordinates. These days, she has been reading the art of war that Sui gave him, and there are a lot of sexy operations in her mind ready to be implemented. Unexpectedly, before she could take action, the coalition forces besieging the city attacked again, and this time it can be said that it is more violent than ever before. If you are not careful, Mengchuan City is in danger of overturning. If it's just like this, it's nothing. In the past few years, it's not like there haven't been more dangerous situations than now. The magician in the city just observed the situation outside the city, which was the source of her headache. You mean that not long after the Elf Kingdom retreated, it came back with a large army, and this time there were more troops than before? Yes, sir, according to the results of the observation magic conducted by the magicians in the city, the newly added Elf Kingdom army this time is probably no less than 100,000 troops. A man in armor replied immediately. An army of 100,000, are these pointy ears crazy? Weiwei took a long breath and asked again, did they send someone over to inform them of the appeal? Currently. The man was about to say no, but stopped mid-sentence and quickly changed his words. Your Highness Princess, news just came from the city wall. The commander of the Elf Kingdom's army, the daughter of the current elf king, and she wants to have a face-to-face conversation with you. Wai Wei tapped her fingers on the table, then stood up and walked out, her face frosty. Then let me see what the reason is for the elves to invade this time. Soon, Wai Wei led a large group of attendants onto the towering city wall that was 100 meters high. Below is a huge number of tents with no visible edges. These are the coalition forces besieging Mengchuan City. At a glance, apart from the elves, all the coalition forces were handsome men and beauties, and the rest were either dwarves, orcs, or goblins. There is no one personified. Wai Wei's eyes showed disgust. She knew the purpose of the other coalition forces very well. They just wanted to break up Mengchuan City and take advantage of the civil strife in the Blazing Sun Empire to occupy the fertile plains behind them and make a fortune. She was not surprised at all that these poor ghosts living in the wild lands around the Blazing Sun Empire would come every time they encountered such an opportunity. Those dwarves and goblins not only live in barren and impoverished lands, but they are also the lowest end existence in the world's contempt chain. Human beings basically do not regard these humanoid groups as human beings. This is not the case with elves, because they have a highly similar appearance to humans, and their average appearance is extremely good. They are also enviable immortal species. The elves have never been on the same page as the goblins and dwarves. Under normal circumstances, they rarely mix together. Moreover, the location of the elf kingdom is definitely not a barren place, it is very rich. So Wai Wei still couldn't figure out why these elves were crazy. Before participating in the siege of Mengchuan City, she could say that she used special magic to find out that Yuling was in Mengchuan City and came to take her away. Although it was unreasonable to make such a big fuss for a princess of a kingdom, this reason was not untenable, so she just accepted it. Now Yuling has been packed up and sent to another world, and this group of elves still came, which made Wai Wei very confused. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself down, and then looked down indifferently. An elf woman who had been waiting for a long time under the city wall also smiled and said, "Respected Princess Wai Wei Xiang, we meet again. I miss you so much after not seeing you for a long time. If it were another occasion, I would be happy to reminisce with you." Wai Wei said lightly, "Tell me your purpose, and then take those dirty things behind you and get out of Mengchuan City. Your Highness is too angry." Ankai smiled slowly. Yuling, the daughter of the King of Sin of the Elf Kingdom, defected and took away the treasures of our Elf Kingdom. As long as your Highness, Princess, hand her over, our Elf Kingdom will withdraw immediately. Wai Wei couldn't help but frown when she heard this, and subconsciously said, "I said last time that Yuling is not in Mengchuan City, and your priest has also confirmed it." She stopped talking halfway, because Ankai took out a head. It was the elf priest who had previously confirmed that Yuling was not in Mengchuan City and then withdrew with the elf army. This person betrayed his tribe and has been killed by my king. I don't think his judgment counts. If your Highness still insists that Yuling is not in Mengchuan City, why not open the city gate and let the Elf Kingdom army go into search, so that both sides can resolve the misunderstanding? Looking at the head in the box, Wai Wei's brows relaxed and she looked relieved. She finally understood that the elves were not here to look for Yuling, but to get a share of the spoils in the civil strife of the Xiang Empire. After a little thought, she asked, "Who invited you? The eldest prince? Or the third prince? It shouldn't be the second prince. My second brother's wife is from the Moon Elf tribe, so she shouldn't have anything to do with you." However, Ankai's expression did not change at all, and he said lightly, "No one invited us, we just came here to find Yuling." Even a 3-year-old child would not believe such nonsense, let alone Wai Wei, who sneered at the words. "Could it be that you dark elves?" Halfway through, her eyes suddenly widened and she remembered something. The area where the Elf Kingdom is located was not originally a rich place. It was only because of the artifacts such as the Fountain of Life that a bitter and cold land was forcibly transformed into a paradise on Earth. Now there is something that few people in the entire magic world know, and Wai Wei happens to know it. That is, the core of the Fountain of Life was sealed in Yuling by the previous High Priest of the Moon Elf tribe. The Elf Kingdom had previously used this thing to find Yuling, forcing Yuling, an 8th-level strongman who practiced both magic and martial arts, to have no way to go to heaven or enter the earth, and could only hide in her Dream River City. Then Yuling was sent to Blue Star by her, and of course the Elf Kingdom lost the location of the core of the Fountain of Life. Before, they only needed to find the core of the Fountain of Life, and everyone would be happy. The elves still lived honestly in their original territory. Everything was just a power transfer within the elves, and had nothing to do with outsiders. But now, the core of the artifact cannot be found, and it can't even be sensed. This thing has completely disappeared from this world. Then the elves. The rich territory under the protection of the Fountain of Life has made the elves, who have difficulty in giving birth, very large. Without the Fountain of Life, their territory will gradually become as barren as before. Such land cannot support the huge number of elves now. In other words, they must expand their territory. This time, they came to cause trouble, most likely not because they were promised by a prince who was fighting for power to participate in the internal struggle of the Xiang Empire, but because they really wanted to take the opportunity to tear a piece of meat from the empire, so that the elves could survive even if they lost the fountain of life. Big trouble. Wei Wei realized at this time that the matter might be much more serious than she thought. The elves are different from those miscellaneous races who have lived in poverty in the bitter cold land for a long time, and even have problems with their lives. Among the several big empires, the Elf Kingdom is one of the strongest forces. Facing the full-scale attack of the Elf Kingdom, even the entire Xiang Empire must pay attention. Her small Mengchuan city can resist those barbarians, but to fight against the entire Elf Kingdom, this is a fucking joke. She was not worried before because even if the Elf Kingdom came to attack Mengchuan city, it would not put in much effort. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not want to offend the Xiang Empire. But it is different now. If they don't fight for the territory, they will die. What do you think, princess? Let our army enter the city. I can guarantee that they will not harm anyone. If we can't find anyone, we will withdraw immediately and compensate you for your losses later. And Qi under the city wall was still talking to himself. Wei Wei didn't understand why this guy said such nonsense when he knew that she would never agree to open the door, but he still replied expressionlessly. The Xiang Empire has never opened the door to other countries to inspect the city. The mission of the royal family does not allow me to do so. If the Elf Kingdom insists on going to war with the Xiang Empire, then let's talk with swords. Under the city wall, the elfin Qi saw that Wei Wei directly raised this local conflict in the border area to the two giants of the Elf Kingdom and the Xiang Empire, and immediately understood that Wei Wei had guessed their true intentions. The face that had been smiling all the time slowly sank. It seems that Yu Ling told you that thing before he disappeared. Wei Wei looked at her and did not deny it. Seeing this, Qi sighed. Princess, you are not welcome in the Xiang imperial family, right? In fact, you and our dark elf tribe should have a lot in common. We have a lot of room for cooperation and everything can be discussed. Wei Wei had no intention of negotiating. She opened her red lips and uttered 3 words. Impossible. No one in the Xiang Empire will come to support you now. You can't stop it with just a mere Mengchuan city. Behind my 100,000 troops, millions of elven warriors are gathering. Goblins, dwarves, and orcs have also reached an alliance with us. This time, it is a real alliance. The storm from the northern border of the continent is brewing, and you can't resist the storm. Wei Wei clenched her fists, and then slowly loosened them. Don't talk nonsense. If you are so confident, just come and attack. What's the point of saying so much? After that, she threw the cloak behind her and left the city wall directly. And Qi under the city wall shook his head and slowly retreated behind the army. The next moment, accompanied by the heavy sound of drums, the tragic siege was about to begin. The defenders in Mengchuan city are less than 50,000, but the enemies they have to face are far more than 500,000. Before, they were just a mob, but after the elves sincerely joined in, the combat effectiveness of those outside the city will be greatly improved. Even with the help of the natural defense of Mengchuan city, if there is no accident, I am afraid that the city will be lost soon. After returning to her mansion, Wei Wei did not order any city defense tasks. After defending a broken city for several years, her people already knew what they should do, and she did not need to command them. After clearing out the left and right, she went directly into the trading space. Open the trading object list. Well, there is only one person in it. A moment later, Sui appeared in the familiar hall. Seeing Wei Wei, who looked a little depressed, completely different from her usual pride and confidence, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What, was Mengchuan city breached?" "It hasn't been breached, but it's close." Wei Wei put one hand on the table and said weakly, "What should I say? Didn't you do well after being guarded for several years?" Sui asked after seeing this. Wei Wei is here to ask for help, and of course she won't hide it. I immediately broke down the causes and consequences of the matter and analyzed them clearly for him. The key point is that the current situation is completely different from before. When the coalition forces besieged Mengchuan city before, because they were a ragtag group, they didn't even try to make any effort and just wanted to take advantage. So the offensive intensity has been very low. Now that the elves are taking the lead, the combat effectiveness of these coalition forces will definitely become stronger and stronger. Mengchuan city will probably be breached in the next few days. After Sui heard this, he saw her sad face and couldn't help but smile. Before, I thought that your Mengchuan city's combat power was really explosive. Tens of thousands of troops could easily withstand the siege of hundreds of thousands of troops. Is it because you didn't exert any strength at all? Don't talk nonsense. Wai Wei said, very unhappy. In short, this is the situation. Let's see if there is anything we can do. If there is no other way, I won't care about this mess. When the time comes, we will abandon the city and run away, and we will go back to the imperial capital to fight for the throne with those losers. Can't you ask for help? According to you, the strength of the Blazing Sun Empire doesn't need to take these little rubbish in the eyes, right? If you explain the stakes to the senior officials of the Blazing Sun Empire clearly, is it possible that they can really do this? A major border town was captured, and a whole piece of rich land in the northern border of the empire was permanently taken away. Su Yi suggested. In the past, Wai Wei and her royal brothers were fighting for power and would not come to Mengchuan City. That was because everyone knew that those rabble-rousers just wanted to come in and grab a wave and then leave. The territory of the Blazing Sun Empire is there, and the previous coalition forces will never dare to invade it after they have snatched it. Otherwise, when the chicken fighting within the empire ends, it will be time to take out your hands and fuck them. Now she is sure that the purpose of the Elf Kingdom is to really tear off a piece of flesh from the Blazing Sun Empire, so there is no reason that the senior officials of the Blazing Sun Empire would just sit back and ignore it. You don't understand. Wai Wei sighed. My royal brothers have high eyes and will never believe that the Elf Kingdom dares to do such a thing. Even if I send the news back to the imperial capital, they will just think that I can't defend Mengchuan City and make up lies to trick them into supporting me. Anyway, don't worry about our side for now. Just talk about your place. Is there any way to defend the city? Method. Sui shook his head and said, it can't be said that it's not possible, but I'm afraid it's too late now. I told you not to rush to use the firearms, artillery, and other equipment I gave you before, but to use those equipment to train a group of people who can use them skillfully. How much have you trained? There are about 20,000 people who are proficient in using firearms, and about 3,000 people who are proficient in using artillery. Wai Wei reported the number without thinking, obviously paying attention to this aspect of training. However, Sui still shook his head. It's still too little. 20,000 people can use firearms. If they are equipped with machine guns or anti-aircraft guns, even if those who have used them can quickly learn how to use them, this is not a weapon that one person can operate. At one point, it can be equipped with thousands of machine guns at most, and more people are needed to operate the artillery. 3,000 people who are skilled in the use of artillery can probably operate up to 300 to 500 artillery pieces. If the enemy is really still in the era of cold weapon warfare, then as long as the ammunition supply is high, this kind of firepower will be a waste to defeat an army of millions. But the problem is that it is a magical war, and the lethality of hot weapons such as modern firearms and artillery on the battlefield has been infinitely reduced. Hundreds of artillery pieces and thousands of machine guns may have some impact on the battlefield, but they will never change the outcome that Mengchuan City cannot be defended. There should be a lot of people over there who know how to operate this kind of weapon, right? Wai Wei suddenly said coldly. What do you mean? Sui was stunned for a moment. I have more than 200 points and can buy a primary group life trading card. Where did you get so many points? This time he was really shocked. His two trading partners would trade at the right time every week and try to get as much as possible. Now I have only saved 200 points to get ahead. Because there are always bits and pieces in the middle that will be used when points are needed, it is really difficult to accumulate points quickly. If he remembered correctly, Wai Wei should be his only trading partner. I purchased a junior matching card last time. After the matching failed, I never used the points again, so I saved so much. Wai Wei spread her hands and said, so I provide life trading cards, can you provide a sufficient number of people? People are the key. On the contrary, it is simple to send the weapons. The price of the primary group life trading permission card is very cheap, but it has strict requirements on the strength of the object being traded. In the magic world, individuals who are above level 3 cannot be traded through the group life trading card. This is also the reason why Sui has not been in a hurry to buy this thing to bring Zingan's tribe to Blue Star. If the strength is too low, it doesn't make much sense to take over now. But it's different now. If you want to send Blue Star people to the magic world, the primary group life trading permission card is very useful. Because the Blue Star people only look at their physical strength, they are not even as good as ordinary people, so of course there will be no restrictions. But the problem is that Sui does not have an army of tens of thousands of people who can skillfully operate various weapons. Things like power armor and exoskeleton are useful on Blue Star, but if they are placed in the magic world, they may not be as good as the various long-range weapons of the modern army. Let me think about it. Sui waved his hand and did not agree immediately. It is absolutely impossible to send tens of thousands of people to a completely unfamiliar world quietly. He can only confront Juzhu. If we confront Juzhu about the existence of the other world to a certain extent, it shouldn't be a big problem to borrow an elite force of tens of thousands of people. And from another perspective, this matter is probably a good thing for Juzhu. The war in the magic world cannot be ended in a short time. It is a protracted war. If we participate in it, even if Juzhu wants to change the price of the army on Blue Star, it does not need to reduce the weapons originally purchased and close the factories that produce those weapons. On the contrary, those weapon manufacturers can make more money. This is very beneficial to Juzhu, and they will definitely not refuse. The biggest problem is confidentiality. With Yuling's magic and Tianchu's control of online information, if only a few people are exposed to the information related to the other world, it should not be exposed in the short term. After thinking for a while, Sui looked at Wei Wei and gave an answer. It's feasible. After determining whether it was feasible, the two discussed some details. When they finally came out of the trading space, Sui and Wei Wei agreed that within 3 days, he would send 10,000 modern troops and absolutely sufficient supporting firepower. Their mission was to help Wei Wei build a heavy firepower defense system for the city and train operators of various modern weapons. Wei Wei had the obligation to ensure the safety of these people to the greatest extent. Of course, casualties on the battlefield were inevitable, especially in a world where magic was flying everywhere. Sui's request was not harsh, just don't let these people come into direct contact with the enemy. When those modern weapons first appeared, the opponent might be stunned for a while, and after coming to their senses, even a fool would know to destroy the firepower positions they built first. In this case, what Wei Wei had to do was to withstand this part of the pressure and not let these ordinary people from Blue Star be directly rushed by those warriors and magicians. This was not a harsh request at all, and Wei Wei certainly would not refuse. In fact, with Sui as an ally who can provide a large amount of logistical supplies and a large number of modern weapons, what she lacks most now is people who can operate these weapons. Even if Sui doesn't say it, she will focus on protecting these people. If she defends the city later, she also expects these people to directly become instructors to teach her army how to use those weapons. In this regard, the two quickly reached an agreement. But Sui also proposed another point. That is, once the city is about to be broken and things are impossible, Wei Wei needs to enter the trading space to find him, and he will buy a group-like trading card to bring people back. If there is an unexpected reduction in personnel in the middle, resulting in this 10,000-person team not being fully staffed when it returns, Wei Wei can also put her confidence in it and bring them to Blue Star with Sui to temporarily save their lives. Anyway, even if the city is broken, she will definitely be fine. Wars between nobles are like this, people under their command can die at will, but for a top noble in the magic world like her, even if she loses the war, most of the elf kingdoms dare not do anything to her. After all, Wei Wei is different from Yuling. The worst that can happen is that she is kept under house arrest with good food and drink. Even if the elves are really crazy and want to kill her, Wei Wei can easily get away with the trading space in hand, which is a small problem. And taking the opportunity to stuff trusted subordinates to Blue Star is just right to preserve the manpower for the times. Wei Wei has no objection to this. The two sides have basically reached an agreement on the general direction. She still has to go back to preside over the city defense, so it is inconvenient for her to stay in the trading space for too long. After the discussion is almost over, she went back. However, after coming out of the trading space, Sui has to consider things that are far more complicated than what he said inside. The first is the problem of how to find people. Cooperating with the Juzhu official is the safest way, but in this way, the secret that he can go to other worlds will definitely be exposed. However, not too much will be exposed. He has ways to conceal what the world over there is like and whether the technologies of Tianyu Group are obtained from there. Of course, it can be concealed for a short period of time, unless he does not intend to let the people sent over come back, otherwise these things will be exposed after they come back. In fact, as long as Sui can develop himself to the point where he is not afraid of any threats on Blue Star before these people come back, the exposure will be exposed, which is not a big problem. Of course, there are better plans. He will directly find an experienced mercenary, about 10,000 people. With the ability of Tianchu and the financial resources of Tianyu Group, this matter can be done quietly and beautifully. It can even make all these people not know where they have gone after being sent to the other world. As for whether they are willing to participate in the war after being sent over, whether they will work or not, that is not up to them. Wei Wei has plenty of ways to make them obedient tools. They don't have to come back afterwards, so there is naturally no risk of leaking the news. But this is too inhumane. Sui can kill the whole family without hesitation when he is against the enemy, but he has no grudges with him in the past or in the present. so there is really no need to do this. So after a brief thought, he decided to contact Jusu. But after the problem of finding people, more problems followed. For example, weapons. What kind of planes and tanks are definitely useless there? This thing is difficult to deal with the various exoskeletons that Tianyu Group has taken out now, not to mention the various warriors and magicians whose combat power is stronger than exoskeletons. Those weapons that have strong single-unit lethality but cannot form coverage, such as missiles, are also useless. This thing is expensive, but its advantage is long distance and high accuracy. And there is no satellite precision guidance in the other world, so the role of missiles is really limited. And this thing is too low cost-effective to use to clear miscellaneous soldiers. If you use it to behead, you can't kill them even if the senior officials are Sins. Weapons that enhance individual protection are useless, and high-precision weapons are not very useful. Then the weapons you can choose from are quite limited. They are nothing more than large-caliber artillery and rocket launchers. Just blow her up and that's it. I heard that Kyushu seems to have some naval artillery on the road, and they have moved 1,130 onto the car. This thing is also useful. I will give Waiwei a few and put them on the city wall. As long as they are not destroyed by magic, they can be used to mow down the city. And those single-soldier barrels are simple and crude. With hundreds of millions of sets, Mengchuan City has tens of thousands of regular troops and hundreds of thousands of civilians with little combat power, right? This thing is not difficult to operate. After all, it is a cold weapon war, and there is no need to consider the longitude. Just carry it and bombard the city with your eyes closed. It is not difficult to operate. They are all good things. In addition, there are many simple and crude weapons that can be used without much training, such as grenades. You can even temporarily modify it and replace the TNT explosives in the original grenades with the metal hydrogen that Tianyu Group has just made. Considering that the average physical fitness of the people in the other world is much better than that of Blue Star, the weight can even be increased appropriately, and there is no worry about throwing it far. With such a small enhancement, the power is completely incomparable to ordinary grenades. The key is that it not only has no threshold for use, but is also easy to produce. Even if the alien coalition forces attacking Mengchuan City are all extremely bomb-resistant, they will still have their brains blown to pieces under the overwhelming firepower, so that they can feel the power of industry. As his thoughts diverged, Sui, who was originally a little embarrassed, suddenly felt that this battle was not as difficult as he imagined. As long as Waiwei can contain the enemy's high-end combat power, this will almost be a massacre without any suspense. Sui felt that what he had thought of might not be perfect enough, so he immediately found Tianshu and told him about his decision, the situation in the magic world, and the general situation. As expected, after establishing the corresponding model for calculation, Tianshu made many very useful suggestions. For example, directly maximize the efficiency of the metal hydrogen production line of Tianyu Group, and start to produce metal hydrogen for weapons from now on. As for the battery, that thing can be postponed for a while. Anyway, at this stage, the purchase of metal hydrogen batteries is basically some organizations such as countries or companies, not individuals. Delaying delivery will not cause any dissatisfaction. At the same time, contact the military factory that produces artillery shells in Jusu, and directly redesign the artillery shells and replace the explosives with metal hydrogen. Under normal circumstances, even such a change requires a lot of calculations and experiments. It will definitely not be done in 10 days or half a month. But with Tianshu, there is no need to consider these problems. Simply changing the parameters of the artillery shells and replacing the original explosives with metal hydrogen is simple for it. A perfect modification plan can be calculated in a few seconds. After connecting with the Jusu military factory, it is entirely possible to purchase the current equipment from Jusu for use first. As long as it takes 1 or 2 days to fully release the production capacity, Tianyu Group and Jusu's military factories may be able to produce a large number of metal hydrogen shells, rockets, grenades and other weapons. The personnel to be sent to the magic world do not need to be mainly combat personnel, but should be mainly logistics support personnel. It is enough to send some people who know how to operate these weapons. Under the premise of fixed number of personnel, unlimited equipment and investment funds, Tianshu directly found a relatively unpopular weapon produced by Jusu for Sui. SH Modular 155mm Unmanned Turret Artillery System. A car with a gun behind it, only a driver and a gunner can operate it. If you don't consider that you need to change your position and run away after firing a few shots, if it is used for offensive and defensive battles, even the driver can be omitted, and one person can operate it. And this thing is originally the most basic field weapon, and it does not require satellite positioning or anything like that. Replacing ordinary artillery with this kind of vehicle-mounted fully automatic artillery, the cost will definitely explode. But it doesn't matter. Tianyu Group has money. Compared with Huawei, an important trading partner, Sui doesn't mind spending some money. Just think of it as generating income for Juzhu military enterprises. Based on the general situation of Mengchuan City in the magic world, Tianyu quickly gave the ultimate plan that can be done under the current conditions for this action to support the other world. In addition to weapons such as fully automatic artillery, there are also Juzhu's latest rocket launchers. A rocket launcher vehicle only needs 3 people to operate. This is the real firepower coverage artifact, and the main feature is large quantity and fullness. There are even more types of shells. Armor-piercing shells are meaningless there and are not needed at all. In addition to the new high-explosive bombs using metallic hydrogen, all kinds of cloud bombs and incendiary bombs are used. There are no restrictions in the magic world. There is no need to worry about inhumane incendiary bombs. You can directly give the other world a little shock of white phosphorus bombs. Tianyu even suggested that Sui could go to Bald Eagle and other Western countries to get some chemical weapons such as poison gas bombs. Sui thought about it and gave up. But looking at the list of various weapons listed by Tianyu, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva and worried about the aliens outside Mengchuan City. He originally thought that since modern high-tech weapons were of little use to enemies from other worlds, the support he could give to Huawei here was also limited. Now it seems that even without those high-tech precision weapons, the other world can still be in trouble. After discussing with Tianyu, he went straight to Old Man Lin. Because the press conference had just ended, Old Man Lin still had a mission here, and he was going to find time to talk to Sui about cooperation later. In addition, Tianyu Group had no intention of driving people away, and everything on the island was open except the headquarters building. Naturally, he didn't leave at this time. When Sui found him, the old man was fishing with his eldest grandson on the fishing platform specially prepared during the construction next to Penglay Island. As soon as he approached, he heard the old man's impatient scolding. "No, do you know how to fish? How can you fish like this? Grandpa, you didn't catch any fish yourself, so why are you blaming me? Hey, if I wasn't too old and afraid of catching a big fish, I would have caught a lot of fish long ago." "Ah, right. Lin Yulong has become accustomed to his grandfather's nagging, and he doesn't argue. "Anyway, it's all right. There should be a lot of things to play on the island. Why do you two want to go fishing?" Sui walked from the corridor bridge to the two of them, looking at the empty catch. He couldn't help complaining. "Oh, it's Mr. Su." Old Man Lin turned around immediately, and then patted his eldest grandson beside him. "I don't care about these things at my age, but this kid is clamoring to fish, but he's afraid to come alone, so he asked me to accompany him to play. He's just a child." "Yes, Mr. Su, I prove that Grandpa is right." Lin Yulong agreed seriously. Sui smiled and said, "You won't be able to catch a single fish even if you fish until tomorrow, forget it." Old Man Lin immediately blew his beard and glared. "Mr. Su, don't look down on me. When I was young, I was. This has nothing to do with your skills. It's because there are no fish around this island now." Sui explained with a smile. "Because the island transformation and expansion has made a lot of noise, there should be no fish in the surrounding waters in the near future. If you want a fish, you may have to come back after a while. We have created an artificial simulated coral reef group under this fishing area, and we will regularly release food to attract fish. It shouldn't take long for the fish here to increase." "Is this so?" Old Man Lin blushed. "I said this must be a good place for fish to gather. Why can't I catch them?" "Ahem. Mr. Su, is there something you want to talk to me about?" He decisively changed the subject. Sui didn't say anything, but he didn't deny that there was something. Old Man Lin saw this and reacted immediately, and glanced at his grandson. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, but Lin Yulong didn't react. The old man immediately kicked him on the butt. "What are you looking at? Go buy me a bottle of water." After sending his grandson away, Old Man Lin looked at Sui with a serious expression. "Is there something important? It should be a big deal. Mr. Lin is so interested in fishing. If there is no fish to catch on our island, wouldn't we be neglecting our guests?" Sui looked at Yuling. Old Man Lin was confused. Were they just talking about something important? Why did they suddenly talk about fishing again? Then he saw Yuling slowly walk to the water's edge. While she was muttering something, a ray of green fluorescence slowly appeared in her palm. The last ray of fluorescence seemed to have a physical body, and was thrown into the sea by Yuling. The green light suddenly spread out the moment it touched the water surface, and then disappeared without a trace. This made Old Man Lin even more confused. What's going on? Fortunately, this didn't bother him for long. Soon, Old Man Lin had the answer. On the originally calm sea surface of the fishing spot, a small fish slowly floated up. The second, the third. More and more fish appeared in the small pavilion at the fishing spot, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Until a certain moment, when Old Man Lin looked around, he saw an endless school of fish under the sea. This almost miraculous scene made him forget to breathe for a moment. If he was not in good health now, he would have died without being able to catch his breath. This. Old Man Lin looked at Sui, stunned. Previously, they could understand that the scene of Yu Ling's flower blossoming at the press conference was a trick created by Tanya Group through some technological means. For example, holographic projection. After all, flowers are dead things, and there are not so many movements. But now it is different. He is 100% sure that these fish under the water are all real live fish. These fish not only suddenly gathered in this sea area, but also only around the pavilion at this fishing spot. They neither rolled and splashed water at will, nor did they show any signs of leaving. They just quietly adjusted their positions on the sea surface with the waves, and kept facing the pavilion. Spiritual summoning, a simple little magic. Yu Ling smiled at him and then retreated behind Sui. Old Man Lin took several deep breaths before he recovered. His mind was not slow. He quickly remembered a special term that Tanya Group had mentioned before, but soon ignored. Is this the life essence you mentioned? Have you really mastered this substance, not only for the water of life, but also can you use this energy to gain special power? Life essence. Sui thought of what Yu Ling had made up before, and said with a twitch of his mouth, according to your understanding, it is actually correct. This is indeed a way to control the life essence. But you got the order wrong. We first mastered the method of using the energy of life essence to gain special power, and then we have the water of life. Sui gave his answer quite generously this time. Old Man Lin was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly smiled with relief. Damn it, I said that it was impossible for the Jing family in Jiangqing and the Tao family in Moda to die soon after they offended you. Those grandsons insisted that it was definitely a coincidence and could not be man-made. You are so cruel, you didn't leave a single person alive. That can't be helped, I am narrow-minded. Sui shrugged. So what do you want to do by telling this to the old man now? Old Man Lin probably guessed that what he was going to hear next was definitely a huge secret, and he became serious at this time. At the same time, in order to prevent his old eyes from mishearing and remembering it wrongly, he took out a recording pen in front of Sui. I have a big thing to cooperate with Juzhu. Sui didn't mean to delay any longer, and roughly told Old Man Lin about the magic world and his own plans. Old Man Lin thought he had been mentally prepared, but after hearing Sui say that he wanted to send troops to support another world, he still couldn't hold it in for a while. His eyes were empty and his expression was dull, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Until Sui pushed him. What do you mean? Do you think my method is feasible? Old Man Lin came back to his senses, and went over Suyi's words in his mind carefully again, and finally said, the equipment is completely fine. I can agree to your request for as many as you want and how you want it customized. But the matter of borrowing troops is not something I can decide. According to what you said, these 10,000 people are not just 10,000 people. We have to carefully select them. I have to report this matter to the higher-ups and see what they think. Do you want to contact directly by phone or report it after you go back? The matter is too big, and it may not work to contact directly by phone. I have to go back. You ask the airport to arrange the route, and the transport plane can leave at any time. Old Man Lin didn't hesitate, and he was about to go out. But just as he turned around, Sui stopped him. Time is limited, the plane is too slow, let's take this. As he spoke, an orbital landing craft had slowly landed on the beach in front. Old Man Lin looked at this huge thing that could hover and take off at will, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Sui came out of the press conference in this thing, but he never mentioned what it was from beginning to end. One of his important tasks was to find Sui to ask what this thing was, and whether Juzhu could buy one to study it. I didn't expect that this time it would be so easy. Before he even asked, Sui drove this thing in front of him. Let's go. This should be much faster. I'll leave time for you to contact Juzhu after you go up. The hatch of the landing craft opened, and two power armors immediately went outside to guard and wait for several people to go up. Old Man Lin took a deep breath and followed Sui into the boat. The internal structure immediately made his eyes light up. There was a row of clean and tidy spaces at the entrance. There were 4 rows of seats in the space, and each row had about 100 seats. There was a staircase on the left side of the door, and it was obvious that there was more space on the second floor. Sui didn't mean to stay at the door. He took Old Man Lin to the front and opened a hatch to enter a space that was much more exquisite than the outside. This place was different from the closed cabin just now. Instead, it was more like an observation deck, with sofas and coffee tables, and even snacks on the coffee table. At the same time, you can see the outside through glass made of unknown materials. Old Man Lin glanced outside and realized that the spaceship had taken off at some point, but he didn't feel anything at all. What kind of zenith star technology is this? Just when Old Man Lin was lost in thought, he heard Sui pointing to the sofa beside him and said, "Sit down, this place is connected to the global network, don't worry about the signal, you can contact the people above and tell them about it. Time is tight, I hope you can understand." Sitting on the landing craft, Mr. Lin finally experienced what it was like to travel 80,000 miles a day while sitting on the ground. And this thing is much faster than an airplane. So much so that he sat on it and first contacted Juzhu by phone, saying that he and Sui had very important things to go back to discuss with them, and hoped that they would arrange the itinerary. Then as soon as the phone was hung up, the person had already arrived in Kyushu. It was evening on Penglei Island, and it was just midnight on Kyushu. The landing craft randomly found an empty stadium in the heart of the imperial capital and dropped the people off. Until he came down and watched the landing craft fly away calmly again, Old Man Lin didn't react for a moment. So, this thing really flew into the imperial capital of Kyushu so easily and freely, and then flew away easily after landing. Old Man Lin looked dull. What if? It's different from an airplane. It doesn't need to hover and adjust its angle to land. Sui waved his hand. No, this isn't a question of how to land, right? Old Man Lin said angrily. This is the fucking imperial capital, where's the radar? It's not like he doesn't know about stealth fighters, but those things are only on ordinary radars, let alone high-power ground radar stations. The latest generation of early warning aircraft can detect most of Blue Star's so-called stealth fighters. However, this landing craft did not trigger any radar alarm and just plunged into the imperial capital. The thought made him uncontrollably afraid. Sui didn't care much about this. It would be a damn thing if a landing craft from an interstellar civilization from another world could be caught by Blue Star's radar. The person who can design the radar to detect it probably hasn't been born yet. Sui waved his hand and said, "Let's go out. It's off the mark." Old Man Lin shook his head when he saw this, too lazy to think about it. In fact, the impact of the operation of the landing craft on him was much greater than seeing Yuling use magic with his own eyes. After all, he couldn't understand magic anymore. When he was shocked, he would have the thought of "I can't understand it anyway, so why bother?" But this landing craft is different. As a former professional soldier, he also served as a senior commander in the army after retirement and was exposed to Blue Star's top military technology. This landing craft can be said to have directly refreshed Old Man Lin's outlook on life. Now he finally understood why Sui dared to be so crazy, grabbing the bald eagle's head and humiliating him at every turn, leaving no face for the other party. He was not afraid at all when co-writing. "Oh, I'm old and can't keep up with the development of the times." "Don't sigh, small ones can't keep up with the development speed of our TNU group." Sui consoled him thoughtfully. Old Man Lin decisively changed the topic, glanced at the surrounding environment and said, "This is the Imperial Stadium, right? I'll call someone to pick us up. I've been in touch a long time ago." Sui walked towards the gate of the stadium in a hurry. Before they even reached it, the dark stadium suddenly lit up. Immediately, the door opened, and capable internal staff wearing black suits filed in. Soon a man trotted over, walked up to Old Man Lin and saluted. "The 4th Internal Service Brigade has been ordered to come and greet you three. Please come here, 3 of you." Within a moment, Sui followed the unlicensed convoy of the Internal Service troops directly into the center of power in Kyushu. Although it was already midnight, the lights were still bright inside. There is not much to say about the meeting. The standards for receiving Sui this time were very high. Except for one of them who was visiting abroad and another who was inspecting a local area, the rest were all here. After explaining his request for cooperation, because he had been notified by Old Man Lin in advance, there was obviously some preparation there. Soon the two sides reached consensus on the general direction, and the next step was to discuss the details. The focus here is actually on the safety of these 10,000 people. During non-war times, an army of 10,000 people disappeared out of thin air, and the pressure on the Kyushu center was also huge. The final result was that after these 10,000 people followed Sui to another world, they were at Sui's disposal. But once an accident occurs, in addition to the pension provided by Juzhu itself, TNU Group will also provide an extremely generous pension. How rich is it? It is probably a pension of more than 10 million, which is directly paid into the cards of the family members. At the same time, family members can permanently have free use rights to all TNU medical products under TNU Group. If children or immediate family members are willing, Tianyu Group can also allow them to join the company as regular employees and enjoy the treatment of senior employees of Tianyu Group. Not only can they also get free houses, but in the future Tianyu Group will also set up schools, hospitals, and other facilities internally for employees, which they can enjoy for free. In short, even if the people in the past died in battle, Tianyu Group will clearly arrange all their escape routes for them, so they don't need to worry. If he didn't die in another world and successfully return to Blue Star, then whether they choose to continue serving in the Kyushu Army or retire, they can receive a basic employment payment of 1000 W from Tianyu Group. If there is a special meritorious performance in another world, there will be additional rewards, and the number is definitely unimaginable for ordinary people in their lifetime. This is just the sincerity given by Sui. Because it is a cooperation, Juzhu will certainly not be stingy. Once someone dies in the other world, Juzhu will give the pension, and the other party's parents and family will become the focus of local officials. They will be condoled during festivals, and those who are unemployed can also be arranged for work. If direct descendants apply for some special schools in the future, they will also be given priority admission. Participating in the official examination will have the highest priority in the interview stage. The former is still average, and the latter priority is too attractive to many Juzhu people. This is the arrangement for the warriors sent to the other world. Then the question of the selection is not mandatory. It is said in advance that this is a life or death mission, and then the rewards and compensation of the mission are made clear, and the warriors can choose whether to go. Those who refuse will not be punished, and they only need to sign a confidentiality agreement. In fact, no one will refuse when it is executed. The warriors of Juzhu are not afraid of death. In order to safeguard the interests of Juzhu, they fully comply with the instructions of their superiors. As for the commander of this operation, after some screening, by coincidence, I chose an old acquaintance of Sui, Lin Yulong, grandson of Old Man Lin. Well, he is still on Pendlay Island. Although the matter has been settled and the transfer of personnel is simple, it still takes time to prepare the mobilization of various weapons and equipment and logistical supplies. So 3 days is not short, but time is still very tight for such a major event. The final plan is for Juzhu to place the equipment in several different bases, and Sui will take the landing craft to get it directly after it is ready. As for how he gets it, don't worry about it. In addition to the weapons that will be redesigned and produced over time in the future, the first batch of weapons sent over are basically stocks in the armament warehouse. After all, Juzhu's army has its own responsibilities, and it is not idle. If a large number of active equipment is withdrawn rashly, it is very likely to cause serious consequences if something unexpected happens. And the inventory of equipment does not mean that it is worn out second-hand equipment. There are indeed some used and obsolete equipment that can still be used, but most of them are actually brand new equipment. They are placed in the warehouse just in case, so as to avoid the logistics of sudden war. This incident is actually an emergency for Juzhu. It may even affect the country's destiny. The main reason is that Sui gave too much. First of all, it is the right to purchase the medium-sized exoskeleton of Sentinel-2. Compared with the castrated version of Sentinel-1 sold by Tianyu Group to foreign countries, although the data of Juzhu's Sentinel-1 is much better in all aspects, the architecture of this exoskeleton armor is essentially the same, and there is no generation gap. But Sentinel-2 is different. Compared with the light exoskeleton, the medium-sized exoskeleton is not only improved in data, but also has a huge expansion space brought by various internal auxiliary equipment and more external interfaces, which can bring a very direct improvement in combat effectiveness. Moreover, Sentinel-2 has a built-in combat auxiliary AI. This thing is different from the auxiliary aiming modules in Sentinel-1. It is a real intelligent AI. Of course, it is definitely not comparable to the AI in Tianshu or Power Armor, but the ability is already extremely powerful. For the Juzhu military, the biggest attraction is that this built-in AI can control drones, and it is fully intelligent control. It will control the drone to attack wherever the driver points. It can control up to 3,000 drones at the same time. Once this thing is thrown on the battlefield, it can really achieve the effect of I am a swarm of bees. One person makes an army. When the Juzhu military knew about the Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-3 before, they had already wanted to purchase them. This time, Old Man Lin went to the Tianya Group's press conference to take the opportunity to bring up this matter and see if they can negotiate. Sui was originally going to sell them Sentinel-2, but now, by chance, they haven't mentioned it yet, and Sui came here. This has become one of the conditions for asking Juzhu for help. Another condition is about the water of life. Of course, it is not the version that can prolong life, but the most basic version that can save people from pain. Jisu hopes that Sui can provide more steadily, instead of letting Tinyu Medical release hundreds of thousands of units on the official website every once in a while as before. If possible, they hope to let the medical insurance department contact Tinyu Medical to discuss whether it is possible to include this extremely effective drug in medical insurance. Jisu did not require the specific price to be lower than a certain amount. We plan to let the professional team talk to Tinyu Medical at that time. Many things are like this. As long as there is a discussion, it is actually more than half successful. Jisu's medical department had mentioned this to Tinyu Medical before, but the matter was handled by Tinshu, and it believed that this would not maximize the interests of the group, so it did not agree. In fact, Sui himself is not too concerned about these trifles now. Since Jisu officials also regarded this as one of the conditions, he naturally agreed. It's nothing more than a problem of making less money per unit. After being included in the medical insurance, more sales should be made, and overall it should be able to make more money. As for raw materials, it is not a problem now. Weiwei's hometown is almost taken over by someone. She has plenty of water of life, so it's nothing to bring more. Then there is the last condition that may have a greater impact. Jisu hopes to reach a cooperation with Tinyu Group's ecological farm in Jiangqing, allowing a well-known agricultural university in Jiangqing to enter the farm to study those plants. This condition seems a bit nonsensical at first. Such a small thing, can it be brought up in such an occasion? In fact, it shows the political wisdom of Jisu for thousands of years. Knowing that there is such a thing as life source in the world, but he can't figure it out. Knowing that the people of Tinyu Group can not only use this energy to make water of life and those benign mutant plants, but even people can gain superpowers. Jisu must be nonsense if he says he doesn't want to study it. But Tinyu Group has always been vague about the so-called life source, and obviously doesn't want to develop it with others. Before, for Jisu, I didn't think about asking for trouble. But now it's different. Sui not only told Old Man Lin about the existence of the other world, but also let Yu Ling show magic in person. Jisu's senior management naturally thought that this was a signal that Sui took the initiative to release. It's not impossible to talk about this matter. If we can talk, then everything will be fine, but the degree must be controlled. If they directly ask Sui to disclose the secret of life essence or ask for the technology in this regard from the other world right after the cooperation, it is obviously unrealistic. So they have to settle for the second best. They don't ask for the latest supernatural power technology from the other world, but just keep up with the technology that Tinyu Group has brought to Blue Star. When other countries still have no idea about life essence, Jisu has been able to send these magical crops that can enhance human physique to the tables of people across the country through its own learning and research and development. This is a huge progress. Jisu's top leaders have always understood one thing, that is, neither Tinyu Group nor Sui are Jisu's enemies, not even competitors. Since the Tinyu Group and Sui showed their heads, they have not had any conflicts with Jisu officials, nor have they done anything to threaten Jisu's interests. Even now that he has occupied Pendlay Island, he has frightened the bald eagle. If he wants, he can even establish a country and become an emperor, but he still doesn't do so, and continues to regard himself as a Kyushu citizen. Compared with this common understanding, the top leaders of Kyushu are happy to be confused about the small issues such as whether he has a passport when he goes to Pendlay Island, whether it is considered smuggling, what kind of place Pendlay Island is, and which country's territory it belongs to. Again, Kyushu does not need to be better than Tinyu Group in these areas, it just needs to be more advanced than other countries. Once the conditions are agreed upon, Tinshu can of course leave all the rest to Tinshu. Sui himself was at leisure. Originally, he planned to take advantage of the fact that Pendlay Island had just been renovated and take a vacation there when he had nothing to do these days. But unfortunately, just after returning to the island, Sui's buttocks were not even hot when Tinshu told him a very bad news. "Sir, we're in some trouble. An international cargo ship that just sailed into Hunghai waters was loaded with the materials we needed, so I contacted the buyers and sellers behind the merchant ship and purchased all the materials on it through premium purchasing. The procurement process went smoothly, but now there are some problems with the ship." "What's the problem?" Sui, who was about to go downstairs to go fishing, put down the fishing gear in his hand. There is nothing simple that would make Tinshu come to him specifically to talk about it, so he couldn't help but not pay attention to it. "They encountered pirates? They are the famous pirates of Suakuo on Blue Star. 6 hours after I reached an agreement with the buyer and seller behind the merchant ship and paid the payment and freight, the ship turned around and rushed to Pendlay Island. It passed through the waters of Somalia and was subsequently seized by pirates. The ship belongs to the Kyushu ship, and the goods transported on it are industrial semi-finished products sold by Kyushu to the Ozu Alliance. For Suakuo, which has no industrial foundation, these goods themselves have no value. Under normal circumstances, their ultimate goal is to rob merchant ships. They should be asking for a reward, so usually they won't touch such giant ocean-going cargo ships, they will only detain people. But this time after they robbed the merchant ship, not only did they not ask for any reward from Jusu Shipbuilding Group immediately, but they detained the people and then drove the cargo ship to a port in Somalia. Not only did they want to detain the people, but they seized the boat together. This behavior is quite abnormal, and the timing is too coincidental. I think their purpose is not just robbery, but it is very likely that there is someone behind the scenes. Sui frowned when he heard this. Can you find traces of their instigation through the internet? Mr. Can't be found. Tianxia replied immediately. The previous actions of manipulating online public opinion may have attracted the attention of some forces. This time they left almost no traces on the internet. They should have controlled everything through offline actions. There are only a few countries and forces in the world that can remotely control these pirates to do this kind of thing offline. The scope of suspects was suddenly narrowed. Have they not asked for ransom yet? Not yet. Jusu Shipbuilding Group is already in contact with them, and the result is not optimistic. Then don't worry about it for now and let people from Jusu contact you. Sui waved his hand. This is definitely not the first time Jusu officials have encountered this kind of thing, and they have much more experience in handling it than he does. Just let professionals do professional things. I speculate that their target should be Tianyu Group. If Jusu goes to negotiate, it may be difficult to get any ideal results. Tianxia reminded. In addition, the materials loaded on this ship are what we urgently need at the moment. These materials are indispensable for the expansion of Penglai Island's industrial zone. If it cannot arrive at Penglai Island port within 3 days, it will most likely delay the planned opening of the Magic World Military Assistance Program. Of course, there is another solution. That is for you, sir, to go there in person and use your own space to transport the materials to the origin. When Sui heard this, his eyes couldn't help but condense, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly sneered. It seems that those white-skinned gangs are still determined to be evil. Many clues are connected together, and it is not difficult to guess that the people behind this incident are the Bald Eagle and the Northern Ocean Convention people. In such a short period of time, the only ones who can control the pirates without using the internet are these traditional Western powers. As for the purpose of these people, it is of course easy to guess. It is nothing more than letting these pirates stimulate Tianyu Group to act as scapegoats, forcing Tianyu Group to use force to get back its own goods and rescue the kidnapped crew members. After all, although Sorok has been in a state of anarchy for decades, it is still a nominally sovereign country. Even if they reject all the conditions proposed by Kyushu, Kyushu cannot really ignore the international influence and drive warships across the ocean to fight against pirates. In the end, Tianyu Group had to take action on its own if it wanted to resolve this matter quickly. As long as they take action, they can evaluate the combat effectiveness of those powered devices and exoskeletons. With the current development momentum of the Tianyu Group, once these Western countries determine that power armor and exoskeletons can solve the problem, they will inevitably launch a war against Penglai Island without hesitation. There are too many reasons for them to go to war, and they haven't completely broken up yet. Ultimately, it's because they are not sure of the true strength of the Tianyu Group and dare not act rashly. After figuring out these key points, Su Yudang said to Tanshu, "You tell the pirates directly through major social media channels. If the ship cannot sail again within 3 hours, there will be consequences." "Yes, sir." Tansha didn't say any more, and immediately posted the news that the merchant ship had been kidnapped by pirates on all social platforms around the world using the Tianyu Group's official account. At the same time, he posted Su Yi's request. Under its controlled push flow, the news had successfully spread all over the world in less than an hour, causing huge waves in an instant. The pirates robbing merchant ships is not news in the world. It's just that in the past, when such incidents occurred, both the officials of various countries and the shipping companies that were robbed were all in a state of mind to make a big deal out of a small matter, and would not make a big deal about it. Even so, the pirates of Somalia are notorious in the world, and almost everyone has heard of them. Like this time, the news of the merchant ship being robbed was directly announced to the world, and the pirates were asked to set sail again within 3 hours. No, not within 3 hours, but within 3 hours. This is the first time that pirates are so ostentatious and are not taken seriously at all. It caused an uproar for a while. After all, no matter what you say, Somalia is also a country in name. They have taken the things back to their own territory. If you don't pay the ransom honestly, can you send troops to fight them directly? Then the matter is not a simple fight against pirates, but an invasion. This is also the reason why countries have been troubled by these pirates for so many years, but they have never been able to do anything about them and cannot cure them. Fighting pirates is not the same as attacking a sovereign country's territory. You are still too young. Just pay the money honestly when encountering this kind of thing. This matter is settled now. What will you do if people don't listen to you? Is it possible to really send troops to fight over it? Haha, young people don't know that the sky is high and the sky is high. I am the boss of TNU Group. If I were to handle it, I would definitely be able to handle this matter beautifully. Even such small things cannot be handled well. Lao Deng really talks a lot. Why are you not the boss of TNU Group if you are so awesome? Haha, I have a backstage. I can only say that everyone understands it. It's normal for you young people not to understand. To be honest, I don't think this is appropriate. Originally, there was room for change. The two parties had to talk it over in private and give some money and treat it as a waste of money and disaster. But now it's like putting both sides at odds. On fire. Yes, if the pirates are obedient and send back all the people and goods, what will they do in the future? The next time we rob a ship, the one being robbed will also follow the example of TNU Group and issue a notice. What will they do? It's impossible for them to let him go. If they really don't let go, then the pressure will come to TNU Group. They just won't give you this face and will treat what you say as nothing. What should you do? Is it possible that violent organizations were actually used to snatch it back? Does Sui have this strength? Don't tell me, there really are. Look at those exoskeletons and power armors. You don't think a bunch of pirates can defeat such things, do you? Exoskeletons and powered armor are just propaganda and money-making without actual combat. Only fools will believe it. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I know that many countries have placed orders for the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton. They want more advanced exoskeletons and power armor, but Renshenya Group does not sell them. Let's wait and see. I even have a feeling that TNU Group may really be able to directly solve the pirate problem in Sioux country. Dude, are you serious? It's impossible to solve it if you want to eat shit. It is determined by one's national conditions. It is indeed an inevitable result that pirates are so rampant in Suakuo. In the chairman's office on the roof of the group headquarters building, Sui was teaching Yuling the origins of these pirates. Their position is great. They guard the entrance of the Honghai Sea, the main cargo route between the east and the west. And then they're so poor that they're still very poor. In front of us is a golden waterway that connects the whole world, but I am so poor that I feel so miserable. What can I do? Just grab it. Occupying such a good place, you shouldn't be poor if you do business normally, right? Yuling looked at the location on the map and asked doubtfully. It's a mess internally, with wars going on every day without stopping. It's said to be a country, but it's actually an anarchic and chaotic area. It's only when it's not poor that there are ghosts. Before, you said that most of the wars and chaos in the world have the shadow of the bald eagle, so is it because they are responsible for the country becoming like this? In Yuling's heart, Blue Star's bald eagle empire has become the image of a mid-level villain, capable of committing all kinds of evil. Now when we talk about these things, it is inevitable to mention them. It does have something to do with it, but it's not the essential reason. Sui said with a smile. The bald eagle had a kind heart once in its life and wanted to do a good deed without any profit purpose, and it was here. Then what? Then, Black Hawk Down. We can watch it together when we have time. The movie is pretty good. The reason why this place has become so chaotic probably involves a further period of time. At that time, the leader of the world order was not the bald eagle, but John Bull over there. As colonists, these guys were lacking in virtue. Borders have been drawn all over the world, leaving a lot of disputed areas, so that many small countries continue to have wars because of this. Sorland used to be the little overlord of the Black State, but because of the border issues with neighboring countries, they got into a fight. In the end, both sides suffered losses, and the government collapsed, turning it into the current state of anarchy. The whole thing is full of black humor. The disputed area was originally a quiet place and neither side cared about it. But one day, an energy company from Osu suddenly came out and said there was oil there, and then they started fighting. Sui shrugged. The level of abstraction in Hiesu was outrageous. It's really hard to figure out whose responsibility it is for Soagwa to become like this. In the end, it can only be traced back to John Bull's many mistakes. Yuling blinked, a little confused about the brain circuit of the Blue Star people. After thinking for a while, he decided to change the topic. So how are you going to solve it this time? Do you need me to take action? That's not necessary. There are so many people in a country, and we can't just kill them all. The effect I want is to frighten them, and at the same time frighten the people behind me who let them steal my things. They won't be able to understand what you're doing, and it won't have a deterrent effect. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Sui glanced at his watch. There's still half an hour, just wait and see. Half an hour passed by in a flash, and naturally the pirates from Suwa country did not let him go. Just like what netizens said, if they let him go so easily, how will they do robbery business in the future? Therefore, even if there is no one behind the scenes, they will not let him go this time. As if in response to the threatening announcement from the Tianya group, the leader of the pirate group who robbed the merchant ship specially took a video and uploaded it to the internet. In the video, Haidao, who has dark skin, is wearing a shabby military uniform from an unknown country and holding a sharp saber in his hand. Behind him, there were a dozen hijacked crew members. He used a knife to point back and forth at the necks of these crew members, and finally he looked very angry and spouted a lot of gibberish at the camera, with English subtitles thoughtfully prepared below. The general meaning is, every 3 hours, he will kill a hostage. If Tianya Group wants to rescue these hostages, it must deposit $1 billion into their designated account every 3 hours, with no upper limit. If you want to take the people and the merchant ship back at the same time, let Tianya Group's boss Sui go to them in person to take them back. In the end, this guy smiled with a lewd face and said that Tianya Group's CEO Yu Ling was very beautiful. If Sui didn't dare to go, they could let Yu Ling go and let them release the people. Provocation. Normal people know after watching the video that these pirates have no intention of talking properly. This is a naked provocation. Depositing $1 billion every 3 hours is not 100,000 yuan. It's not worth the price even if you kidnap the bald eagle president. Not to mention the outrageous operation of asking Sui to pick up the person in person and insulting Yu Ling. Even a fool knows that these people have no intention of bargaining. After watching the video, Sui did not feel angry. He just bought a set of power armor, put it on, and asked Yu Ling to take a photo of him and send it out. Wait, I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming. The boss of such a giant multinational group, wearing power armor, a cross-era black technology equipment, said such words. For a time, all the netizens who paid attention to this matter were confused. No, brother, are you really going? Let that old gangster talk about it. Now it's okay, Sudong is going to go offline to show him off. If you don't brag, you will die. They are in the country of Solo. How do you get there? Wake up, there is no government in Somalia, let alone customs. You don't really want to fight, do you? If this doesn't go well, it will be an invasion of another country, and I remember that Sui is still a Kyushu nationality, so it won't implicate us, right? Brother, even if you are afraid of the bald eagle, what the hell is Suagwa also afraid of? If you fight, just fight. So what if we are from Kyushu? Can they still come to Kyushu to settle the score with you? Are you so useless when you go online? Contrary to the excitement of netizens about the imminent fight, there are some foreign media. These media found a bunch of military experts and international relations experts who didn't know whether it was true or false. After analyzing it, they all believed that Tianya Group was still talking tough and it was impossible to fight. Or it means that Tianya Group is simply incapable of handling this kind of thing, and in the end this matter can only be solved by Kyushu. All he had to do was say, Sui dares to hit me and eat me. Of course, the purpose is not to highlight how far-sighted they are. To put it bluntly, it is just to add fuel to the fire. Put Tianya Group and Sui on the fire to roast, lest Sui suddenly calm down and stop fighting. If they don't fight, how can they watch the battle and how can they obtain the parameters of those equipment? Compared to these melon-eating masses, the pirates from Suwa country also seemed quite relaxed at the moment. Even the pirate account that posted the provocative video before went to the I'm coming post posted by Sui on the internet and made a big comment. Remember to call the CEO of your group over. Our boss has taken a liking to her. This comment was immediately pushed to the top by countless melon-eating people who were watching the excitement and didn't mind it. Sui, who was sitting on the landing craft and had arrived in the airspace of the country of Suwa, happened to take the time to use the entertainment system inside the power armor to open the software. After looking at what this guy sent, he took a photo in the air and sent it. You can still jump around for a few more minutes, cherish it. WTF. In a city of low adobe houses, a small 6-story house looks out of place with the surrounding buildings. A dark-skinned boy who looked to be in his early teens jumped up from the sofa holding an AK. What's the fuss about? It's not time to eat yet. An older pirate next to him said impatiently. He's really here. The pirate boy quickly handed over the tablet he had snatched from the crew. The picture above is the aerial view that Sui sent him just now. He pointed to the white bungalow that stood out among the adobe bungalows inside. Look, this seems to be our place. They are really here. The old pirate was stunned for a moment, then reacted, quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and said, General, Oh no, General. People from the Tianyu group are coming. At this time, the pirate wearing a somewhat worn military uniform was interrogating the captain of the merchant ship, trying to get the captain to transfer his money into the pirate's account. Unlike those poor crew members, the captain who can command such a large ship is obviously not short of money. Seeing that the captain couldn't bear it anymore, the sudden voice on the intercom made the pirate leader very angry. Immediately threw the mobile phone whip and transfer device into the hands of the boy next to him. You ask him to pay, and I'll go out and see what's going on. After saying that, he picked up the walkie-talkie and said impatiently, "Who is calling? Tell me clearly." People from the Tianyu group. It seems like their boss really called over. The fearful voice of the younger brother made the pirate leader very unhappy and scolded. What are you afraid of? I don't even look at where this place is. I gave an order and the entire city belongs to me. Back then, the bald eagle people could only run away from here in despair. Who does the Tianyu group count? Go and notify others that someone from outside is calling, and tell everyone to copy the guy. After saying that, he opened the door of the interrogation room and walked out, wanting to see where the people from the Tianyu group were, what they were in, and whether it was an armed helicopter. If so, he would have to arrange for a few boys to go to the warehouse to take out his collection of Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. It just so happens that this only luxurious bungalow in the city is facing the sea, and the port is outside. The first time he opened the door, he saw a scene he would never forget. In the port sky 1,000 meters away, an aircraft he had never seen before was hovering over the deck of the freighter they had snatched back. Black shadows were jumping down from the aircraft one after another. At the same time, he also received a panicked radio message from the boy guarding the freighter. Here we come. People from Tianyu group are calling. They are all monsters, bullets are of no use to them. Help! The chaotic figure and the shocking scene in front of him made the pirate leader swallow his saliva, and his brain fell into a state of shutdown. It was not until he saw the spaceship retract its hatch and fly back to the city that he reacted. He hurried to the simple broadcasting room in the villa, turned on the citywide broadcast and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Take out all the weapons in the warehouse, and bring out all the hostages. Everyone in the city, take up arms, defend our homeland, and repel these invaders. Those who don't have weapons, come to me to get them, quickly." The landing craft moved forward slowly, and Sui sat inside and observed the shabby town in front of him, with no emotional fluctuations on his face. With the speed of the landing craft, he could rush in and wipe out the pirate leaders before these mobs could react. But this is a temporary solution, and solving the pirates is not the purpose of his visit this time. He wants to deter those people behind these pirates who still have ideas about the Tianyu group, so that these people can be more peaceful. At least before he finds a way to solve the nuclear weapons on Blue Star and makes these people have no means to drag Blue Star to self-destruct in the end, they should be more peaceful and don't make trouble. After Sui can solve the nuclear weapons problem, it will not be a question of whether they can live in peace or not. A quick solution with decapitation tactics obviously cannot achieve a deterrent effect, so he needs something more shocking. For example, a direct attack on an armed thug in a city. "Sir, they should be almost assembled." Tianshu's voice sounded at the right time. At the same time, a Stinger anti-aircraft missile also shot towards the landing craft with a tail flame. "I didn't expect that before supporting the war in the magic world, I would have to fight a battle first." Sui stood up, the visor of the power armor closed, and a cold electronic voice without any emotion came from the armor. "Let's start. Those with weapons in their hands, don't leave a single one." Before the voice fell, the hatch of the landing craft opened suddenly. A power armor flew out in an instant, grabbed the Stinger missile at a terrifying speed, and stopped it with a terrifying force, and threw it back to the ground. Compared to these islands with standard pirated AKS, the heavy firepower is only RPG and single-person anti-aircraft missiles at most. The soldiers of the Tianyu Group Security Department wearing full sets of power armor or heavy exoskeletons rushed into the city at this time, which was simply a modern army beating primitive people. Sui did not think about beheading. After several power armors flew out of the landing craft and went directly into the city to find the kidnapped hostages, the huge landing craft directly found a relatively flat area on the edge of the dilapidated city and hovered at low altitude. Except for the exoskeleton warriors who controlled the freighter, the remaining 180 warriors on the landing craft wore exoskeletons and jumped directly from 5 or 6 meters above the ground to the ground. After going down, they immediately dispersed and quickly controlled the entrances and exits of several cities according to the previously formulated battle plan. For such a small city, with the data of heavy exoskeletons, it would not take long to bypass it. This time, Sui brought more than 200 people, including himself, 9 power armors, and 200 ground combatants equipped with heavy exoskeletons. All of them were selected by Tianchu and absorbed into the security department of Tianyu Group in the past few days. They are basically retired elite soldiers. Their combat skills are first class. Therefore, there will soon be a spectacle of more than 100 soldiers surrounding the entire city. Of course, surrounding the city is not the goal, it is just the beginning. When the exoskeleton troops controlled the entrances and exits of the city, the power armor that entered the city first had already fought with the pirates inside. The first to bear the brunt was the most eye-catching villa in the entire city. This is also the most heavily guarded place in the city, and it is one of the few places where hostages can be confirmed, so 2 power armors were sent here. Although the pirates don't have powerful things, they still have several anti-aircraft machine guns. The speed of the power armor is not fast, leaving enough time for the opponent to react. Therefore, before getting close, the fierce gunfire has already sounded. However, facing the hail of bullets from large-caliber anti-aircraft machine guns, the 2 power armors did not even have the intention to dodge, and just rushed straight to the villa facing the barrage of bullets. Although the personnel operating the anti-aircraft machine guns were of limited quality and most of the shells were fired empty, they could still hit a few. However, it was useless. As soon as the shells approached the power armor, the energy shield on it would weaken some of its kinetic energy and it would not be able to penetrate the armor at all. Of course, even without the energy shield, this kind of anti-aircraft machine gun should not be able to penetrate the power armor. In the horrified eyes of the pirates, the 2 power armors landed leisurely on the roof of the villa. Wan Changlong is the captain of a shipping company under the Jusu Shipbuilding Group. At the age of nearly 60, he has more than 40 years of sailing experience and has been the captain of an ocean-going freighter for nearly 20 years. In the past 20 years, he has changed several ships, traveled countless miles, and visited countless countries, and never had any major accidents. This time, the ship received an order as soon as it arrived in the Honghai Sea area, asking them to turn around and go to Penglei Island of Tianyu Group. He was actually quite happy. Not only did the wealthy Tianyu Group promise to give everyone on board a bonus double their salary after arriving at the port, he had heard of the Tianyu Group's reputation, and was very curious about this Penglei Island. He could avoid unnecessary detours, earn more money, and visit the island. This trip couldn't be more exciting. Then, this excitement didn't last for half a day, and it couldn't last any longer, because they encountered pirates. As a giant ocean-going cargo ship of hundreds of thousands of tons, pirates normally wouldn't rob such a big ship, because big ships usually have guards, and they couldn't get on top of them because they were too tall. It was a tough nut to crack. However, this time, the pirates didn't know what was wrong, and they almost came out in full force. When Wan Changlong walked out of the cabin and saw hundreds of black pirates outside, each holding an AK in his hand, and some holding some rocket launchers and other items, his heart was already half cold. When he saw the leader of the island actually took out a large amount of high explosives and threatened them to sink the ship immediately if they didn't stop the ship and surrender, he knew that he would definitely not be able to escape this wave. The ship was indeed tall enough. After the horsepower was fully increased, those poor pirates didn't have helicopters or anything, so it was just a dream to want to come up. There was no need to be afraid of ordinary guns or RPGs. Such a big ship, even if it was pierced in a few places and caused water leakage, it would not sink at all. It would not be a big problem to repair it afterwards. But the problem was that they didn't intend to board the ship by force. It was true that the ship was big enough to withstand some individual weapons, but it couldn't withstand the whole ship of TNT waiting below. This was more than a few hundred kilograms. A rough scan showed that the explosives these pirates brought were definitely in tons, and the number before the ton might be in double digits. Wan Changlong didn't understand why a group of pirates had so much TNT, but it didn't prevent him from knowing that he must not resist at this time. With so many bombs sticking around the ship and exploding, not to mention a cargo ship, even an aircraft carrier would be sunk. So he and his ship naturally became prisoners of the pirates. These pirates are very strange. After they caught them, they didn't ask for money. They even searched the things on the ship briefly. Then they put a gun to his head and asked him to drive the ship back to the dilapidated port of Shuguo. Wan Changlong thought that the next step would be for the company's senior management or the Jusu officials to send people to negotiate with these pirates and redeem him and others. He has been running on the sea for many years, and he is very familiar with these pirates. These people usually want money but not life, and they will usually let people go after getting the money. After all, the pirates of Suakuo have listed companies. Doing business is about integrity. If you take money and kill people, who will pay for kidnapping in the future? And the facts prove that he is still too young. The people here speak Gaulish. As a high-quality talent, he happens to know a little bit. Then he happened to hear the two little blacks joking privately about the conditions their boss offered to Tianyu Group, asking Tinya Group to transfer $1 billion to their account every 3 hours, otherwise they will kill people. After receiving this information, Wang Chanlong felt like the sky had fallen. He immediately realized that this was not a pirate robbery at all, but involved something at a higher level. The pirates had no intention of releasing anyone. Based on the previous tough stance of Tianya Group and Jushu's working style, he believed that someone would come to rescue them, but before that, he needed to take the captured crew members to survive. Wang Chanlong guessed that these pirates were instructed by someone behind the scenes to make trouble for Jushu or Tianya Group. But pirates are greedy, and they must be greedy for money. Therefore, when he met the pirate leader again to check the situation of the captives, he took the initiative to stand up and said that he came from a big family, and his family was powerful and very rich. There were hundreds of millions of dollars in his own account alone. As long as he and his crew were released, the money could be transferred to him immediately through international banks or digital currencies. The pirate leader was tempted, but it was obviously impossible to release the people. He asked the other captives to be taken away and guarded separately, and he personally interrogated Wang Chanlong, trying to force him to transfer money through torture. Wang Chanlong did have money, but he could take out tens of millions of Jushu coins, but hundreds of millions of dollars in deposits were nonsense. But in this way, his goal was achieved. The pirate leader was worried about letting his men torture him, so he went into battle himself. The pirate leader had been staying with Wang Chanlong, and the remaining pirates certainly did not dare to kill the captives at will. After all, these were not ordinary captives, but key chess pieces involved in some international games. This also saved the crew, but he himself suffered a lot. At the age of 60, there was not a single piece of good skin on his body after being tortured. But from beginning to end, he still gritted his teeth and insisted that he would pay when he saw the people released. Of course, he could not admit that he was deceiving the other party, otherwise it was hard to say whether these villains would kill a few people to vent their anger after knowing that they were deceived. And just when Wang Chanlong was almost blurred by the torture, the pirate leader suddenly ran out in a panic after receiving the information. Faintly, he heard these pirates seem to shout something like the people from Tinya Group are coming. After hearing the sudden sound of gunfire and explosions outside, Wang Chanlong was stunned for a while, and finally fainted with his head tilted. The last thought in his mind before he fainted was, "If I had known it would come so soon, I would not have been a hero and ran out to suffer." Bang! The power armor violently kicked open the door of a small room in the villa, and inside were 7 or 8 black guys huddled together. They all held AKs in their hands, but faced with the power armor in front of them, they did not even have the courage to shoot. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that a power armor was firing wildly against the anti-aircraft machine gun on the roof, and slowly fell to the roof and tore the people who fired the gun alive. Facing a monster that even anti-aircraft machine guns could not do anything about, the small broken AK in their hands could not bring them the slightest sense of security. Sui glanced at the black guys in the room and didn't care. After a look around, his eyes fell on a tablet computer that was in a fairly new state. You don't need to look at this thing to know that this group of people snatched it from the crew. Of course, Sui didn't mean to take the things back, but came here specifically because someone just applied for a confrontation, so he came here. Under the horrified gaze of a group of black people, he strode over and picked up the tablet, and Tianchu instantly broke the password lock on it. After a simple search, he found the message record that had just jumped on the social platform to mock him. Not bad, I found it right. Sui opened the electromagnetic rifle on the arm of the power armor, and smashed all the useless AKs in their hands. After confirming that these people should have no weapons, he opened the mask. Who used this computer to jump on my social account just now? Come out, I'm here, what do you say? With the 10,000 worlds language penetration card, he is proficient in the languages of countless worlds, and naturally he is fluent in the Gaulish language commonly used by these black people. They can communicate without any obstacles. Several black people looked at each other, and then pointed at one of the young men who looked less than 20 years old without hesitation. The man who was pointed at turned pale, without a trace of blood on his face. He said quickly, "Sir, it's not me or him. He asked us to shoot the video and send it out. He said those things in the video first, so you can't blame me." However, Sui ignored his quibbling and walked straight to him, grabbed his shoulders and lifted him up. Looking at his horrified look, Sui sneered, "Don't you take a piss to see what you are? You are an uncivilized primitive man, and you dare to hit on my wife." The little black man was about to quibble, but the next moment, the 5 fingers of the power armor holding his shoulder gradually exerted force. The severe pain interrupted his words instantly, followed by the sound of bone breaking that made people's teeth ache. When Sui threw the pirate with a crushed shoulder blade to the ground, the guy instantly twisted into a ball in pain like a maggot. Continuously making a ho-ho sound, the pain was so severe that he couldn't even wail. Stop yelling. Sui kicked him over, grabbed the dreadlocks on his head and pulled them up again. Then he picked up the tablet, took a photo with him, and sent it out using the account on the tablet. See, this is the end of being a keyboard warrior and talking nonsense online. The other black people in the room watched him do this, and they didn't dare to move at all, trembling. After doing this, Sui threw this guy to the ground and stomped on his head. Looking at the few remaining black guys in the room, he turned on the electromagnetic rifle expressionlessly, and with the help of the auxiliary aiming module, he fired 6 shots in a blink of an eye. No one was left alive. The remaining 6 people were almost all shot through the center of their eyebrows by the mass gallbladder, without any deviation. With the help of the built-in war AI of the power armor, Sui's shooting was just like turning on the automatic aiming in the game. There was no possibility of missing a shot at this distance. The keyboard warrior who typed and talked nonsense has been dealt with, and there is still one who talked nonsense on the video. Sui walked out of the small room. He casually shot to death an islander who was passing by in a panic and wanted to escape, and then turned on the radio and asked, "Have you found the pirate leader?" The radio immediately responded, "Report to the chairman, Team 1 has not found it yet. Report to the chairman, Team 2 has not found it yet. Chairman, I am the captain of Team 3. I found that the armed elements in the city moved their positions very quickly. Some armed elements who were deliberately let go will soon appear at the other end of the street. I suspect that there is a developed tunnel system in the city. The leaders of the island group and some of the hijacked crew members are very likely to be underground." Hearing these reports, Sui immediately said, "You all do your job and keep an eye on the direction you are responsible for. I will immediately let the landing craft turn on the high-power detector to scan the city structure. If the underground structure is scanned out, it will be synchronized to the map built into your armor immediately. At that time, each team will select 3 people to form a team to explore separately. Any armed personnel will be killed without mercy. If you meet the pirate leader, you can spare his life first. I want him to be useful." Yes. The fierce gunfire has never stopped since it started. In such a magical place, even if the poor people don't even have food to eat, they may take out a few AKs to shoot you. These people probably don't know why they are firing at outsiders now. They just know that everyone around them is shooting, so they follow suit. The exoskeleton warriors of Tanya group who didn't notice the people who didn't shoot at all didn't bother to care. Once someone picked up a weapon and fired, they would be smashed in the head by a mass bullet shot from nowhere. More than 100 soldiers fought all the way from outside the city to inside the city, and the number of militants killed was almost countless. They combed the whole city inside and out like a comb. Finally, when it was about to get dark, after nearly 2 hours of fierce fighting, the continuous gunfire finally quieted down. Only occasionally could you hear a few sporadic gunshots after a long time. Of course, there were only a few living people left in the city. Not all of them were cleared by the security department of Tanya Group. Some people dropped their weapons and fled the city after they found something wrong. After all, less than 200 exoskeleton warriors are too few. It is impossible to really surround the whole city. At most, they can only guard a few traffic arteries to prevent cars from running away. They don't want anything and run barefoot in the wild. There is no need to chase them. There are about 30,000 to 40,000 people in the whole city. About 30,000 ran away. As for the rest of the people, according to the statistics of Tinshu connecting all exoskeleton systems, in just over 2 hours, these 200 people killed nearly 10,000 armed militants with guns. There is no kind heart. These people usually look like poor people who can't even afford to eat, but they are pirates who kill and rob when they pick up guns and get on the boat. In the past, people let them do whatever they want for various reasons such as humanitarianism and international order. But Suyak doesn't care about these. They robbed him of his things, kidnapped the crew he hired, threatened him, and even dared to speak foul language to Yuling. He wouldn't even blink an eye if all the people here were killed. And after all, these things are not even considered human beings to him, so they can be killed if they are killed. Chairman, our second team has found the fleeing island leader and the last 2 hostages he held in the underground passage, and is chasing them. We will deliver him to you within 10 minutes. Well, thank you for your hard work. It's better to get things done as soon as possible so that you can go back. Sui sat on the roof of the villa and looked at the scenery by the sea, and said lightly, "After you go back this time, I will give each of you a bonus of 2 million and a month of paid leave. You can go back to China or take a vacation on Pendlay Island. Paid leave for 1 month? I'm awesome, that would be awesome. Chairman is awesome. These days I've been looking at the fish on our island and I'm so greedy. I have to fish hard for a month during my vacation." Cheers suddenly came from the voice channel. Although fighting pirates violates many conventional rules, it is still just in line with the simple values of the public. But even so, these soldiers will inevitably have some psychological shadows after such a battle. It is also right to give them a holiday. Sir, there is a reconnaissance plane approaching in the air. It took off from the Bald Eagle overseas base less than 100 kilometers away from Somalia. They should have observed the situation here through satellites. While sending reconnaissance planes to collect intelligence, there are also 2 transport planes following behind. The transport planes are carrying some reporters from the Bald Eagle and Ozhu Alliance Media. The latter should be a temporary organization of the Bald Eagle. They want to take pictures of what happened in this city and use the topic to put pressure on the fishing boats of the Tianyu group. Do you take countermeasures? Shoot it down. Sui said expressionlessly. Only for reconnaissance aircraft or shoot them all down. Also, use the group account to post an announcement saying that the Tianyu group is carrying out the mission of combating pirates and rescuing hostages in the nearby area. The sea and airspace has been blocked. Any aircraft of any country or organization is strictly prohibited from approaching. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Hack into the backend and change the time of the announcement to before their plane takes off. Even if there is a dispute afterwards, the Bald Eagle will find the black box of the plane and say it was shot down. That was the first announcement they made, and then the plane was sent over. You are asking for trouble. Who can you blame? And isn't this the pirates' territory? If your plane was shot down, why don't you go to the pirates and me? Okay, sir. Tianshu agreed immediately. The next moment, the landing craft that had been floating on the sea for 2 hours without any movement slowly turned, and the armor on the top was quickly opened, and a large electromagnetic gun stretched out from the top of the landing craft. After aiming at a certain direction in the sky, 3 mass bullets were fired in succession. At the same time, a laser cannon stretched out from the side and shot a thick laser at the sky above his head. Then he retracted the 2 turrets and returned to the previous silent state. Sir, a reconnaissance plane and 2 transport planes were all shot down. I also shot down the Bald Eagle military satellite that was observing here from high altitude. Well done. Sui was not worried at all whether this would cause a war. The barbarians fear power but not virtue. These white mad dogs bite those who are weaker than themselves. They seem to be tough and domineering, but in fact they are greedy for money and afraid of death. It is impossible to face an unknown enemy for a few planes and a few lives. If they fight, they fight. If they don't fight, they will make a fuss about what happened here. If they shoot down, they are more likely to pretend that nothing happened. After all, Tianyu Group shot down the military aircraft of Bald Eagle and took down military satellites. If this news spreads, I am afraid that the public will be in a frenzy. At that time, even if they dare not fight, they will have to bite the bullet and fight Tianyu Group. This is what the Bald Eagle executives don't want to see at all. The reason why Sui asked Tianxia to issue an announcement to modify the time is actually a small measure to prevent any eventuality. Chairman, the person has been captured, but during the capture process, a hostage was shot in the abdomen and is in critical condition. Apply for the use of the water of life. Use it, bring the pirate leader to me. The bored Sui finally got interested and jumped off the roof immediately. The heavy power armor smashed a big hole in the garden of the villa. But it doesn't matter, this damn place has been destroyed. As for the problem of how to deal with it afterwards, he already has a solution. In any case, this broken place can't be lived in. It's destroyed. Now, he wants to see if the pirate leader who filmed the video and shamelessly asked him to come in person has 3 heads and 6 arms, and whether his head is armored. Soon, the man was brought to Sui. Looking at the miserable pirate leader, he couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you call me in the video just now? I'm here, how about it? The boy seemed to be frightened and mentally a little abnormal. After seeing Sui, his eyes were full of fear, and he answered the question in a neurotic way. Devil! You are devils! You killed everyone! Pa! Don't be crazy here, I'm asking you a question. Sui slapped him directly, and knocked out several of his teeth. Seeing that the guy had calmed down, he continued. Tell me, who asked you to rob this ship, and how much benefit did they give you? This time, the pirate leader did not dare to act crazy and stupid again, and hurriedly said, It was Bald Eagle's people, CIA. Yes, CIA, their people in Sogo found me and asked me to rob this merchant ship, and asked me to provoke Tianyu Group in Jusu. I have evidence. They transferred $500 million to me, and the payment record is still there. And they also promised to give me Bald Eagle's nationality after the matter was completed, so that I could retire from the underworld. I was deceived by them, otherwise I would not dare to provoke Tianyu Group in Jusu even if I had 10 courage. As he spoke, he knocked his head to the ground. Sui frowned and asked Tianshu immediately, Is there such a large amount of funds in his account? If there was a transfer record in advance, it would make no sense for Tianxia to not find evidence of someone behind the scenes at the beginning, and could only rely on speculation. The firewall of the banking system is no different from a toy in front of it. No, I checked all the personal and company accounts of him, his relatives and trusted subordinates, and I didn't find the 500 million yuan. I checked the flow of funds of the Bald Eagle's overseas intelligence department and found that the funds did exist. Last night, the Bald Eagle's financial department allocated the money to the intelligence department in the name of overseas operations funds, and then the money was divided into more than a dozen parts. After changing hands many times, it entered the personal accounts of more than a dozen high-level officials of the Bald Eagle's intelligence department. Even nearly 200 million Daol was converted into Jushu coins and deposited in Jushu's banks. As for his bank transfer records, they were actually forged. Not only did his family and the Bald Eagle not get a penny, but they were also controlled. Sui looked at this guy and carefully sorted out what Tianxia had just said. For a moment, I didn't know whether to complain about this idiot who worked for others without receiving money, or complain about the Bald Eagle's people who were really awesome. The 500 million Daol operation funds were not given to this wrong person, and all were embezzled. Let's shoot him. This guy is a warlord in the country of Suwa. Sui originally thought he was something. This is the result? Apart from sighing at the excellent matching mechanism of the Black State region, what else can he say when such a brainless guy can get to the top? After solving the problem of this group of pirates, all the people were rescued. Except for the captain who was tortured and suffered some skin injuries, and another unlucky guy who was shot when arresting the pirate leader, the others were fine. The injured were treated with the water of life, which means that all the kidnapped crew members were rescued in this operation, and there were no casualties. Well, the casualties of the kidnappers are certainly not considered casualties. The uninjured crew members were sent back to the ship. In order to protect their injured hearts, Sui also deliberately left 10 exoskeleton warriors to go back to Penglai Island with the ship. As for the remaining warriors, he only took half of them, leaving 100 exoskeleton warriors and 3 power armors here. They are responsible for the subsequent aftermath. In order not to increase the tension in the world and affect the company's business, what happened here still needs to be explained. Although it is true that tens of thousands of pirates were killed in the crackdown on pirates, it is still a bit far-fetched. So Sui decided to find someone to take the blame. Who else is more suitable to take the blame than the local warlords in the country of So? These people are engaged in genocide in their own civil war, killing hundreds of thousands of people at any time. A few tens of thousands of people are nothing to them, and it doesn't hurt to take the blame. Compared with the outrageous news that the security department of Tianyu Group killed tens of thousands of pirates in one battle. No matter how you look at it, after Tianyu Group destroyed the pirate den, the local warlords took the opportunity to send troops to seize the territory, causing tens of thousands of casualties, which is more acceptable to the world. If the former is spread, others will think that Tianyu Group is too cruel. If the latter is spread, the spectators who don't know the truth will probably only think, oh, only tens of thousands of people died this time, which is much less than the hundreds of thousands before, and there is progress. This is the difference. As for whether the local warlords are willing to come out and take the blame, it is not up to them. It doesn't matter if you are willing to take the blame, but if you don't want to take it, there is no such thing as unwillingness. This is the question of taking the blame, about this completely destroyed little broken city. Later, Sui didn't plan to just leave this place alone. The main reason is that the geographical location here is really good, almost guarding the most critical position of the Golden Waterway. Whether it is to avoid being disgusted by similar problems in the future, or to disgust the Bald Eagle, this place is of great use to him. As for the legal issue, it couldn't be simpler. Suakuo was originally an anarchic place. Just find a warlord to recognize them as the legal official and sign an agreement. As for whether the League of Nations recognizes it or not, Sui doesn't bother to care. The land is already in his hands. You can recognize it or not. The locals have no objection. Who are you? Why do you have the right to make decisions? When the Bald Eagle was doing evil, the League of Nations didn't say anything. How can he be considered to have complete procedures? Why can't he do it? Compared with the anti-bandit operation here, which is almost without any suspense, the internet is much more lively now. As soon as Sui took the photo with Xiao Hei and posted it, the netizens who had been following this matter went crazy. Compared with those more serious news topics such as politics and technology, obviously, this kind of plot is more popular among netizens. The chairman of Tianyu Group is a real liar offline, and this liar is also a notorious pirate. This is a big news on the front page wherever it is posted. That photo and the screenshot of Xiao Hei's face jumping and mocking under Su Yi's dynamic were made into a bound book and spread all over the world. Although most of them were memes, there are indeed many internet idiots who have restrained themselves since then. Who wouldn't be afraid of being killed for just a few words of nonsense? In addition, Tinsha deliberately pushed the flow for the purpose of diverting attention, making this matter quickly popular on the internet around the world in a very short time. As for what happened to these pirates, not many people paid attention to it. In the discussion of that small group of people, most of them also thought that these pirates deserved it and there was no need to sympathize with them at all. When the incident on Blue Star happened, the magic world was also not peaceful. In the castle of Mengchuan City, Wai Wei frowned as she listened to the battle report from her subordinates. Since the elf army arrived at the city yesterday, it took them only half a day to complete the integration of the chaotic coalition outside, and then they began to attack the city. For a day and a night, the siege never stopped. The geographical location of Mengchuan City is very special. It is located at the intersection of two rivers, surrounded by water on two sides and a mountain on one side. Only the side facing the north is a relatively flat open area, which can allow the coalition outside to attack comprehensively. Although the other three directions were also surrounded, in fact, because there were not many available places, it was difficult for the coalition to launch a siege on those sides. Even the siege was very weak. Before, Wai Wei could contact the outside world at any time in Mengchuan City, relying on the relatively lax defense here. Some small batches of goods and even a few people can still enter the city through river shipping, but it is difficult for bulk goods like food and consumables like weapons to come in, which is why Mengchuan City lacks everything except food and weapons. Although the coalition forces besieging on the other three sides are small, they are not dead. Relatively speaking, the defenders on the three walls are also relatively small. After all, there are only tens of thousands of people, and it is impossible to spread them on the four walls. The main defense position of the Mengchuan City defenders is only the northern wall. Deep trenches and high fortifications, coupled with invincible geographical advantages, are the reasons why Mengchuan City has been able to defend for several years with fewer enemies. But that was before. The coalition forces from different races outside the city have their own ulterior motives. Facing the towering walls and iron barrel-like defenses, they dare not attack the city with all their strength even if they have the advantage in numbers. They are afraid that the strength of their own race will be damaged during the siege, and they may not have a say in the subsequent distribution of benefits or other aspects, and they will work for others for nothing. But now it is different. With the absolutely powerful external force of the Elf Kingdom joining in, and the leading elf princess named Ankai is obviously amazing. Whether it was killing a chicken to scare the monkey or coercion and inducement, at least she has now turned the originally chaotic coalition into an iron plate. Since yesterday's attack, the pressure faced by the defenders of Mengchuan City has far exceeded that of several years before. Waves of coalition forces of various ethnic groups rushed towards the towering city walls like a tide, pressing the defenders on the city to be a little breathless. But the opponent did not just fight hard. Sometimes they fainted, suddenly began to retreat halfway through the fight, and sometimes they really fought. At the same time, while fighting, a large number of coalition soldiers who were not involved in the project would move a large number of sandbags and throw them into the moat. The moat of Mengchuan City connects the two large rivers on both sides. It is wide and deep, blocking countless enemy troops attacking the city. However, after only one day, after countless sandbags were thrown, a dirt road made of sandbags had been forcibly built on the moat. After all, the water in the moat was diverted, not a real river, and the flow rate of the water was too slow. The defenders on the city wall were too tired to deal with the enemies who attacked the city in real and fake ways, and had no time to protect the moat. It was only natural that the road was cut off and filled. Without the protection of the river, the scale of the coalition's siege would only be larger and more intense. The problem of insufficient number of defenders in Mengchuan City was finally exposed at this time. Facing the coalition's continuous attacks in batches, the two shifts of defenders on the city wall obviously couldn't keep up with the energy. Even if these soldiers were at least warriors, they couldn't withstand such continuous attacks. The coalition had a large number of soldiers who could take turns to rest, but the defenders of Mengchuan City couldn't. After a day and a night of fighting, the soldiers in the city were visibly tired. For this reason, Wai Wei had to take out some of the water of life, dilute it and distribute it to the whole army to drink to solve the problem of soldiers' fatigue. But this is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst, and at most it can only last for a while. Under the coalition's reckless rotation attack, even an Iron Man can be worn down, and the water of life is not omnipotent. Just hold on at the current pace. I don't need you to die meaninglessly with the whole city. It only takes 3 days. Hold on for 3 days and our reinforcements will arrive. In this case, nothing can boost morale more than reinforcements on the way. Facing a group of tired subordinates, Wai Wei had to paint a rosy picture. Of course, this is not a rosy picture, because there is really a coalition. She routinely gave her subordinates a boost of chicken blood, and she was originally going to go up to the city wall to inspect the city defense. But at this time, a magician in a magician's robe hurried into the city lord's mansion with a scroll. "Your Highness Princess, Your Highness. News from the imperial capital." Wai Wei dismissed the others calmly, and then asked the magician to hand over the scroll. "What is it?" "Your Majesty passed away." The magician immediately knelt down and trembled. Wai Wei's hand froze as she spread out the scroll, a complex expression flashed across her eyes, and then she smiled bitterly. This is really not the right time. When she opened the scroll, she saw that it was sent by her elder brother, the current eldest prince. The general meaning of the first part was, "Alas, I have lost my father." The second half got to the point. On the grounds of His Majesty's death, the princes and princesses scattered around were asked to return to the imperial capital to pay tribute to the late emperor and participate in his coronation ceremony. He will inherit the throne as the eldest son of the royal family in 10 days, and hopes to receive the blessings of his brothers and sisters. Of course, these are just polite words. The last few sentences are the key points. Now the situation is turbulent, and there are many villains plotting for the throne. When you come to the imperial capital, you can bring your personal guards with you. I already know about the siege of Mengchuan City. You can put it aside for now. When the new dynasty is in power, I will choose a more prosperous fiefdom for you. The words mean that Wai Wei will lead the troops to Beijing to help him secure the throne. As for this broken Mengchuan City, what important town on the northern border, it will be lost if it is lost. In the eyes of these princes, it is just a group of barbarians from outside the Great Wall who come to collect money. Afterwards, they will leave by themselves, and they can take back the territory calmly, which is not a big deal at all. Moreover, Mengchuan City is located on the border, where there are constant wars, and it is very barren. As long as Wai Wei can help him secure the throne, he can change Wai Wei to a more prosperous fiefdom. Can Wai Wei's apparent power really decide the battle between the princes and the imperial capital? That is obviously impossible, as the worst of them have at least 1 million soldiers. The coalition forces outside besieging Mengchuan City would be defeated in a day when facing the elite army of the Xiang Empire controlled by these princes. Not to mention Wai Wei. The people under her control can't influence the situation in the imperial capital at all. What is really useful and makes the princes who want to take the throne take the initiative to extend an olive branch to invite her is her identity. A royal princess, and a princess with a prominent reputation and a reputation as a genius since childhood. Once she joins a camp and clearly supports one of the princes to take the throne, the political impact will be much greater than the military impact. After reading this sincere invitation letter, Wai Wei put it away at any time, looking at the magician kneeling on the ground and said, "Anything else?" "No, nothing." Wai Wei's expression was calm. She stood up, drew her sword and chopped off his head with one sword. The eldest prince would extend an olive branch to her at this time to pull her into the group, and other princes would naturally not have thought of it. And as the eldest son, the eldest prince himself has a lot of buffs, but in the fight for the throne, he is on par with his younger brothers, and even vaguely the one who is at a disadvantage among the parties. It is enough to explain a lot of things. This guy's methods are much worse than those of the other princes. Even he can think of winning over other royal children who are not participating in the fight for the throne, and the other princes can't have thought of it. But now Wai Wei has only received the news from the eldest prince. There is no need to think about it. Most of the people in the city lord's mansion control the magic circle for external communication, and the information of the other princes is mostly intercepted by others. The magician in front of him was in charge of contacting the magic circle, so it was not unfair to kill him. Wai Wei immediately called people over, and in addition to dealing with the corpse, she also searched thoroughly. As expected, many letters intercepted by the eldest prince's people were found soon. Most of them were recently sent by other princes to win over Wai Wei. The earliest one had even been sent for nearly half a month, but it was all intercepted by the insider sent by the eldest prince to her. Always using such unpresentable means, no wonder the first heir to the throne has become like this now. Wai Wei couldn't help but think of a sentence mentioned in The Art of War that Sui gave her. In any battle, the right way to unite and the unusual way to win. Obviously has the greatest advantage, but does not take the right way, always wants to do things through such unconventional means. She doubted the level of her royal brother. In her heart, this buddy has basically no chance of the throne. Apart from being the eldest son, he is not good at anything, so why should he compete with the others? And the other intercepted letters came. The other princes would say more if they were to extend an olive branch. Of course, they would not even mention such a heaven-defying statement as asking her to lead troops to Beijing directly in the letter. They just said that the most beloved princess of the late emperor was her, Wai Wei, who was now seriously ill and dying. Once they heard the news of the late emperor's death, they must rush back to the imperial capital to see him off for the last time. As for asking her to give up Mengchuan City and then give her a new fiefdom afterwards, they would not say such a heaven-defying statement. In any case, the emperor's duty is to protect everyone in the empire. You said you would give up this and that before you ascended the throne, and you wrote it in the letter. If Wai Wei published the letter, it would damage your reputation too much. Mengchuan City was besieged by foreign tribes. You can ignore it and pretend to be blind, but you want people to abandon the city and flee, which is a bit too heaven-defying. Other princes would not do such things that would give people a reason to criticize them. Only the eldest prince was a bit stupid and wrote it in the letter and sent it to her. But not writing it clearly does not mean not hinting. Each prince gave Wai Wei many hints and promised a lot of benefits. Wai Wei took a rough look at the letters sent by these princes and found that no matter what they said, they basically meant the same thing. That is, she was asked to lead the troops back to the imperial capital with great fanfare. The number of troops was not important, and the most important thing was to show which side she stood on. There was nothing new, so she was too lazy to read it carefully. Instead, she picked up the latest news sent by her own people in the imperial capital. Then she pinched her eyebrows with a headache. Don't think that the letter just sent by the eldest prince was easy. The actual situation is much more complicated than this. The old emperor passed away last night. Since last night, the entire imperial capital has been completely under martial law. The capital garrison knights and the palace guards, who only obeyed the emperor on the surface, directly blocked the entire city. Of course, in fact, everyone knows that it is the eldest prince who controls these two armies. Other ambitious princes are certainly unwilling to sit and wait for death. Early this morning, the first batch of hundreds of thousands of troops under the second prince arrived outside the imperial capital, and in the name of condolences, they asked the eldest prince to open the city gate to let the second prince enter the city. More troops are still on the way. Millions of elite troops of the Xiang Empire under the command of the four princes have long been assembled around the imperial capital, and now they have all started to move. The war is about to break out. Even in the imperial capital, the eldest prince, as the first heir, cannot fully control the imperial capital. In this giant city famous in the magic world, the shouting and killing has not stopped since last night, and no one knows how many people have died inside. Wai Wei's intelligence personnel in the imperial capital are not sure either, only saying that the river outside the palace turned red this morning. The situation in the imperial capital seems tense, but it is not easy at all. On the surface, the princes have not yet completely fought, but secretly the war has actually begun. The civil war will break out completely if there is only one opportunity. And Wai Wei felt that this opportunity might not be far away, just in the next few days. Leave the corpse alone and attack with armor. Wai Wei shook her head and turned her eyes away from the distant imperial capital. Instead of caring about that, she might as well take care of her own Mengchuan city first. And the news of the turmoil in the imperial capital and the death of the emperor must not spread in Mengchuan City in the next few days, otherwise it will definitely cause the army to waver. After all, she had been making promises that reinforcements were on the way, and the defenders in the city had no idea that there were reinforcements from another world, so they naturally thought that they were from the imperial capital. Now they were told that the imperial capital was about to go into civil war, and several princes were almost fighting to get the throne. Doesn't this mean that there was no possibility of reinforcements at all? Wai Wei had just ordered her confidants to block the news and cut off all external contact channels in the city, including the magic circle of the Magic Guild. It just so happened that she received the news from Sui on the trading platform. Wai Wei, who was originally in a gloomy mood due to the pressure of city defense and the turmoil in the imperial capital, suddenly brightened up, and the whole person was visibly brighter. She immediately explained the matter to her subordinates quickly, and then entered the trading space. How is it? Do you have any clues? Can it be solved within 3 days? Mengchuan City can only hold on for about 3 days at most. As soon as she entered the door, Wai Wei asked quickly. Although 2 days had passed since the 3-day period agreed upon with Sui, she felt that this time was too short, and she was afraid that Sui would not have enough time to prepare. 3 days? Not 3 days, the first batch of supplies has been prepared, and the troops are all in place, and they can be sent to you now. Hearing Suyi's words, Wai Wei didn't have any hope at first, thinking that Sui just came to tell her that she couldn't make it at the previously agreed time. Wai Wei was stunned for a moment, and then felt that her whole body was wrapped in happiness. The conscience of heaven and earth, these 2 days have been full of bad news. Now finally comes some good news. Is it really so fast? There is an army of tens of thousands of people, and all kinds of technical personnel are needed. Are you ready? Wai Wei still couldn't believe it. Because she has had more contact with Sui and has been exposed to Sui's modern equipment, she has a certain understanding of the composition of Blue Star's army. The number of technical arms such as artillery and engineering corps should not be that large in the Sirius army. It's difficult to find so many in a short period of time, let alone prepare a large amount of matching equipment, which is even harder. Not only were all the people found and gathered, but in order to prevent Yu from telling the truth, Jisoo didn't even look for people in the active army, but found experienced veterans. The conditions offered by the Kyushu military and Tianyu group are enough to make anyone tempted, which naturally includes people who need to run for their lives after retirement. Although this thing is dangerous, there are obviously many people who are willing to do it. But after all, retired soldiers are scattered all over the country. After finding them, you still need to explain the danger and importance of the matter to them and give them time to think about it. It was precisely because of this that Jisoo spent nearly 2 days looking for someone. As for the mobilization of equipment, it is not a problem. There is a large amount of this equipment in the combat readiness warehouses in several war zones. Sui can just pick it up himself. The most difficult thing is to find a group of people with rich experience, suitable identities, and brave and capable people. If people were directly drawn from the active troops, it would not take so long at all. The army could set off the next day after Sui and Jisoo reached a consensus. After briefly telling Wai Wei the reason for spending 2 days, Sui looked at her shocked face and said nothing, but he still couldn't help but want to laugh in his heart. Do you understand what the mobilization ability of modern society is? So now I can take your soldiers and troops back to Mengchuan City directly. Wai Wei was still a little unbelievable. No, you have to give me the primary group life transaction permission card first, Sui said with a smile. Oh. Wai Wei quickly used her membership points to buy the group life transaction permission card and gave it to Sui. After Sui used it, he directly transferred countless various armaments in his dedicated trading space to Wai Wei, and then transferred the 9,999 soldiers who were already on standby in the trading space through the trading platform. Gave it to her. Then he brought out Lin Yulong, an old acquaintance who looked shocked and confused. This guy was originally an active duty military officer, but he had retired before coming here in order to take this career. Of course, Lin Yulong's level didn't know anything about the other world. He only knew that he was going to lead a force composed of medium and long-range firepower such as artillery and engineers to carry out a very dangerous mission. Not only are these soldiers all elite veterans temporarily recalled under the premise of limited resources, but based on these equipment, Tianyu Group has also equipped each of them with a Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton. There is no way to even buy this thing in Kyushu. But now he can command the large army that has been formed. It is impossible not to be excited. As for the mission reward, not to mention the retired soldiers who were running for a living, even he drooled when he saw it. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. This has been true since ancient times, and now is certainly no exception. The above is all the information Lin Yulong knows. Then, after a group of them gathered at a military base in a deep mountain, they saw Sui arriving in a landing craft. Then, he came to this place. Brother Su, what's going on? Looking at the trading space in the form of an ancient hall, and the endless starry sky outside the hall, Lin Yulong felt that his brain was a little insufficient. Don't pry if you shouldn't ask. Sui was naturally too lazy to answer his question, and immediately pointed at Wai Wei and said, "The place where you are required to perform your mission is a different world with supernatural abilities. Your mission is to help Princess Wai Wei from the Blazing Sun Empire in another world to defend her fiefdom, Mengchuan City. I don't care what method you use, human beings, no one cares about being inhumane. As long as we successfully defend the city, it will be a great achievement. During this period, you all need to follow Princess Wai Wei's command. Of course, when it comes to professional issues, she will not intervene and give blind orders." Hearing this, Wai Wei also said, "Leave professional matters to professional people. Don't worry, I won't point fingers in this regard. Once you get there, this army will be under your full command. It is independent of the existing military system of Mengchuan City. You can directly participating in the high-level meetings of Mengchuan City. My status in Mengchuan City is second only to mine, and I don't need to look at anyone's face. In the magic world, blood is respected. An army like the Blue Star Army without any family bloodline reputation and no foundation has no need to integrate into the local army in Mengchuan City. Wai Wei planned to make them their own system, independent of Mengchuan City's original military system. All it takes is Lin Yulong, the leader, to participate in formulating tactical strategies. She doesn't care about the rest, and no one else in Mengchuan City can take care of it. She won't allow anyone to get close to the garrison prepared for the Blue Star Army. Use the simplest and crudest way to avoid all possible conflicts. In fact, there is no way to do this. The three views of the people in the two worlds are too different. The middle and upper level officers in Mengchuan City are basically knights of various noble origins. And the Blue Star people have no habit of distinguishing nobles and humbles by blood. If the two sides really want to communicate in depth, conflicts are almost inevitable. Don't drive away the foreign enemies before you start fighting internally. Lin Yulong didn't know what was going on over there, and he was a little surprised when he heard it. He secretly thought that the people in this other world were quite good, and actually gave him such a high permission for an outsider. This is equivalent to letting an outsider lead a large army alone in the city, and the degree of trust can be seen. Of course, he had this idea because he didn't understand the rules of the trading platform at all. He didn't know that the agreement between Sui and Wai Wei determined that they, the reinforcements, would not go to the other world to rebel against the members of the trading platform. Compared with her original subordinates who were unpredictable in their loyalty and treachery, Wai Wei would naturally trust this army with the constraints of the trading platform more, and it didn't matter how much permission was given. After a brief exchange and some precautions, both parties completed the handover. The scale of this transaction is not small, and the content of the transaction is outrageous. There are countless types of military equipment. There are 3,000 sets of SH modular 155mm unmanned turret artillery systems alone. Without considering the transfer of positions, each set only requires one gunner to operate. 3,000 doors with 155mm rear running in unison. That scene is rarely seen on Blue Star, let alone another world. Sui couldn't even imagine how much psychological shadow this thing's first salvo would bring to the people outside Mengchuan City. In addition to these 3,000 automatic artillery pieces, there are also 1,000 rocket launchers, each of which can fire 30 or 40 rocket launchers in a very short time. This is the real firepower. These are the big ones, and the rest, such as construction vehicles and the like, are not worth mentioning at all. In addition, a massive reserve of artillery shells was also sent there. There are more than 9 million rounds of 155mm artillery shells alone, and there are also countless rocket launchers of various types, plus matching gun barrels and launchers for replacement, as well as some engineering vehicles used for logistics and earthwork operations. If these equipments were placed on Blue Star, they would be enough to fight a war of annihilation. There are few countries that can withstand this kind of firepower. When the quantity of weapons and equipment reaches this level, it is no longer something that can be measured by money. On Blue Star, this is enough to be used as a political bargaining chip. Compared with the things Sui gave, the chips Wai Wei used to complete this transaction seemed much simpler and more crude. 10 barrels of water of life. Or to be more specific, it's called the essence of life. Essentially, the original version of the elves' water of life is spring water flowing from the spring of life. After some magical means combined with natural evolution, it will turn into a milder life liquid with less medicinal efficacy than the original spring water. These life liquids eventually flowed into a lake, and the elves became famous throughout the world for their life liquid, which was also called the holy water of the elves. Even in the magical world, this is something that the elves will never sell to outsiders. They diluted the original liquid of life, named it water of life, and sold it as a holiday specialty for the elves. The water of life at this time is quite effective and is useful to many high-level magicians or warriors. The water of life that Wai Wei gave him before was not even as good as this. It had been diluted several times. After Sui got these diluted versions, he diluted them tens of thousands of times. This stuff is still effective in curing diseases and saving lives in Blue Star. Now Wai Wei gave 10 large barrels, each of which exceeded 1 cubic meter by visual inspection. And it's not even water of life anymore, it's all liquid of life. The strong vitality can be felt by any living thing. Across the wooden barrel, Sui just smelled it from a distance and felt his spirit trembled. Wai Wei used this as a bargaining chip in this transaction, and the value was completely equal. After Sui took it back, he only needed to dilute it in a bucket, which would probably be enough for everyone in Jushu to get rid of the pain. It is no exaggeration to say that his merits are immeasurable. And all of this was achieved by these 10,000 soldiers and the Kyushu officials. Whether their purpose is for generous rewards or for other considerations, they have undoubtedly brought great benefits to everyone in Kyushu. The trading points awarded for a transaction level are also determined based on the content of the traded items. This is an unprecedented transaction and is obviously recognized by the platform. This was the first time that Sui encountered a situation where the points obtained from a single transaction exceeded 3 digits. And it didn't just barely exceed 3 digits. For this transaction, the platform gave him more than 300 points as a reward. The same goes for Wai Wei. She originally became poor after buying the primary group life trading card, but she didn't expect that she made a huge profit after the transaction. Sui speculated that this might be a mechanism used by the trading platform to encourage both parties to trade. However, time was urgent at the moment. After Wai Wei got this powerful foreign aid, she was in a hurry to go back and rearrange the city defense, and had no time to discuss this issue with him in detail. I can only talk about it next time. Returning to Blue Star with 10 large barrels of life essence, Sui called Yu Ling and Xingin over and eagerly opened the boxes. After confirming that ordinary people could drink it without any negative effects, he drank a glass without hesitation. The original liquid of life that has not been diluted so many times is indeed much stronger than the water of life. He usually drinks the water of life as water, and that thing has no effect on him. But after drinking this life liquid, he still felt refreshed and his whole body seemed to feel much better. But this refreshing feeling and this taste, Sui always felt very familiar. It seemed that not only was it not the first time he tasted it, but he drank it often. Yu Ling saw that his expression was wrong and thought it was something weird. She also picked up her glass and took a sip, then nodded and said, "That's right, it's the original liquid of life. You don't think it tastes good?" As an elf princess, she used this stuff as water when she was a child. Many of the elven nobles thought that the original liquid of life was too rich and unpalatable. She thought Sui was also in the same situation, so she advised, "Drink more and you will get used to it. The original liquid of life has a much better effect on the human body than the water of life. Drink more of this, and whether you want to practice magic or martial arts in the future, you will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. It's not that it doesn't taste good, I just feel that the taste is a bit strange. It feels too familiar to me, as if." Sui looked at Yu Ling, then looked again Xingin, who was taciturn next to him, drinking water and reading a book, stopped talking. "Is it weird? No, isn't this the normal taste? It's sweet and slightly fragrant, with a strong breath of life." Yu Ling picked up the cup and smelled it, a little confused. "How should I say?" Sui looked at her red mouth, thinking that there were no outsiders here, so he simply said, "Don't you think this stuff tastes like your saliva?" Damn, when he first drank it, he just thought it tasted delicious, but it was strangely familiar. But had he ever traded this thing with Wai Wei before? He thought for a long time and couldn't figure out why it seemed like this happened so often. The familiarity of drinking. Until Yu Ling spoke and looked at her rosy mouth, Sui suddenly remembered. He would feel this way every time when he was making out with Yu Ling. No matter how tired he was, as long as he kissed her little mouth twice, he would immediately feel refreshed, as if he was resurrected with full blood. Kissing obviously won't have such magical effects, but there will inevitably be an exchange of body fluids during the kissing process. Puff! Xingin, who was reading quietly at first, never expected that the two of them would start driving the car immediately after talking to each other. After spitting out a mouthful of water, he stood up in a panic. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered something else. You guys want to talk. What are you talking about?" Seeing Xingin leave, Yu Ling blushed and slapped Sui in anger. "I'm not talking nonsense, it really tastes exactly the same as yours." Sui hugged her and tried it again, and said with certainty, "Yes, it tastes exactly the same, even the mysterious breath of life is the same. If there is a difference, it is that you give me a feeling that is clearer than this original liquid of life." Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Yu Ling didn't know what she remembered for a moment, and was a little dazed. Seeing this, Sui said again, "Didn't you say before that the high priest of your tribe sealed the core of the fountain of life of the elf kingdom into your body before he died? Could it be that reason? If there is really a problem with the seal, then I'm afraid the core of the fountain of life will never be taken out." Yu Ling frowned and said in distress, "It shouldn't be, why don't I feel anything at all?" As she said, she got up and found a flower pot in the office, which was planted with an ornamental plant from another world, which was very beautiful after blooming, but it is still in the state of just sprouting. Yu Ling stretched out her finger, and a drop of blood slowly condensed between her fingers. At the moment when this drop of blood dripped, the huge vitality seemed to be materialized at this moment. Sui could clearly feel a majestic energy sweeping across the entire room, and then saw the magic plant growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing from a seedling to a flower in a moment. It was very simple for Yu Ling to use magic to achieve this effect, but this time she did not use magic, this was just a drop of her blood. Judging from the effect, it might be better than the original liquid of life. The facts were in front of her, and she couldn't help but believe it. The core of the fountain of life that sealed her body, the thing called vitality, had a problem with the seal and had completely merged with her. In other words, she was the fountain of life in human form. She herself had never realized this, and Sui was the only one who had close contact with her. Sui had only seen the water of life diluted countless times, so naturally he didn't know what the original version of the fountain of life tasted like. Until today, after drinking the original liquid of life that was closest to the original water of the fountain of life, the familiar feeling made him discover this blind spot. So, am I not a traitor? I spent so much money to buy a lot of water of life. Sui hugged Yuling and joked. Yuling didn't know what she was thinking, her face flushed, and she whispered, "The water of life I bought has other uses, and the water on me can't." This topic is a bit outrageous, but it is actually a serious question. Yuling suddenly became a Tang monk-like existence. She completely integrated the core of the fountain of life. Now anything that falls from her body is a good thing that can prolong life. But just as she said, no matter how much the water of life in the other world is diluted, no matter how thin the internal vitality is, it flows out of the real fountain of life. There is definitely no problem with trading or using it for other purposes. But she can't be serious in this situation. Let alone herself. Sui was the first to disagree. Just kidding, this is her wife. The fountain of life has merged into your body. This situation should be just a manifestation. Do you think it is possible that you can completely control the power of the core of the source of life, and then you can control this power without such an awkward form? Then, you can use magic to turn a glass of water into the most concentrated fountain of life. Sui guessed. Of course, he didn't understand these things at all. To put it bluntly, he found inspiration from the fantasy novels he had read before. Yuling actually nodded after a moment of hesitation. What you said seems to be right. If I can try to master this power and actively control it with magic, then my own strength and other aspects can be greatly improved. Just like you said, from a small lake to a large glass of water, I only need one magic to turn everything into water of life. This is not impossible. But the fountain of life was just a dead thing before, passively placed there to let it flow on its own. Those gods probably didn't think of letting people master the core of the fountain of life and use this power for themselves when they designed it. Therefore, I guess it's not that easy to fully master it. It takes a long time to try. At least I have to figure out how this thing called vitality is integrated with me. The most critical issue now is still here. How is the core of the fountain of life sealed into her body in the first place? How did the seal fail now? How did this thing integrate with her? Yuling was completely in the dark and had no idea at all. I don't know where this vitality comes from, let alone actively controlling it for my own use. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Sui comforted, and then remembered something and laughed. I saw someone say on the internet that sticking to a beautiful woman can prolong life, but I didn't believe it. So this is true. Come on, give me another taste. Xingin hasn't gone far yet. When Sui suddenly made a major discovery, Wei Wei finally brought reinforcements to Mengchuan City. Sui had sold some artillery and firearms to her before. Although not much, she knew the principles of these weapons and how to use them. Before the transaction, Sui told her what types of weapons he would send her this time. So Wei Wei had already prepared the positions of those automatic turrets and rocket launchers in Mengchuan City, and the camps and warehouses were also ready. Here we have to mention the value of the developed agricultural productivity based on magic in the other world to feed a large population. As a border fortress, Mengchuan City often breaks out in wars. This is a typical military city. In ancient Kyushu, this kind of place, except for caravans and the army, usually not many people would live here. The same is true in the magic world. Ordinary people don't like war, and this principle is applicable in any world. However, because of the huge population base, even in such a border fortress city with wars, the permanent population exceeds several million. This population size naturally gave birth to an extremely large city. In addition, on the eve of the siege of the city by the coalition forces, the people in Mengchuan City found that this time was not like the previous small fights, and most of them ran away. Now there are less than 1 million people left in the city. As a result, Mengchuan City is now very empty. Whether it is an artillery position or a temporary military camp and warehouse, it is easy to find a place. There was no time for Lin Yulong to adapt to the wonderful feeling of traveling through the world. As soon as he arrived in Mengchuan City, he went to integrate the army and informed all the instructors in the team. He briefly explained the situation in the magic world and the purpose and significance of this operation. Then, without even having time to arrange tactics, he asked professional drone operators to release more than a dozen military mapping drones. At the same time, a field command post was deployed. Less than an hour after arriving in the magic world, with this military camp as the center, the topography of the 10-kilometer radius around Mengchuan City was quickly mapped by drones, and then modeled into a 3D sand table through AI algorithms. Wei Wei and several officers from Mengchuan City watched their operations throughout the process, and at first they didn't know what the meaning was. After seeing the 3D sand table floating in the air and the mountains and rivers on the sand table that they were so familiar with, they were immediately shocked. How did you do this? This is temporary mapping using drones, and then the mapping information is used in the temporary field command post, and then the command post's intelligent AI is used to build the model. In fact, it is very rough. If there is a satellite, we can make a more precise 3D sand table. A female officer immediately answered. In addition to the sand table of the command post, the mapping data will also be converted into a special military map and sent to all automatic artillery and rocket launchers. With these map data, we will give them the location after determining the target, so that they can directly launch artillery fire at the first time. In this way, we can achieve beyond visual range firepower delivery. Otherwise, it is difficult to accurately strike targets beyond the line of sight with only radio communication in the dark. Wait a minute. Wei Wei was still a little confused. Beyond visual range firepower delivery? If I understand correctly, it means directly firing without seeing the enemy, right? Then how to fire without seeing the enemy? This group of professionals from Blue Star really gave her a bit of a problem. This is not right. The artillery Sui gave her did not say that it can be used like this. Shouldn't it be on the city wall or behind the city wall to find an open space, and then when the enemy attacks the city, directly fire at the road that must be passed, and that's it? It didn't say that it can also accurately strike invisible enemies. This is even more outrageous than magic. On Blue Star, we have more means, artillery radar, satellites and the like, to find the enemy out of sight and then directly strike. There are too many ways. In this world, there are fewer methods. At present, our plan is to release drones, observe the enemy at high altitude, and then our command post will sort out the information given by the drones, pass the information to the firepower delivery position, and carry out long-range firepower strikes. Drones. What if the drones are shot down as soon as they get close? Wei Wei frowned. She knew about drones. They were among the items she traded with Sui before. But the drones Sui gave her were all small things the size of a palm, and their functions were limited. If you want to use this thing to scout the enemy, you have to fly very close to take a clear picture. But once you are close, you can see others clearly, and others can certainly see you clearly. Although the coalition forces don't know what this thing flying in the sky is, it doesn't prevent them from shooting it down after discovering it. The drone was shot down. The female officer who was sent to contact Wei Wei was stunned for a moment, and said solemnly, "Is the magic in your world so powerful? Can it even shoot down a reconnaissance plane at an altitude of 10,000 meters? If that's the case, then I'm afraid we have to think of other ways to provide the strike coordinates for the artillery positioning." Wait. Wei Wei hurriedly stopped. 10,000 meters high? Can you get effective information by flying so high? The drones that Sui gave me before can hardly see anything at a distance of 1,000 meters. Oh, then he should give you a civilian product, which is different from a military drone. The female officer hurriedly replied. So if our unmanned reconnaissance aircraft can detect at an altitude of 10,000 meters, it will not be shot down. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, unless there happens to be a magician observing the sky, it will never be discovered. Wei Wei said firmly. That's fine. It doesn't matter if we are discovered and shot down occasionally. We brought a lot of equipment this time. They can't always keep an eye on us. The female officer also breathed a sigh of relief. In this world without satellite support, if the means of drone reconnaissance are ineffective, then there will be a big problem. At that time, we can only send scouts to conduct physical reconnaissance with handheld equipment, and there may be a lot of casualties. Of course, not conducting reconnaissance does not affect the firing, but the efficiency is too low. While she was relieved, Wei Wei took a breath of cold air. Before, she only knew that although these weapons on Blue Star had limited threats to high-level magicians and warriors, they were good at clearing miscellaneous soldiers because of their large quantity. But now after seeing this means of attacking beyond visual range, let's put it in her mind. She was walking on the road with her army. There was no sign. The sky full of shells and rockets fell on her head like rain. This is even more terrifying than a horror story. Especially the reconnaissance plane, which observes information on the ground at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This method is a bit too outrageous for the magical world. Every move you make is seen by the opponent. How can you fight this war? At this moment, the magic world finally felt the dimensionality reduction attack from modern technology. That is, they know magic and have some countermeasures. If it were a world without magic, facing this kind of war mode, they would have to surrender without even seeing the enemy. Even a 9th-level magician cannot cast magic on a target out of sight. After the coalition forces outside the city were bombed, the only way was probably to let high-level warriors and magicians rush into the city together and find a way to deal with this group of artillery. And this countermeasure is actually not very useful, because the defenders in Mengchuan City are not eating dry food. In terms of military size, Weiwei is naturally not as good as the coalition forces outside the city. But in terms of the number of masters, her city lord's mansion is not lacking at all. After all, she is the princess of the empire, and she is surrounded by many strong men and the imperial guards to protect her, as well as her own servants. At the same time, as an ambitious princess, it is difficult for Weiwei to recruit troops on a large scale before the situation becomes chaotic, but it is not difficult to recruit a large number of powerful magicians and warriors to serve under her. So there are actually quite a few high-level magicians and warriors in Mengchuan City. If the opponent wants to break in with only these high-level forces, it is obviously overthinking. After touring the reinforcement camp, Weiwei immediately adjusted the plan for defending the city. The garrison on the city wall can be appropriately reduced. Then half of the magicians and warriors above level 7 were selected to form a temporary guard team, stationed around the reinforcement camp and artillery positions. This is to ensure the safety of these output positions. After the people on the city wall were withdrawn, although the defense force was a little weaker, the firepower was much stronger than before. Ideally, a round of salvos from these thousands of 155mm howitzers and 1,000 rocket launchers would be enough to turn most of the areas outside the city gate into a dead end. Even if half of the garrison on the city wall was withdrawn, there was no need to worry about the city gate being breached, because there was a high probability that these coalition forces would not be able to touch the city gate at all. The war outside the city was still going on, and the city was fully cooperating with this army from another world to dig fortifications and build positions, and the commanders and senior officers in the reinforcements were discussing how to fight this battle. After getting Weiwei's assurance that they only need to bomb and don't need to worry about their own safety, these officers are eager to fight. It doesn't matter if the supporting technology is not enough, this comprehensive field temporary command is enough to process information and command. This is an extremely pure artillery unit, without worrying about logistics and supply, and without worrying about the position being threatened by enemy anti-artillery radars, ground missiles, fighter jets, etc. What kind of strength can an army with thousands of cannons and thousands of rocket launchers exert? Even they themselves dare not think about it. This really proves the saying that I have never fought such a rich war in my life. There is nothing to say. After preparations are complete, just fire the cannons and bomb his mother. The siege outside the city has never stopped. After an afternoon of intensive preparations and a night of rest, after communicating with the senior officers of Mengchuan City, the reinforcement command learned that the coalition forces attacking the city would change 4 batches every day, and they would immediately change people to continue the attack at a certain time. The first shift change after getting up early was around 8 o'clock in the morning. Therefore, the command ordered all soldiers to rest early, get up before 6 o'clock, and then return to their respective positions last night. At that time, the coalition forces attacking the city outside the city would start bombing as soon as they changed shifts. In the early morning, give the other side a little firepower shock. Directly disrupt the opponent's siege rhythm. Weiwei naturally knew that the reinforcements were preparing to fire, but she had no opinion on this. Professional matters should be listened to by professionals. The original words of the female officer sent by Lin Yulong to her were, "Directly bombing the army attacking the city will certainly cause the other side's engineers to poke, and this kind of firepower delivery will also cause great psychological shadows to the other side." But now the attackers have reached the bottom of the city wall. In order to protect the city wall, and because of the blind spot of firepower, it is difficult to bomb the people under the city wall. If someone on the other side is more observant, he will immediately find this flaw. Instead of exposing the weakness to others, it is better to let them attack for the time being, and wait until the shift change when there is no one in the blind spot under the city wall, and then we will bomb. This will not only give the other side a greater shock, but also conceal our own shortcomings. In fact, this small defect is not a shortcoming at all. If it is exposed to the other side, the quality of the coalition forces cannot be used. But the enemy's attack has advantages and disadvantages in the blind spot, and the enemy's attack is pervasive and there is no place to hide. These are two completely different concepts. The latter will definitely lead to the collapse of the morale of the coalition forces. Many times, the weakness may not be really weak, but the biggest problem of exposing the weakness is that it will give the other side hope. The war in the magic world was still at the stage where both sides were